isn't. There's so many factors that go into this. And I genuinely think that for some of our teams, you know, down towards the bottom of the tables, maybe this just wasn't their PMGC, man. Maybe it just wasn't meant to be. I think that they can be thinking themselves fortunate coming into Group Red, considering that a lot of our teams are around about that 78 to 90 point barrier, where it is easy enough to slip up and down between that 11th and 12th place position. You see here in Cilio 85 points, and Team Quesos 86 and 87 in 10th and 88 in 9th. It is real close. For Vengeance, they're definitely not safe in 9th place, but we'll see how the day progresses here.
There's very few teams that can actually start to make a couple of risky decisions in these games as well. You're probably looking down towards Fury versus Pro and IHC, but I would say that maybe you could also include teams like Tianba and Getso Roy in there, right? So maybe 5 teams out of our 16 can actually afford to take risks, because if you're in that 9th down to 13th bracket, if one misstep and you're out, right? You're out of the tournament entirely. So you really can't be affording to go for super risky plays. So it is, as you said, just back to locking in, getting some of the best, most disciplined PUBG Mobile that you played all tournament. And the same at the top of the tables, right? It is so closely fought for that 3rd place spot. A little bit ahead for TJB, but they still need to keep their wits about them, because teams up there really know how to put points on the board, which is fantastic to see, but definitely not something that you want to be taking too many risks with around that 3rd place as well.
FaZe already starting off to not the best beginnings here with Falcons. Icy trying to take on the entirety of the FaZe squad. Finds a second on the engagement. Dude, it's just him here right now. Is this a 1v4 versus FaZe coming right out the gate? Almost has it with the shotty as well, mate. And there is backup coming through right now for FaZe. It's 2 players coming through for Falcons, and they better get these reses on quick.
Johnson's in there, Noise not going for the res, but there's the first knock. The second player from Falcons needs to find a knock now, does manage to tag the backline. Onzen's around the rock. Can they finally take the Falcons out of this one, or are FaZe going to lose it all here? Around the side, the Falcons lose a 3rd player. Blank at such a crucial moment. They're not even going to get an elim for it.
Where's East? Where is East? East is West right now. What's he doing?
Up is down.
He didn't even try and engage on that fight. I mean, that could have been an easy cleanup there for Falcons. And considering their 4th place, trying to break into the top 3, which is just 1 point away, by the way, this is a horrible start for them. For FaZe, on the other hand, wow, good job to them. They get some points on board. JK, Navi's here.
They're here to play as well. Oh dear, trying to cross that river. Moving on through, but Alter Ego, ooh, they're having a real tough time of it. 2 players down already, a 3rd to go as well. Boysil under the stanchions as Puncher needs to reload on the DBS, but on the inside there, spots the player fleeing out back. That ain't gonna go well. The rest of Na'Vi handle it. Alter Ego, crumble.
Well, that is a depressing sight for Alter Ego. I mean, whilst the boys from Na'Vi were somewhat distracted with FaZe, Puncher decides that he's just going to 1v2 in that moment, makes the fight incredibly easy versus Alter Ego, and they do not make that crossing from the northwest side. This is one of the few times where we've actually seen Alter Ego have to leave from that northwest island scene, as it has been multiple times. We've ended up over towards Hatin, over towards Camp Alpha. East, final player here for the Falcons, does get taken down, and not a single point put on the board for Falcons. What a bad start for them.
It's really bad timing.
It's almost like handouts, though, for the lower squads.
That is true. Yeah, a couple of little prop-ups there for Virtus Pro to pick up 1. Team Queso, FaZe now on 3. It's nicely done. Not to mention Na'Vi. Na'Vi, don't know where that one came from. With 5. Nays with 5. There we go. ASIA trying to take shots out their way, and again ASIA in that top 3 spot conversation, but they are a little bit up against it right now. Still up on that northwest island. Blank.
Hello, अभी आवाज आ रही है?
Rotate, I feel like wouldn't be a terrible idea.
भाई मैं कितनी देर से हेलो हेलो बोल रहा हूँ भाई, क्या दिक्कत है?
That there is no one holding it on that far side.
भाई Falcon क्या भाई IC ने अपना काम almost कर ही दिया था.
Where they did go for that northwest bridge. I know they want to get down towards the central of the circle early on, but it is just a free crossing.
Bro, 5 मैचेस ही बचे Falcon के पास अब आ गई ना आवाज. अरे मैं थोड़ा सा लेट हो गया यार आज के दिन पे. Really sorry guys, लेट इसलिए हो गया कि मैं वेबकैम सेटअप कर रहा था और वेबकैम सेटअप में लेट हो गया और मैच स्टार्ट होने लग गया. फिर मेरे को जल्दी आना पड़ा. I'm audible ना guys? मैं इतनी देर से बोले जा रहा हूँ. Sorry guys, sorry. थोड़ा सा ऊपर नीचे हो गया, कोई दिक्कत नहीं. बट यार FLC का यार ये कन्वर्जन अच्छा होना चाहिए था यार. IC अपना काम कर ही दिया था ऑलमोस्ट.
I mean,
इन्फो भी दे ही रहा होगा कि बंदा आ रहा है, क्लोज पे आ गया, उतने में उसने नॉक दिया, पत्थर पे भी गया, एडीएस पे गया बंदों के, फिर उसने एक और नॉक दिया, उसके बाद एक और नॉक आ गया फेस का, चोक कर दी वे एफएलसी।
This looks like the idea here feels to me to be waiting for this
भाई
next
मुझे
circle.
पहचाना,
They
मैं
moved UZM
जोकर
across
बोलते,
to
हेलो
the
जोकर
mainland, just to the west of boot camp now. So
किरण
they
प्रो
do have an
भाई, वो
opening
लास्ट
there.
बंदा साथ में
And
क्यों
as you
नहीं
say,
आया,
taking
वो
those shallows
वेबकैम हुआ
potentially a bit of a
ऑन करो
risk.
फिर
But
भाई।
it feels like they're waiting for the
भाई
circle to
वेबकैम
close
का
so
ही
that they
सेटअप
can
कर
really
रहा था, नहीं
commit to
हुआ ना,
one side or
लेट
the
हो गया
other.
उसको सेटअप करते करते।
Probably a smart decision for ASA as well, who we know they're a strong team, currently in the war zone, really, with Falcons, Nick the Galaxy, and themselves all sat on roughly 125 points. You do want to make a smart choice here, because if you can get ahead early on, that would be ideal. So ASA playing it a little bit more cautiously. IHC over towards Barnside, they're playing on that ridge. No one's really making that rotate past Quarry on that south side, though. So I think for IHC, it's likely they're going to be out of the conversation for a little while. Furia, another team who had some pretty good rotates yesterday, honestly. I was happy with what we were seeing from Furia in terms of being able to get towards the center side of the circle. I think they were able to put up the majority of their points yesterday. So that was good to see, and hopefully some of that contest for the top side, well, for 11th place, continues to come through today.
Into the walled compound to the west of Quarry. Incilio, all the way up on the north instead this time around. Furia just leaving Paradise, well, in the foothills to the southwest of Paradise Resort. Incilio in this location.
ताजी आज आया शायद, दिन खराब है उसका, ताजी आज नहीं आया शायद, खराब है उसका। IHC comeback game, let's see.
Sneak their way in through towards Quarry. This is a fairly solid position for
IHC का चिकन पक्का, देखते हैं क्या होता है।
Put a 5-point minimum game up.
For Incilio, this will be ideal. I mean, playing on the northern side of bootcamp, it's not a bad spot at all, and there's a fair few options to go for, especially if this does move further towards that west. But as circle does pop, heads down towards that south, so Quarry's still kept in. IHC fairly happy with this as well, considering they can continue to play that barn ridge. Tiamba, though, again, on their wide wrap antics. This is all the way on the eastern side. They're going past Camp Bravo. I wonder if they do cut in underneath Cave, because they would have to face off against Vengeance as well as Tong Jiabao.
Oh, they're busy. They've decided to hop out. Maybe going for a little bit more loot. Not too sure there, but Tiamba
IHC का चिकन पक्का. What is the next plan for South
Navi pulled back off the trifecta.
2 good matches to qualify. बस दो अच्छे मैच. Mr. WhatsApp brother, love from Assam. Thank you so much.
Fight between Navi and Tiamba unfolding over towards that cave location if Tiamba opt to go for it.
It's pretty packed down towards the south side, though. I think if you're Navi, you're sort of assuming there's going to be quite a big line going down from boot camp to that south side. I don't know how much more free it is going to be over towards
आएगा ना इस ग्रुप में, तो शायद देखो ब्रो क्या होता है, बट मोस्टली मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि FLC का बहुत बड़ा ब्लंडर था, क्योंकि
also on the way. I'd be curious to see what they do. They could wrap all the way to the eastern side of Quarry. I think that would be the smartest choice to go for here.
देखते हैं अभी second shift
might not keep you in the
perspective में
circle
कौन सा zone
forever.
बनता है. FLC का बहुत ही major
to
choke
play
हो
that
सकता
have
है
high ground in terms of scouting capability as well. That'd be good. And you know that if you're making a wide wrap like this, a lot more times it is better to wrap into slightly less strong position just to give you more scouting, because you really do not have a lot of information on the circle.
हकते तो हमेशा था ना ग्लोबल्स में हकते हमेशा. From
looks like they are going to go up the east side of Quarry here. Try and navigate from that southeast side. They move up, they get a little bit of information to go through this compound, and they're aware that it's unlikely anyone is still holding into it.
भाई ये गेम भाई FLC का क्या प्यारा गेम हो सकता था भाई.
Getting up to the north compounds of Quarry would be a really great start for Navi to get into these
FLC चूक कर दी भाई यहाँ पे. FLC का बहुत बड़ा गेम था ये. भाई खाली पड़ा हुआ compound.
Potentially picking up the points on a crash.
Yeah, they need to make a quick rotate up towards that north side now, though. There is a good compound to
एक point
play
notice
on that
करना, third
northern
बनते ही
edge, but
TJB
I
भाग
think
जाती है भाई.
Tiamba's
Third बनते
considering
ही
making their move over towards it.
तीसरा
But they
circle
are
बना ही
being a bit
TJB
slow
भागी.
on that decision. Shan is the one to first make that move, and Lemon's being really quite concerned about what lays
TJB ने अच्छा zone ले लिया है bro.
But yeah, Tiamba very
slow. If I'm not wrong.
On that eastern side, they just sort of allow Na'Vi to get in, and they should be able to play this one.
एक का दुक्का सर्कल तो इनको फेवर करने वाला है. अगर उन्होंने कुछ kills, TJB करेगी भाई qualify. TJB करेगी. Team confidence low पर gun power वैसे risky leader है.
Make things difficult. Force Tiamba to take a fight with them, right? That's potentially a very dangerous prospect for Tiamba. It'd be good news for Na'Vi if they can secure it, though. Make sure that they are feeling all the more snug.
अपना शानदार बहुत strong
They're
हो रहा
second place right now. They're only 2 points
yes
behind
blade भाई
TJB.
Falcon blender कर दिस. Yes bro, Falcon बहुत blender कर दिस.
TJB looking to equalize that scoreline, finding one on phase.
TJB कर गई qualify bro. TJB कर गई.
They scrapped earlier with
अच्छा
the
match है उनका ये वाला.
laser sight from behind. As Flower, you don't need no laser assistance there. He's already laser focused.
Yeah, Onsens, it's a matter of time till he goes down. Sadly for FaZe, they'll be happy with the 3 elims they got. Puts them a little bit further ahead, and with how close it has been down towards the bottom side of the lobby,
bड़ी fast
3 elims, like Jason said, you know, you get 5 elims per match. That's likely going to see you safe with how things have been going. But it's that consistency.
TJB का strategy simple है. 1-2 zone edge, then third zone is important and get inside. Then मारो.
Up and down all the time in terms of performance.
भाई इनका edge hold इतना प्यारा है.
This would be a team I would be
मतलब एक टाइम पे अगर इनके पास edge भी हो क्या होल्ड करते कामली कल भाई मजा आ गया वाला मैच देख के रैंगल का जो आपका साउथ सिटी में गया था. शोर से उन्होंने जोन लिया है. टॉप 3 आ गए.
And I think they definitely can do more here, but again, sometimes it's just not your day, it's not your week, it's not your group stage.
Galaxy embroiled with them here. Virtus Pro with a test. Nade over towards Icy, but it's on the wrong rock there. Redox might take one in response. That does damage, but it doesn't get that full knock. 25 seconds before the blue zone is unresable as well, Blank. That nade's going to do the trick. Icy goes down to one of them. Comes in from SnowX on the off angle there. Tixi trying to crawl forwards, but I think Enigma Galaxy should look to disengage here. Move up to the compounds, but it looks like Redox has other ideas. Goes for the spray and the flush over onto Tixi. And Virtus Pro cut down to 2 and then 1 knocked in the blue zone. With the blue zone unresable almost, well, right now, Blank, it's not
TJB को फास्ट जोन लेना फायदेमंद होगा. अगला जोन भी TJB पे रहेगा ही रहेगा क्योंकि जोन का जो साइज है वो कंपैरेटिवली बड़ा रहता है.
Apparently getting the circle is the name of the game.
TJB जोन पे रहने वाली है और उनके आसपास अच्छा मैच जाएगा भाई TJB का. TJB कर गई भाई क्वालीफाई. INS चिकन मुझे अभी देख कैसा लग रहा है TJB भी निकाल सकती है. बाकी
बताइए. So they don't have too much of a choice other than to go for the fight. And 4 elims, that'll be pretty decent for you. That knocks IWRX out of 3rd place and pushes Enigma Galaxy back up into the top 3 for the first time in a couple of days. ASI coming up against Furia though, who are struggling versus the Onslaught. This is a backstab that came through. 2 players now.
कैसे sorry late हो गया. Sorry तो मैं भी late हो गया. Sorry तो मेरे को भी बोलना चाहिए. मैं भी आज late हो गया था भाई.
Nade up high, Noki launching it towards Furia. Damage coming back his way, and the Molotov there.
Long Zai zone.
Traps towards the north side.
Yeah, I see one of my favorite player NRX chicken. Let's see. चलो आ जाओ guys, बताओ किसका चिकन आएगा आपके अकॉर्डिंग. मेरे हिसाब से TJB का चिकन आना चाहिए अगर मैं उनका अभी होल्डिंग्स देखूं एंड करंट फॉर्म देखूं जो कम कर रहे हैं. अच्छा जोन थर्ड में जो उन्होंने जोन लिया एंड इवन 4th और मेरे को लग रहा है 5th भी उनके पास ही रहने वाला है जोन. उसके बाद वो निकाल लेंगे. मोस्टली भसड़ जो है वो एजिस में रहेगी एंट्रीज के लिए. TJB को भसड़ भी नहीं मिलने वाली है. बाकी देखो क्या होता है. According to me, my predictions.
SA go out early with only 1 point on the game, dropping down to 5th place. Damn, that feels pretty rough for them.
NRX chicken. After this match, TNY will be on top 3.
It feels like, you know, the plans really did go awry as soon as it moved away from that northwest side, which they're used to playing on here in the group stage. IWRX though finding Furia, Kaiowski goes down.
Back top 3 today. Let's see. And guys, if you're new to the stream, make sure to hit the like and subscribe to the channel. Yeah. Today is the last day, and I guess one of the toughest lobby in the league stage lobby in the history of PMGC. One of the बोलूँगा एक green group हुआ था Nova के time पे.
They've already sent 2 players down into the compound.
इसके बाद ये वाला group.
It was a contested drop down.
अभी अलग competition चल रहे तो top 11 आना और top 3 आना. Bottom पे top 11, top पे top 3.
May have slipped through the cracks here. 3 players for Incilio, 3
हर
players
एक
for
टीम
IHC.
अभी भी कर सकती है.
Everybody on this eastern side is packed into
मिड वाली टीम अच्छा नहीं खेलेगी तो 12 से मतलब 12 रैंक पे आएगी, 11 से नीचे जाएगी तो उनको अच्छा खेलना है, पॉइंट निकालने हैं. नीचे वाली टीम को अच्छा खेल के ऊपर आना है. हर एक टीम पे प्रेशर है.
Navi further south as well. Getso Roy cramming in on that northern
Obviously यार ब्रो, जोन साइज एरिया बहुत ज्यादा है. अब बजट एजेस पे रहेगी. IHC की बजट होने वाली है मोस्टली. ये सारी एज लाइंस वाली फाइट करेगी अभी.
If you are a team that's chasing first place spot, I'd be pretty annoyed by this.
आपकी फेवरेट टीम कौन सी है? अगर इसमें पूछते मैं ऑलरेडी बोल चुका था जो मैंने अपनी फेवरेट टीम बताई थी. ऑल्टर ईगल IMAX बताई थी.
Yes, Tongjibao, they are very good at holding positions. However, you can't.
And third one मैंने बोला था TNBA और TJB. मैंने चूज किया था TNBA को उस टाइम पे क्योंकि TJB के न्यू बंदे थे तो उनको था देखना था कैसा खेलते हैं. बट they are proving bro, अच्छा खेला उन्होंने.
The question is, what can they extract from this, right? Because every team over the course of their careers will get games like this. It does go both ways. TJB do sometimes get cut out by shifts like this as well, but this is their time to benefit from that shift. So we'll see if they can do more than get 2 elims here. There's a lot of teams from the north side are going to look to push in, but they may cut themselves down to size before they even reach TJB.
अगर TNBA का चिकन होगा तो अनप्रेडिक्टेबल हो जाएगा. देखो लो IHC कैसे
with one another. Nigma Galaxy started things off well versus Virtus Pro. Would like to continue that a little bit further because they cut out that competition. It means they can get into that western edge quite comfortably. Incilio does find IHC. They go down. So our 13, 14, 15 and 16th place teams are all out. And with that too, Vengeance drops into 12th place, so is now out of safety just like that.
IWNRX, 2 players moving forwards towards Getso Roy, doing a brilliant opener there to turn the corner with the DBS. Frozen tucks back in, stays safe. 1 player left for them to handle. Porsche with the nade cooking over towards Frozen, sees him break wide, puts the nade back in. Not likely to be able to get these reses either.
POV नहीं आया इसी का कुछ, but to be honest यार कैसे
spotted. Sliver of HP and through the smoke, the last blow is struck. IWNRX now up to 4 eliminations, but Nigma Galaxy are on 6.
No way,
TJB are on 2. The chase is still as hot as ever.
Good recovery from IWNRX. That looked real dangerous versus Getso Roy, but yeah, they're able to get all of those elims through. Nigma Galaxy, 9 eliminations. What's happened inside this lobby for them? Another
for trophy according to you. I think A7 जीतेगी.
Tongjibao finds a
बोल
shot
सकते हो Alpha 7 is good. TJB अच्छा खेल रही है अभी ना.
As Tongjibao looks more and more
Navi
likely
अच्छा खेल रही है
just to take
इस ग्रुप में. अभी एक और ग्रुप है. मोमेंटम देखते हैं कैसे कैसे टीम्स का है, बट टिल नाउ मेरे को ऐसा लगता है कि यस अल्फा 7 स्ट्रॉन्ग कंटेंडर शिप में आती है, बट इस लॉबी पर काफी अनप्रेडिक्टेबल चीजें भी होती है. जस्ट वेट एंड वॉच.
Incredible shift going their way yet again, but it is Nigma Galaxy who are profiting the most right now. Unfortunately, they have just taken a knock from Navi across the way, still on that east side of Quarry, but they are going to have to shift north. The blue zone's putting pressure on. This is 6 who is at the back of Navi's extended train position on that east side of Quarry. Will have to crunch back up to the front carriages of it. Navi will have to move on in just a moment. So what impact can he have until he needs to go for it?
For Navi, that compound has seen them safe for quite a while, but they need to cut out some openings on this eastern side. And 6 is in the blue, does move out of it. Here's Tiamba though, finding shots over towards Incilio, which is good, clearing out that northeast side. Frozen finds Navalo on a nasty backstab from them. Wasn't likely he's going to live for too much longer, but it's sad to see Navalo hit the deck. That is 10 eliminations so far for Nigma Galaxy and a really good streak out towards the top side of the lobby.
Brilliant stuff, and 8 elims for Navi. These top 3 spots, they're getting confirmed onto walls. I mean, IWNRX getting
eliminations already
with 4 elims. They're probably thinking, oh, you know what? This is a pretty decent game. And then they're going to see the tables after this one. Nigma Galaxy struggling to get off this hillside, though, with TJB starting to strike out. They're up to 3 eliminations now. And a difficult approach for Nigma Galaxy. It might be easier for Zedwolf, actually, to make this one work.
TJB chicken guys, TJB chicken already told you. क्या लगता है कि भाई ये जाएगी top 3? अच्छा consistent खेलना पड़ेगा ये.
Two dangerous players to come up
अभी के
against.
टाइम पे consistency is the key, bro.
Down the hillside, the blue is pushing them like nothing else, and Flower just has some nasty angles. So
भाई third zone की rotation TJB को भाई इतना काम करवा गई. Top 4 आ गए TJB वाले.
Eastern side.
I guess NGX मर के top 3 आ गए वो लोग.
Make that push up on the east is just so tricky. They will fall to it. Incilio with a chance, Vengeance as well. These two teams looking to stretch away from that 12th place bubble. They do not want to be the chump holding a ticket at the end of this match. That's on the back of their minds, got to be a constant worry. But TJB now, 7 elims, starting to pull the points in towards their tallies and kick off the last
points
day
direct to
with a great result.
भाई पता नहीं अजय भाई, I don't know.
Look at this circle, dude. What are you meant to do versus Tongjabao? I mean, they control the southeast side, which is where all the teams are. The possibility for them to get into the circle is going to be tough.
Guys, if you're new to the stream, like and subscribe to the channel. Hello Rahul Bishnoy bhai, what's up?
For Vengeance,
I think इस मैच और अच्छा हो सकता था FLC का. FLC को early 4 kill का push भी मिल जाता.
A few teams around the area to get more points.
और अच्छे kills मिल सकते हैं. मतलब 0 pointer का मैच तो नहीं होता है. 0-1-2 pointer का FLC का ये वाला मैच. अच्छा मैच होना चाहिए था FLC का. अच्छे पॉइंट लेके जाने चाहिए थे. चोक कर दिया FLC ने.
Ideally a second place here for Vengeance, but in
पता नहीं communication में GG हुआ है, क्या हुआ है.
Ooh, turning the corner, 676 goes
IC ने
down.
काफी होल्ड करवा दिया, तो इनको भी दे ही रहा था. उनको पता ही था कि यहाँ से फेज आएगी. वो उतने स्प्लिट पे खेल लेते हैं लंबे टाइम से. उनको पता ही लॉबी रीडिंग की यहीं से फेज मूव करती है अर्ली. IC ने नो डाउट कॉल भी दे दी होगी अपने बंदों को. थोड़ा बैकअप लेट सा नहीं हो गया.
So this is dangerous. There is still that 1v2 potential from any player in this lobby. At this stage, Fash crawling forwards. TPZ has the high ground now against TJB, but I think
TJB
Flower should be able to spot this or hear this, know something's going on the north side. Fash spotted, no, Longs is just pre-firing into the smoke. Fash is looking healthier than the player up the top, and that's actually Vengeance to step up, get that second place, but it is, of course,
TJB का चिकन नहीं होगा. कौन बोल रहा था?
With the first chicken dinner of the day.
Yeah, it's a
क्या बोल रहे थे आप? स्क्रीन के सामने तो TJB का चिकन आ गया.
The fact that I think it's around about 18 points that they take away from that one. Despite
thank you so much यार Mr. Rango भाई यार, आपने हमें yesterday, अगर आप if you're watching, you just UPI हमको किया है आपने. Thank you so much for the Rango भाई.
There is a lot of circle blessings.
आज नहीं, yesterday.
But they control it well. They maintain the majority of the circle throughout the whole of that one. Very cool stuff. And Tongjabao will be our first team on the last day to pick themselves up the chicken dinner.
यार TJB बोलता है. TJB qualified है bro. TJB qualified है. FLC ज्यादा अच्छा कर सकती थी मेरे accordingly, but कोई नहीं.
Teams locked in to get through directly into the grand finals after a really underwhelming performance on day 1.
अच्छा शुभम ऐसा करता है जब कंफर्म हो जाता है ना कि इस टीम का चिकन आएगा, फिर बोल देगा इस टीम का चिकन नहीं आएगा.
As you said, Hot Jukes talking about their performance in PEL to get warmed up, get into this, and
Shen Kunal.
Stop TJB at this point.
You're Shen.
Yeah. Not no team doing 5 points.
Hello, bro. Hello, what's up? Right TJB 5x winner chicken dinner. Let's see, bro.
TJB once they got that position.
ऐसा होता है कि नहीं होता है? Let's see.
When you're on top of the leaderboard, you are big chilling. You know that, hey, you know what? You have some room to be able to make some mistakes. And as soon as we saw Enigma Galaxy go as crazy as they did, that room definitely shrunk. But TJB's center circle had no worries. It was just about cleaning up these players and winning the game, Max.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really solid match from TJB. They went for center position. I mean, yesterday we had 7WG talking with the coach yesterday, right, of TJB, saying that they were gifted some pretty good circles, but they're doing good decisions and acting accordingly based on
bootcamp कब जल्दी bro IHC का कफ कॉल लगा के बात करना bro. फुल डाउन फुल आ गया IOT वाले मैटर का क्या हुआ bro, मुझे नहीं पता उस मैटर का क्या हुआ है क्या नहीं हुआ है.
Defensive positions you have
I really
in that position is going to be rocks and trees. So 2 angles are going to be negating any kind of push in that vicinity, in that kind of area. So it's solid, and I think that one thing that did help them out a lot, Hot Jukes, is that all the other teams were fighting each other on the edge, which means they didn't really have a 4-man team pushing on the area. It was always like a solo, a duo, maybe a trio.
कैसे हो fun with CS
right
एकदम बढ़िया आप सुनाएं आप कैसे हो
they
यार?
had the position advantage. It was
Last
all
everyone is
going the
trolling
way
TGB
of
in Chinese social media. Some
Yeah,
of
that's
this
why whenever you get
were
the
even
last in
crying.
Sandhawk, it's just that much more
I yet
potent,
need to
right?
get
I mean,
CD
because, you know,
qualify
the
at
blue
least
zone just
when
comes in
bro
so
momentum
viciously,
चाहिए
you're forced
momentum
to fight
आइए
those teams
को
on the
if
edge.
they want to
There's nothing
qualify.
you could do. So you saw Navi forced to fight Tianba, IHC, which I thought would have had a little bit of a better game considering that they had that northern precision just on top of TJB. But unfortunately, they weren't able to get it done. And that it really grinds my gears here, because to me, this was their opportunity, right? Like they needed to win this game, I think, in order for them to feel comfortable to make it into that survival stage, Jason. But, oh man, it's just, it's not looking good.
Well, I'm going to see how things are going to shape up. Obviously, it's taking into account some of these other teams. I think the fact that Vengeance was able to get so deep,
IHC downfall is
more
serious.
comfortable, but obviously with still 5 matches left to go, we're going to find out here. But one team we do have to mention that you two were heavily discussing was Falcons.
Pin कर दो ये
and
चीज.
how
सब लोग बार-बार
consistent
पूछेंगे.
they
क्या पूछेंगे
played
बार-बार?
Sandhawk in terms of their positions and rotations.
Yeah. We were theorizing with the Jukes during that game, like, this is kind of interesting, because we know that this has been the case for years now. The Falcons drop in boot camp, and very quickly they pivot into Boot Camp Hill, south of Boot Camp, which has been a great scouting position, especially in this circle, Jukes. It was a great spot for them to play from. But FaZe, I really think, read into that. They dropped Trifecta, which is the old reject split they had in PMWC, PMGO, and then they said, wait, we can punish this rotate pretty much for free on Falcons, which currently is a contender for that top 3. So I think FaZe came in with a game plan here, Jukes.
Oh, I think they did as well. And that's the thing, is that, you know what, at a certain level, when you're here at PMGC, these teams have so much respect for each other. And that's why we see a lot of the times these teams, you know, constantly do very similar things. But we're on the final day here. It's do or die, right? So any kind of...
I heard Alex joining PL team. Yes, why Falcons not dominating like old STE. Wait करो, watch करो. क्या पता आगे 5 मैचेस में कर जाए. Missing some streams. Read Alex STPAL. सुनने में आया था कि PL वाला सीन हो रहा है. I heard पे false allegations थे. They didn't know they can't bring personal devices. जब मैच एंड हुआ, they were using personal devices, जो कि NRX के ने एडमिन को बता के allegation लगाया. Fit read करने का.
Okay. Unfortunately, they weren't able to survive late into the game. Okay. But I love seeing plays like that.
I love what we said. All FaZe, that was a really good early play, and they're just not on the first half of this page. But it was a really good mechanical play for the drop.
बाद के मैच फोन अलाउड नहीं था बाहर ले जाना, शायद फलक ले गया था इसलिए मैच के बाद फोन. Okay, I hate without जितना अपने भी लाइन पे होता है अभी, मतलब इस साल जो मैंने लास्ट लाइन लगा लिया था उसमें ऐसा था कि आपके पर्सनल डिवाइसेस सबमिट हो रहे थे. अब PMGC का मेरे को नहीं पता क्या सीन है कि क्या नहीं है.
Into TJB, and we already mentioned they had that solid 2-2 split. You
ये
do not survive that transition.
जो
You are
बताया
getting instantly
ये बंदे
eliminated,
ने
as we
जो
saw
है
for Nigma Galaxy. So I think Vengeance here, that plan to survive until the late game
हो
to then
सकता है, ये
secure second
possibilities भी हो
place
सकती है.
was the best option they had
मैच
available
खत्म
at
होने
the
के
time.
बाद
Even maybe Nigma could have done it, Jukes.
You know, actually,
देख रहे हो कि मतलब कि हाँ क्या कैसा कौन क्या खेल रहा है अपना मैच खत्म होने के बाद.
Play go it south. They had no choice, right? You're on the so bottom of the leaderboards. You need to survive. You need to put any points on the board you can.
ग्राउंड में रहेंगे बंदे उनको ज्यादा अच्छे से पता होगा.
Was if Nigma Galaxy should have gone south towards Vengeance position, right? Now, I think that.
What about the reports of I8 cheating? I don't know, bro.
They had so many eliminations.
Gami bhai, I don't know. I really don't know.
Win, which is something I think they needed to do in order to usurp TJB for that first place. Of course, they didn't because TJB.
कोई कुछ बोल रहा है, कोई कुछ बोल रहा है. Better to focus on PMGC last day. इतना अच्छा competition हमको देखने को मिल रहा है. I think इस पे focus करते हो ज़्यादा अच्छा रहेगा.
Going and wrapping down south towards Vengeance. What do you think, though?
I mean, I think Nigma should have gone into the Vengeance position and actually fight it from there. I think that would have been a really good angle for them to play from. But you know what? At the end of the day, it was a TJB kind of game. Jukes and they got himself their 5th chicken dinner. And I really want to go back and see previous PMGC league stages. Who got the chicken dinner record? Like, highest amount of chicken dinners in the league stage, because 5 is an insane amount for the amount of matches played, Jukes. So, like, is this a new record in the making? I'll have to check.
I think so too. I mean, they're playing. I mean,
क्या लग रहा है Falcon
10
जारी
a game
Grand Finals.
Plus. That is
देखो 5 मैचेस बचे ब्रो. TJB look settled now bro. अब वो फ्लो मोमेंटम की बात करते हैं ना, वो लॉबी को पढ़ चुकी है कि कैसा इसको करना है. इस लॉबी में इसको पता है माइंडसेट से कि कहाँ पे काम रहना है, कहाँ पे किस तरीके से कैसे सिचुएशन पे निकालना है. काफी स्टेबल लग रही है.
This is going to be our best map. Well, unfortunately for them, not much was really done. They went out going south in Paradise Resort.
मैं तो नेक्स्ट ग्रुप में 4MVD के TT को सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ. What about Ayogi भाई? ग्रुप देखता हूँ अगर फिर
area,
करते हैं.
but unfortunately for them, it was just not quite able to work out.
क्या पता और भी टीम हो भाई.
Jukes, we've played Sanhok so many times. The terrain
TT को तो
south of
करूँगा.
Paradise Resort is an
बाकी और
absolute
बताता हूँ.
plague. It is horrible to play, and unfortunately for some of these squads, they were just struggling to get out of that kind of area.
Well, you guys at home who are watching the show, make sure you guys go into the... Well, I mean, you're going to be watching on the English YouTube channel anyways, but you can vote on who we're going to be interviewing next with Several Worlds Gaming, whether it's going to be Falcons, Navi, or Enigma Galaxy. Make sure you guys get your
चलो
votes
guys, match number 2
now.
about to start.
But as the last note for me,
and which team you are rooting for? आपको कौन सी top 3 team चाहिए? नीचे कमेंट करके जल्दी से बताओ. And if you're new to the stream, guys, make sure to hit the like and subscribe to the channel.
Points in that last match make it even harder now for you to catch up to these teams and break through to top 3. And whereas at the bottom of the tables, I mean, we did have Nsilo get a good couple amount of points here, able to put them up to 10th place, which is going to be very important as we progress through the game, because the gap is starting to grow here as well in the bottom of the rankings, where previously it wasn't that many points. Well, we didn't see Furia, we didn't see Virtus Pro really step up. Ultra Ego getting 0 points on this game.
But ध्यान देना
I
चाहिए
hate
इन
to say it,
चीजों का.
Max, but it's looking like your boy Rosemary might not make
ये
it through.
चीज मतलब बड़ी भी cost कर सकती है.
Reality I have to kind of accept, Jason, that might be happening here. I mean, at
देखो क्या लग रहा है,
what
तू
point do
बता
we
भाई
start counting out for real some of these bottom squads in the bottom
missing
5?
reject
Because we're
this
going to
year.
get to that
Yes,
point
reject
where
होती मजा आता.
right
Group
now,
green में भी
IC
बढ़िया teams है.
technically, oh yeah, they might be
RCB,
able to
DK,
do a bit of a
TT1,
comeback,
Liquid,
but if they
etc.
still remain in that
Liquid.
position by, you know, game 3, I'm telling you, IHG are out, then it's going to be VP, then Furia, then Ultra Ego. We're going to go up that list really, really quickly. Game 1's already done, and we're going on the Erangel, and we know, Jukes, that Erangel right now, for these top teams, for your TJBs, for your Navis, for your Enigma Galaxies, for your IWNRXs, this is going to be their battleground where they get a huge portion of their points. So those bottom squads are going to have a real
रोहित
tough time
जखवाल जा
making it
सकती है
out of
Falcon
that
यार.
red zone.
They have
yes,
the
they are,
potential
man.
and
I mean,
capabilities.
IHC,
मैं डाउट तो
VP,
नहीं
I think
करता
they
भाई
need to win
Falcon
this
पे.
next
बाकी
game,
देखते
to be
क्या
honest
सीन
with you,
होता
if we're gonna
है.
see them
यहाँ
make
नहीं
it on
जाएगी
in,
तो कोई
because
दिक्कत नहीं है.
that
सर्वाइवल
door is
स्टेज
just
है,
closing
लास्ट
on
चांस
them,
है, बट
and
यहीं से
they
चले
need
जाए
to
तो
kick it
बढ़िया है.
wide open with something big, I think, in order to make it into that next stage. But another team that I'm really
ज्यादा
worried
खेलने
about,
को मिलेगा
Max,
Falcon को.
and another player that
अगर
we
लास्ट
might
चांस
not
से
see in
सर्वाइवल
the
स्टेज वाले
finals
चांस पे जाती है
is
तो.
Z-Wolf. And that would be crazy because Enigma Galaxy just popped off. Navi, TJB, if they want to make it straight to the finals, they need a big game here and soon.
Yeah, we have to see eventually. I'm even looking at Tiamba and Getsoroy here. We need to see a game if you want to try and contend by the end of today for that top 3 position. Again, you got so many storylines happening. The race for top 3, the race to make in survival stage, the race to also not get out of the conversation in the first 2 to 3 matches of today. You still want to stay relevant in the conversation. So all 16 teams have something to fight for here going into these matches, and going into Erangel, you know it's going to get real good. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's becoming do or die time here if you want to have a chance to make it, whether it's into the survival stage or into the grand finals directly. Let's head into our first Erangel of 3 of the day with John Allen and Blaine.
I absolutely agree 100%.
Guys, let's go. Match number 2. Important match. What do you think? कहाँ पे zone जाएगा आपके according? Comment करके बताइए नीचे जल्दी.
Yeah, we do have a bit of an interesting playing path coming through already. Again, I think that when we look at these games,
matches
it is
कितने
so
जल्दी start
difficult
होते हैं,
to
India
call
में
who's going to be
नहीं होते हैं
dropping
line
out and heading through into the bottom 5. There is a fair few teams that I think all of us here on the broadcast do want to make it into that top 3.
आ रही है
It's hard to decide at this point in time because
which
it
phone
has
they
been
are
so
using.
close. We do have so
Android.
many teams who are really good, who could absolutely make an impact in the grand finals, but there is still only 3 slots, and that isn't changing.
Guys, कहाँ का zone जल्दी बताओ. एक western, eastern या military. मेरे को तो military देखना पसंद है. मैं military देख के excited हो जाता हूँ.
It's kind of anyone's game. I mean, you're playing 3 days. You're only
कल हमारे
playing
कौन
2
से
days
circle
of
आए थे?
games, which makes it very, very volatile.
Rozok centric था और एक query वाला था और एक Georgia की side पे था. 3 circle कल आए थे हमारे. उससे पहले हमारे military वाला भी बना है. Multiple circles बने ही हैं यहाँ पे अभी के time पे. ऐसा इसमें इस बार इस lobby पे ऐसा नहीं हुआ कि सिर्फ query zone जा रहा है वैसा सीन. चलो FLC अपने ड्रॉप पे, नावी अपने ड्रॉप पे, मिल्टा पावर, अल्टर ईगो लाइव मैक्स अपने ड्रॉप पे, जो हेलीपोफ का, मेंशन प्रिजन, TJP सेवर्नी, NRX जारी IHC अपने साउथ सिटी, फेस कंटेनर्स, निगमा जारी पुचिन की. चलो
and Navi all having really strong matches. I think you look
Northern
at
Western, Northeast Zone, Northeast Zone.
They might have just cleared themselves in towards a guaranteed top 3.
VP.
Still, things can change. I think it'll depend on this next map. But now the fact that we are on that northwest side, Tongjibao starting with Severny, there is a strong rotational path for them ahead.
कौन सी टीम थी वो अपनी वहाँ पे होती थी जो स्कूल की साइड वो बेटी ना करे बस.
Week from group yellow, the cutoff for
पुचुंगी जोन तो बढ़िया स्लैम्स आएंगे 400 होगा. Yes.
184, so if you'd have got 185,
George Hill zone. IHC 20 points incoming. Let's see. कल 17 आए थे, आज क्या होता है?
Team Queso, their countrymen, they have been looking for a little bit of an improvement so far over the course of this tournament, but right now they're on the bubble. 7WG did manage to get caught up with them, so let's take a listen.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. This time it's going to be in regards to Team Queso. I got a chance to talk to one of the players. He said that the biggest issue so far in PMGC league stage has been individual errors. They're trying to clean that up. So I know Blank was talking about just teams having to be a little bit more disciplined, especially those bottom teams. This is one team that has to do that, but they also have to be willing to take risks. And right now, the energy is not quite there yet for Team Queso. Hopefully they can pick it up.
क्या होता है? Guys, interaction करते रहो chat के अंदर ज़्यादा मजा आता है.
Individual mistakes,
yes,
seemingly how they feel their games haven't been going as strong as they could do, and right now is not the time to be making those sorts of mistakes. Blank in that 12th place position.
I think it's fair enough. When you get down towards
Georgia final बनेगा if I'm not wrong.
Individual mistakes are going to be happening because there is a lot of pressure on you. This is not a case of we dropped out the top 3, so I guess we'll go to survival stage.
Georgia Hill वाला भी interesting रहेगा. IHC जल्दी
लेगी. We dropped out into the bottom 5. We're not going any further. We're going home. So those individual mistakes are going to happen more frequently, especially in that last day. Which is why the point scoring margin here is so terrifying for a lot of teams because it's not a case of we have to be 1 or 2 spots ahead and they're 10 points behind, so it should be easy to stay ahead. No,
जो नीचे वाला एरिया होगा वहाँ पे बनेगा क्लस्टर गंदे वाला
all the way down
एंडिंग
to 15
के जोन्स में बोल रहा हूँ
all with a big chance to leapfrog over.
अगर आप देखो अभी जोन का मेजर पार्ट अभी नीचे की तरफ को भी है जॉर्जिया हिल से नीचे वाला, बट अगर जोन गलती से ऊपर की तरफ को आ जाता है तो नीचे खेलने वाली टीम से सारी टीम्स ऊपर की तरफ मूव इन करेगी तो काफी भसड़ होने वाली है आपकी साउदर्न साइड पे और 9 बजे से 3 बजे के बीच में काफी भसड़ होने वाली है, बहुत ज्यादा भसड़ 9, 6 और 3 के बीच में ये एंट्री पॉइंट्स रहेंगे मैक्सिमम टीम्स के. अगर जोन नीचे जाता है तो नदन साइड पे बहुत भसड़ होने वाली है, स्पेशली क्यूब वाली साइड पे मेन एंट्रीज होती है टीम्स की. क्यूब वाली साइड से आपकी मैक्सिमम टीम्स एंट्रीज मारती है, लाइक सेवेनी वाली टीम हो गई और नॉर्थ जॉर्जिया वाली टीम अगर वहाँ पे होल्ड कर रही है क्यूब पे भी एक्सेस लेके रखती है. कोई टीम वाटर सिटी से घूम के तो नहीं आ रही है, वो रोटेशन कट के लिए. लेट्स सी. सारे जोन ऊपर की साइड ही जा रहे हैं. वैसे मैंने आपको बता दिया 12 बजे वाले शिफ्ट्स 12 बजे और नदन वेस्टर्न शिफ्ट्स इसकी प्रोबेबिलिटी ज्यादा है कंपैरेटिवली अदर शिफ्ट्स के जो हम स्टार्टिंग से देख ही रहे हो आप मेरे साथ. बट हाँ अगर जोन जाएगा तो नीचे एक बार इसमें वो होता है कि आप अगर आप मैप फीड देखोगे ना खोल के मैप ड्रॉप्स देखोगे तो आप ड्रॉप्स निकालो कहीं के अगर किसी ने बनाया हो पीएमजीसी के उसमें सर्कल सोचो कि क्या है एंड जो नीचे की टीम्स है खेलने वाली तो आपको समझ आएगा मैं क्या बोलना चाह रहा हूँ कि कितनी भसड़ रहने वाली है उस साइड पे. जो मैंने बजे बताया ना आपको 9 बजे से 3 बजे के बीच में. अगर ऊपर जोन गया नीचे गया तो फिर ऊपर से भसड़ रहने वाली है.
Ghetto Roy and Vengeance are the interesting ones to me because I look downwards and Cilio, FaZe, Team Queso, Alter Ego, Furia, VP and IHC all have this pedigree behind them. So it's just odd to me seeing
West Coast
it's Ghetto Roy and Vengeance who are ahead of them here. And I think that they have just had a better understanding of what improvements they've needed to make throughout the day.
IHC को हिल तो लेनी चाहिए जल्दी. IHC का PUBG आया क्या हमारे सामने?
It was 1.7 average eliminations to now 2.8 going into day 3. So they've definitely went lower deck, cleared up those holes, those breaches in the ship, and they have looked a lot nicer.
मेरे को stream off दिख रहा है and notification भी नहीं आया.
Definitely need to be sailing on open water there, nice and calm. That's what you're looking for, but there's going to be plenty of
टीजीबी यार टीजीबी का एज एग्जीक्यूशन मेरे को बहुत प्यारा लगा यार, ये थोड़ा रिसर्च करने वाली चीज़ है। काश इनका इंडिविजुअल पीओवी मिल जाए ना कहीं से। गाइस मेरे को एक चीज़ बताओ, पीएल में टीजीबी का इंडिविजुअल पीओवी स्ट्रीम हो रहा है क्या? मुझे देखना है इनका गेम यार, हो रहा है तो लेट मी नो। एनीवन वाचिंग पीएल हो या बिली एवरीथिंग डू यू, क्या टीजीबी का इंडिविजुअल सिर्फ पीओवी दिखा रहे हैं टीजीबी का?
Teams seem to be favoring a more central style as we've become accustomed to over the last few days.
SI8 on our screens. That's the team that I think you really want to get in towards that top 3, but is looking less and less likely
Ayogi
as
यार
the day
मैसेज
goes
तो बोल
on.
लो, फिर बोलता है इंटरेक्शन
Realistically, again, it's what I was saying here. Realistically, Nigma Galaxy, Na'Vi, Tongji Bao.
What is Zora? I
all
said
through these teams
2022
just need
Nova
one more big
Infinity.
game,
Yes bro,
and
yes.
then they're pretty
Nova
much
का
set
अपना
for the rest of
एक
the
और
day
रहा है
because
bro.
the consistency that they've
हो
displayed,
रहा, हाँ
I
शायद
imagine
PC
after
Lite
one strong
को
match,
पूछो।
it's going to be hard to profit over the top of them going forward unless they completely drop the ball.
भाई मैं तो ये सोच रहा हूँ, अभी एक बंदे ने कुछ इताची ने टारगेट वाली बात करी। भाई इमेजिन करो जो टीम अभी क्वालिफिकेशन में लटकी होगी, समझो थर्ड फोर्थ फिफ्थ रैंक पे, भाई कोई टीम रोटेशन कट पे ऐसा वैसा सीन हो गया, इक्का दुक्का ऑफ गार्ड प्लेयर पकड़ लिया, उसका तो पूरा गेम खराब नहीं हो जाएगा भाई? अभी से गैप बना दो, जिसको क्वालिफाई होना है टॉप 3 पे। एंड में मेरे को भसड़ नजर आ रही है।
That fear of being knocked out of the whole tournament. But teams at the top, the worst thing that can happen to them is to go to survival stage.
TGB one-sided pill this way.
Yeah, that's still though a much less favorable result.
Guys, अपने उस ग्रुप का क्या गया था? हाँ, EHC ने ले ली हिल बढ़िया।
Much less favorable? I don't know.
What, than getting a direct qualification?
Where zone bro? ऊपर नीचे?
I would say getting knocked out.
Okay, ऊपर।
Well, yeah, more favorable than getting knocked out entirely, but it's still a really dangerous situation.
देखो मैंने आपको गाइस एक चीज बताई थी अभी मैच से पहले, अगर आप पॉज करके देखोगे, जो मैंने आपको बताया था कि 3 बजे से 6 बजे से के बीच में, 3 से 9 के बीच में बोला था बेसिकली मैंने, अगर आप 2 एजेस पकड़ लो 3 से 9, 9 से 6 कि यहाँ पे बसड़ हो सकती है। अगर जोन अभी ऊपर जाएगा ना, और क्लस्टर अभी हमारे को कितने देखने को मिला, 9 से 6 के बीच में, तो अगर जोन गलती से ऊपर गया तो ये भसड़ इस साइड पे रहेगी। एंट्रीज की पॉसिबिलिटीज काफी मतलब हार्ड रहने वाली है यहाँ पे।
galling to have that sort of a result.
अच्छी खासी मल्टीपल टीम्स हैं
front of you as well. When you see the teams ahead of you just accelerate away and you're like
4MV टू डोमिनेट टीम जिससे एवरेज टाइएसए का ट्रेडमार्क है हमेशा। जाके वैसे एक चीज है कि आप लोग जाके एक बार PMGC भी देखना, PMGC सीजन 0।
But for, like I said, for these teams at the top side, getting that first strong game of the day, the fact that it's all 3 of them getting it, it's surprising to say the least. But yeah, it does mean that for the start of the day here, for our next 5 matches, Nigma Galaxy, Na'Vi, and Dongjibao are all just laughing really at this point in time because they've been able to accelerate ahead from a lot of our squads. IW, NRX, and Falcons still looking to put those points margins back up again. But there has just been mistakes coming through from both these teams. IW, NRX not always looking as bold and as controlling over some of their team fights we've seen over past years. And the Falcons, I would say that there's mistakes happening on that team. They're still a really strong squad. They're still putting up points margin because they all are individually very strong players. But there's just some little moments here and there from them where I'm like, that didn't go well and it could have gone better. For instance, even that fight versus FaZe, I think although East is in boot camp, technically quite central, I think you give up the central position to make sure that you're not going down in essentially a 2v3.
And if you want to catch up with Falcons, well, you can vote for them to be the team that is interviewed. If you're enjoying the interviews, you guys, the fans, have an opportunity to let us know which team you would like to hear from next. And
PL चैनल पर लाइव होता है PL। मैं PL की बात नहीं कर रहा था गाइस, मैं बात कर रहा था मेरे को TJP का POV देखना था इंडिविजुअली बंदों का, कोई दिक्कत नहीं छोड़ो।
On standby for an interview with 7WG at some point during the show, so make sure that you are voting to say which team you want to hear from. So we'll catch up with them and get you all that juicy gossip as to what they're feeling, how they're looking at the last set of the matches today and getting on.
FLC I10 IHC let's go देखते हैं. FLC के लिए काफी important ये मैच रहेगा, but यार बसड़ बहुत है FLC कैसे zone लेगी?
Who's going to have it available for us now? Looking at this shift, that is plenty interesting. Blank IHC at the top of Everest, overlooking.
ज़्यादा हो गया 25 किलो उनका परफॉर्मेंस नहीं आ रहा है. FLC के लिए जोन लेना बहुत टफ रहेगा ब्रो. ये पता नहीं कैसा मैच जाएगा FLC का. चनौक में नहीं करना चाहिए था यार, मिस्टेक कर दिया थोड़ा सा उन्होंने.
Too many Everest circles before, and I always really like the dynamic of the fielded area down towards the south of Everest and the compounds that
शिफन PUBG स्ट्रीम करता है. मेरे को PUBG स्ट्रीम चाहिए यार TJB का. वह आप लोगों को भी देखना चाहिए, आप लोगों को भी काफी सीखने को
मिलेगा. And I think it does test a lot of our teams of how they want to play out their rotations. Do they play ruins, stay a little bit out of the way? Do they try and be the king of the mountain? Because FaZe is now looking to head up over towards our eastern side, and IHC is looking for their response. And already FaZe is getting pushed back a little bit, but I think that is from off angles.
Maxman's highlighted something as well in this in the group chat, is that we're at 12.5 minutes. This is almost certainly the longest we've seen a game go without losing a single player, and he's topped that one off with a hashtag discipline, which I think is fairly apt. He's also brought up
से हटेगा zone नीचे आएगा.
This is a circle that IHC used to qualify for PMWC in the spring, so definitely something that they are familiar with and they're ready to fight for it.
Hey man, the previous point was from the jukebox himself. It's Hot Jukes.
Oh, you're right. Oh my goodness. I think it was Kalaris actually. That's my bad.
Yeah, you got to give him credit. Credit where credit's due, you know.
No, it was Hot Jukes.
Yeah,
my bad.
We do finally lose some players. 30 minutes in. So 2 players now down, but yeah, a lot of players just looking to keep themselves on side. It needs Vengeance to lose those 2, and Vengeance, who was on the up and up there, I think they really just need to have one more decent game and keep that consistency up. But here's Falcons up against Na'Vi. This is a big fight, and already one player goes down in Lemon.
FLC के लिए तो बहुत बड़ी fight
now,
है.
what is Na'Vi's decision here? Do they continue the fight or do they send away?
क्या 50 पॉइंट से क्वालीफाई होंगे IHC? 64 पॉइंट है ब्रो. क्वालीफाई होने के लिए अभी भाई बहुत पॉइंट चाहिए. मेरे को लग रहा है 100 प्लस कट ऑफ तो 11 उसका चले जाएगा भाई.
Team Cases already picks up that strong compound that sits on the western edge of Everest, and Na'Vi's been pushed out into the blue.
I mean, the difficulty for Falcons here is that they are locked in as 2 here. Actually, finally, a flex out comes through. The rest of the players are a lot closer to the next circle and trying to make work on the path forwards for them, but turning RV around, that's going to allow them to regroup now to their forward position. I think they've still got the 1 player on the front foot there. Na'Vi losing 1, but we'll get away with 3, rotating up to the north.
It's a quick decision they make because they know that they're heading into stage 4. That's where the circle's going to really start to pump damage across to them. They want just consistent games coming through, and that circle really does not benefit them whatsoever. Though Falcons are running into quite the zone of death over on this western side of the zone. We've got Nigma Galaxy, Team K, so Tiamba all lined up here, and Falcons were one of the last to enter. They have this small field with the ridge sides on the roads to play around with. You can see that IHC already finding the shots over towards 6, knocking him out the vehicle as they attempted to get up towards Everest. What a bold push from them.
Going to move all the way up into the thick of it. Falcons taking a lot of damage from Tianba. There's the spray down onto Action, sorry. There's the nade over the top from QZ to just make life all the harder. From the south side, the crunch is on. This is just a 1-player flex out from Tianba. Nigma Galaxy really sit in front of the Falcons. That is their major
5
hurdle.
4 seconds, 3 seconds.
When you've got a pest over the ridgeline, just launching nades at you time and time again, even if he is getting backed off, but gets that healing on. Falcons just have to slow things down. The question I have though is where does Tianba go? Because of the circle shifting off of Everest, they do have to move out to the east, but there isn't too much conflict there for them to worry about.
The difficulty heading towards the east here though is that you're locked into trying to play around where ASIA is playing, and then any ground towards the north side of ASIA, it's somewhat no man's land. You need a clean fight versus ISA to make this happen. That means 4 players left alive, so Tiamba's got to be pretty careful here. They do find Icy as he tries to wrap through.
Will manage to get that spray down. Another knock to the back lines, and Tiamba are doing well, but unfortunately, finally an opening is found, and XC has to hit the deck as well, has to get some healing done. On their flank, Falcons are pushing in.
Zone क्या BT देगा? NGX वालों को देखो.
Quite a lot before. It looks like they're going to repeat that.
सब BT देंगे, zone भी BT देगा, NGX वाले BT देंगे, TN by BT देंगे. फंस गए बेचारे, वो कुछ नहीं कर सकते. Even TN by यहाँ फंस गई है.
The players on the ridge line, the Falcons
TN by FLC खत्म bro.
There's the off angle coming on through for Enigma Galaxy, who really want to pick these points up where they can. The shutdown onto the Falcons, their bid for the top 3, once again curtailed here in our first area go.
Yeah, Falcons out again. We're running 2 eliminations. It's a sad experience for them so far. And being cut out both first few matches means that the pressure just mounts and mounts and mounts here. For Vengeance, I think they're going down to just the 1 player now.
But TN जिस side गई है, वहाँ पे team है क्या? वहाँ सिर्फ IAT थी split पे. पूरा southern edge IAT ने पूरा grab करा था. उनकी edge पूरी खाली थी. अभी TN जहाँ से move करके गई है.
So I can't imagine they're getting too much further into this one. PMGC, on the other hand, northeast side of the field. They're happy.
भाई बैक टू बैक अगर मैं बात करूं, दूसरा मैच FLC का ये कि जो अच्छा नहीं गया है.
For Enigma Galaxy, well, less mad, more calm, calculated, but Team Queso are here to play as well. Let's see if these individual mistakes can be patched up. An immediate opener, and that's great to start things off for Team Queso, but there's a little bit of danger left in the wings. Where that name come from? The backline pressure and Incilio picked them up almost immediately.
ऐसे मर जाएंगे वो.
Back and Fash does get knocked, but he can start the crawl on through. Enigma Galaxy looking to rampage on the compound, and Westron holds down that angle. Redlick at the backline, launching nade after nade. Can they get Fash back up? Incilio holding well against a double crash.
Yeah, Incilio, I don't know how they've kind of got away with this, but they certainly have, so well done to them. But obviously, this is not an easy position to be in for Incilio. The fact they've been able to battle back is very important, but their point scoring...
क्योंकि मेरे को एक मैच और याद आ रहा है, ये नहीं शायद इस टाइप के जोन में अच्छा मैच निकाला था और उस टाइम भी क्वालिफिकेशन का ही सीन था. वो मैच आप लोगों को याद है कि यही ओपन फील्ड में खत्म हुआ था कहीं पे. वो IHC के लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट फाइट. अरे रोज भाई कभी तो मारो.
An immediate flush comes through and FaZe are pushing IHC up to the wall with their backs to it. I think they might just fall through. And IHC have to fold, move down the sides of Everest here, play on as 2.
I see, sits underneath, and again, this is a team that does usually have pretty damn good control over towards the Everest position. Sad to see them fall like this, though.
PMGC I8 कहीं मेरे को याद है कुछ ऐसा ही कुछ जोन आया था उस टाइम भी क्वालिफिकेशन का सीन था, तो I8 मार के कुछ क्वालिफाई हुई थी उस टाइम पे. अच्छा एज कंट्रोल है, पूरा सदर्न साइड एक साइड को जोन गया है. I8 ने अच्छा स्प्लिट्स भी रखे हैं और बैक भी अच्छे से लाइक देख रहे हैं.
Info रख रहे हैं. They'll have a massive impact and a great chance to pick up more eliminations. They're up to 4.
मेरे को मैच याद आया अभी एक हुआ है एक मैच ऐसे ही. I guess ग्लोबल लेवल पे ही हुआ है और I8 ने ये अच्छा खेला था, सेम जोन बना था. Yes bro 25 kills था. हाँ वो हाईएस्ट किल वाला I8 का एक मैच आया था जो पूरे उनके ओपन के अच्छे किल्स निकाले थे उन्होंने, पूरा जोन नीचे को आ गया था. हो सकता है I8 का चिकन हो.
PMGC, nice spot. But do take a knock.
ये तो सारी टीम बजड़ में ही है.
Attempted to get in. Alter Ego trying to make up for
past mistakes. यार प्लीज पॉइंट निकाल लो यार.
They got handled by Navi pretty easily.
रोजमेरी खेल रहा है आज. भाई आज भी रोजमेरी नहीं खेल रहा है यार.
Molotov will finish off 6-7-6 in that front line.
चोक कर गया रोजमेरी.
There's tons of off angles all over the place. Nasty lineup from that northeast edge. In comes Ghetto Roy versus Furia though, and it's Zunder trying to hold off on the inside. Silence crouched on the outer edge. Just Porsche remaining.
हाँ ये 7 versus 8 था. सबको मैच याद आ गया. देखो गाइस मैं ऐसे मैच करवाता हूँ ना यार.
A wonderful start for them here on our angle, and that puts them back up into a position where they can challenge versus a lot of our teams.
भाई फ्यूरिया दे दिया कंपटीशन यहाँ पे टीम्स को जो बॉटम पे थी. फ्यूरिया ने फिर भी थोड़ा मोमेंटम पकड़ा है. अब पता नहीं आगे कैसा खेलेगी. यहाँ पे निकाल दे अच्छा +1 for them.
The circle was a hard shift down to the south and a difficult approach cut them out of it. But this time around, they're not letting that phase them. They will be moving in again from the north side, but they pushed in, and as you say, 7 eliminations. The placement points will start to add up fairly soon, and hopefully they can keep their ascension going, and the do Brazils from the desk can get a little bit bigger from Hot Jukes and from 7 over in the arena as well. Virtus Pro were taking shots to TJB and actually finding more and more openings, Blank.
Yeah, I mean, it is Alter Ego and Virtus Pro going up against Tongjibao right now. Malloy gets a rundown on towards Flower. IQ's able to
Fury का comeback already हो चुका है. Fury ने कल तक अच्छा momentum पकड़ा है. Top 3, top 4 आ ही रहे हैं मैच में. देखो इस मैच में क्या करती है.
Alter Ego looking to clean up the pieces afterwards, but in comes Furia. Thurston rocks up. IHG over towards Nick McGalaxy. What is happening? It is all systems go for every single team here as they attempt to transform this game into something that keeps their tournament alive.
Alter Ego का अभी एक नॉक टियनबा NGX कोई बीटी करा बहुत बढ़िया. टियनबा ने अच्छा मूव लिया वो वाला जो आपका पीछे से घूम के गए ना सदर्न साइड से नीचे से. उनको अच्छा जोन मिल गया. वहाँ पे क्लस्टर भी नहीं था. मेजर जो मैंने आपको क्लस्टर वाला बताया वो पॉइंट पे अरे फाइट उधर की होगी 3 बजे से 9 से 6 के बीच में.
Still 7 points on the match, and that is going to prime them to be in position to make this one work. The placement points will start to kick in a little bit. FaZe accelerating away from them though, and the goalposts will continue to move. ASIA isolated on this south side. Blank,
zone
they might have a good
out of the zone.
Here. Triple S goes down to it, and that is going to be another elimination found. 4 points on this match, with Na'Vi down, with IWNRX down. Nick McGalaxy most likely going to be going down here as well. This is a big opportunity for the team from Pakistan.
For ASIA, like they were playing on this south side for such a long time, and again, if the circle starts to push down towards the south, you have a great control.
अगर आ गया तो मजा आ जाएगा भाई. WhatsApp ग्रुप देखो Xerox भाई ने भेजा players PUBG. मैं देखता हूँ थोड़ी देर में देखता हूँ अभी मैच पे फोकस करने दो.
There will be a lot of angles looking down that way, looking for free picks. You can see how open it is for ASIA, which is why they're quite split right now.
ये important है. Alter Ego Limax या फिर i8 इन दोनों में से एक का ही चिकन होना चाहिए. i8 ने Alter Ego को बीटी कर दी.
अगर you can't step up and go for shots because there's teams out to your west side. You've got FaZe who are going to be looking over at you. Luckily, they managed to find Falak, and that now flank has been curtailed somewhat. The pressure that they're feeling is lowered. Now, Alter Ego needs to make the most of this time, make the most of this opening to get further on in, and you can see they've just crept forwards a little bit to the next rock on their path.
Noki taking shots over towards Alter Ego now with 3 players still up, 4 eliminations. It's not been a horrid game.
Same to same zone है. i8 वाला जो लास्ट PMGC में था वही तो मैं बोल रहा हूँ. मेरे को भी जस्ट देख के वही याद आया. i8 का बहुत हाईएस्ट वाला मैच जो हुआ था, हाईएस्ट फिनिशेस वाला. फंस गई बे. Alter Ego फंस गई.
These days are nasty.
Oh no, but they're not quite bouncing.
अगर Alter Ego कॉट कर लेती i8 को तो शायद ये Alter मैं बोलता हूँ कि ये Alter Ego का ही चिकन था. i8 ने AE को यहाँ पे कर दिया है. मेरे हिसाब से काफी अच्छा कंट्रोल i8 ऑलरेडी ले चुकी है. सेम स्प्लिट मेरे को लग रहा है जो लास्ट PMGC था वो i8 ने पकड़ा हुआ है.
ASIA controlling from the fields now. Blank, I really like that duo flank out. It was worrying when they took a knock over on that east side to Alter Ego, but they picked it up admirably with a lack of roll down from Alter Ego, the lack of availability of that as an option. They have controlled this south side, and I'm really in awe of this play style right now from ASIA.
छोड़ेगा जोन ओपन पे होगा. i8 अच्छा एंगल पकड़ के लेके हो जाना चाहिए i8 का चिकन if I'm not wrong. IHC ने भी भाई निकाल लिया जैसे तैसे करके पॉइंट्स यहाँ तक आ गई. किधर जोन जाएगा?
I think they understood the worry that there were going to be teams looking
Alter Ego
down from
Limax
the
ने थोड़ा सा
hilltop
जीजी कर दिया
towards their
यहाँ पे.
position. This is why they take
बड़ा
this
मैच था
lineup
उनका.
and they are just causing
अब ये i8 का कन्वर्जन हो जाएगा मेरे को लग रहा है जितना.
In contest with one another on this northeast side. Another great shot from Falak. 7
यार ये
eliminations found
100%
for
सेम
them.
है. आपकी बहुत लंबी उम्र है. बस अब थ्रो ना करे i8. हाँ अब थ्रो ना करे. वो थ्रो यहाँ से क्या ही बनता है? क्या ही थ्रो करेगी?
Moving that high ground angle now as Falak tries to roll on forwards. I think staying up on this hill isn't a terrible idea. It's dangerous though, and if FaZe catch this, if they capitalize on this lone player, oh my goodness, has to fall back, and that's exactly the sort of danger that I'm talking about. However, just his presence here makes things so much harder for FaZe.
i8 चिकन लग रहा एडवांटेज है. तुम भाई आपने रियल में बोला है या कौन से वाला बोला है? पहले आप ये कंफर्म कर दो.
It's been a
Baki guys, 424 people are watching. If you're new to the stream, make sure to hit the like and subscribe to the channel.
FaZe's position
लो शुभम भाई पनौती लगाने में तो आप
it's a wild rollout. They do find IQ. Mormon goes down to Noki, but potentially Rezabul here. Exploding the vehicle is going to be dangerous. That might be all of FaZe going down. They know they desperately need to get this vehicle exploded, but the shots coming through from Noki in a very shrouded position. Man's playing an assassination game right now.
Yeah, he's in the circle as well. Onzin's looking for that res. The high ground regroups. Falak moved in to keep people
ISC
alive.
का 2-man
but
chicken
unfortunately
incoming.
did go down.
मुश्किल है bro.
You did get res in the meantime, and the nades can start to come through on this position. A bounce over the top, and Onzin's loses his teammate, but not his life just yet. Another one comes on through, but again doesn't quite connect. Coming through on the back line, Onzin's gets that heal off.
भाई शुभम ने बोला ही है just
will ring out as soon as he puts
ये
his head
का
out.
चिकन भाई. बट मेरे को अभी भी लगता है यार आई8 निकाल लेगी फेस को मार के. बस ये एक प्लेयर मारना है इनको यहाँ पे फिनिश करना है फिर निकाल लेगी बस. अभी मेरे को लगता है आई8 निकाल लेगी. यहाँ से भी अगर बोले ना आई8 ने निकाले तो कैसे हो सकता है. एडवांटेज देख के बोल रहा हूँ.
Get a fourth place. I think they're going to be too unhappy with that kind of result here.
Just want to remind people watching as well that we do have.
कल ही आई8 ने थ्रो करा था 4v4 सिचुएशन में. They should regroup.
You head over to the English
They are,
PUBG
yes, they
Mobile
are, bro.
eSports YouTube channel. You can cast your vote in the chat. But let's get locked back in onto this match as ASI8 make their bid towards the top 3. 10 eliminations. The back line is UZM locking it down from the crate.
Already दो
And they
टीम
have
बॉटम
control
में
over
है
this.
भाई.
Incilio have been a roadblock for everybody trying to move through. IHC, remember as well, they're looking for a top 11 spot.
भैया
to
आई8
try
का ही चिकन है भाई.
close
इसमें
out
कुछ
this
वो नहीं
game.
है.
They've descended from the top of Everest. It looked like they may have been done and dusted, but they're into a top 3 guarantee.
भाई मुझे वो लास्ट PMGC का मैच याद आ गया जिसमें हाईएस्ट किल था
But he
आई8
has
के.
not
सेम
been
सेम टू
lucky
सेम.
on finding those shots either. Zjol pushed behind the building, needs some healing, but the blue zone is here. ASI8 are clamping down on this position as well, all in the meantime.
He's fair enough to come through. Zilio might have had a chance on this game. ASA, their control from that south side has been just monstrous, though. Fash not likely to be brought back up into action as Westron and Redlick just attempt to try and get themselves back into a position where they can maybe fight this one out. I don't know how the meds are looking for them, though. And that is Fash going down.
Bara finishes.
3 players still alive, 12 eliminations. A huge chicken dinner available here for ASI8.
A massive opportunity. Zjol goes down, and that is IHC done. It's now just Incilio. 2 players on the inside. 13 elims for ASI8, but an aid up to Noki opens the door for an upset. Incilio can look to move out here, but they're on the inside of the building. They have to leave. They have to step out into the open. The blue zone pushes them away, and ASI8 have them on a chokehold. Moving around the edge there, Westron tries to break out wide.
Chicken.
Redlick up on the high ground, but both of them spotted.
Comeback
1 and 2, and the pride of Pakistan shines through.
Absolutely, what a game from them. It looked to be getting a little bit dire for ASI8, but they bring
competition तो बढ़िया और ज़्यादा.
On that last game.
Against 473 people are watching. If you're new to the stream, make sure to hit the like and subscribe to the channel.
To play on the map, but
good gameplay.
Just goes to show how strong this team is from Pakistan in terms of their control, in terms of the lineup. Very, very well done. It requires some serious maneuvering.
15k minimum 2 man ले लेगी. 25 points. Yes, come back. मेरे को वो standing देखनी है इसके बाद क्या बनती है. And guys, if you're new to the stream, like and subscribe करें. By the way, how many likes? Guys, अगर मैं देखूँ अभी हमारे 249 likes है guys. Almost 500 लोग देख रहे हो. सारे एक साथ like दबा दो और 500 like कर दो. And if you're new to the stream, make sure to hit the subscribe.
Themselves a buttload of eliminations on top of that. This is going to be IA most likely breaking through into top 3. But Hotjukes, Max Ben, what was your takeaway from this game?
Everyone is scared of I8. Oh my god. I mean, we saw Drix at one point, Falak just pushing onto TJB. He gets the clutch, by the way. He gets the
Somebody was saying I8 was using
crazy clutch. And then all of
I8
Alter Ego,
love.
book it. The moment they see
India भी
Falak
होती.
get
मजा India होती
remotely
तो मजा
close to
आता
their
भाई.
location, like that, we don't want to deal with the Pakistani. They're too powerful. We're out of here.
yeah, and rightfully so, because these guys were just on fire this
Vote
match.
कर रहा हूँ. Worst perform कर रही है BGM
Perfectly
इसके
on
time पे
time, too. I can't
neutral
stress it
था.
enough. If these guys want to make it straight to the
11
finals,
Indian
they
teams,
need a game like this right here, right now. A chicken dinner with double-digit eliminations. This
NRX
is
and
100%
GX made
gonna
that
put them in the running for top
allegation.
3.
I was a little bit scared there at one point. Drix
Bro,
looking at
chill
Noki, like,
मारो.
you're getting
कल
a
की
bit
बात कल हो
overconfident,
चुकी है.
you're learning
Past is
from
past.
Falak. That's a
Focus
bad
करो
tendency
future
to
पे.
have, but
अभी
sure he does get
मतलब
taken out,
अभी
but the other
जो
two players
पुराना
like
बीत
Heels
चुका
are
है.
able to just
प्रेजेंट
lock
की
down
बात
that
करो.
game versus Incilio
थोड़ा फ्यूचर की बात करते हैं. प्रेजेंट में चल रहा है कि आईएट ने चिकन निकाल दिया है. पॉइंट्स टेबल काफी ऊपर नीचे हो चुकी होगी आईएट के बाद. फॉर श्योर टॉप 3 पे आ गई होगी. तो लेट्स फोकस कि अभी हमारी फर्स्ट रैंक टीजीबी होगी. सेकंड पे देखते हैं कौन है. कंटिन्यूस नावी रही है या नहीं रही है. क्या ऊपर नीचे हो चुका है टेबल. वो लेट्स चेक करते हैं. आ जाओ. एफएलसी का जीजी ना हो जाए. एफएलसी है 4 मैचेस ब्रो. 4 मैचेस बचे हुए एफएलसी के पास. अगर उनको टॉप 3 आना है, वरना वो लास्ट चांस और सर्वाइवल सर्वाइवल स्टेज से खेलेगी। ये छोड़ो, IHC डिफेंडिंग चैंपियंस स्ट्रगल कर रही है टॉप 12 आने के लिए। वो पॉइंट्स टेबल पे अभी दिखे जाओ मत, कभी पॉइंट्स टेबल देखे बिना मत जाओ यार। पॉइंट्स टेबल सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है अभी के उसमें।
Desperate play, they had to make a move. They didn't want to get pressured by the blue zone and become super predictable. I kind of get why they do that play, but the angle was so
151 points left। रुक जाओ, सबर करो, अभी सबके पॉइंट्स देखने दो मेरे को, क्या है क्या नहीं चल रहा है। बट मेरे को कट ऑफ भाई 100+ कट ऑफ तो मेरे को उसकी लग रही है, टॉप 11 वाली भाई, जो नीचे सर्वाइवल स्टेज खेलना है। क्या लॉबी बनी है ये? ऊपर वाली कट ऑफ छोड़ दो, अभी नीचे भी देखो 100+ कट ऑफ जा रही है भाई।
He was almost single tapping. It was crazy, dude. It was ridiculous. And you know what? I mean, great on IA.
वो तो TJB थोड़ा वन साइडेड खेल दी, नहीं तो TJB के पॉइंट भी डिस्ट्रीब्यूट होते अगर वो भी ऊपर नीचे खेल रही होती इन्हीं टीम्स में, 15 टीम्स में, और टेबल चार्ट चेंज होता।
They were getting some serious eliminations up top, Max, and they took out some serious teams.
I mean, they took out IWNRX and Navi.
#3 के लिए Navi NRX NGX फाइट करेगी। आई थिंक Navi निकाल लेगी, लेट्स सी। मेरे को ऐसा लगता है अभी के टाइम पे कि एंड के मैचेस में बहुत क्योस भी रह सकता है। जो टीम्स ऑलरेडी 3rd 4th 5th पे चल रही है, मे बी रोटेशन कट रहा है, प्लेयर ऑफ गार्ड कट रहा है, ये चीज किया जा सकता है। सो अर्लीस्ट स्टेज पे आप जितना पॉइंट निकाल दो वो आपकी टीम के लिए उतना बेटर रहेगा।
But I mean, I don't know, Jukes, you said they need to have big games. Not to go back to our discussion, but I want to be right. It's got to be me. No, I disagree.
मेरे को बस पॉइंट्स टेबल देना। कंपटीशन तो टफ है ब्रो, नो डाउट।
A big part of that match though was Everest and the conglomerate of teams that we had up there as well. I'm amazed to see really any team make it so deep into the game, like IHC for instance, because you had what, Navi, Vengeance, IHC, FaZe, IWNRX all really on towards that Everest position, and coming down from that spot, it's just like
यस ब्रो, बहुत टफ कंपटीशन है। बट मान लो फैल्कन के डाउनफॉल के रीजन है टॉप का आउट ऑफ फॉर्म होना। माय गॉड, टॉप इज स्ट्रगलिंग। देखो ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग, गाइस ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग दिखाओ भाई, हमको मतलब ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग से अभी।
They made use of it in a way that I did not expect. The angles they were taking, Falcons just going in, 1v2ing TJB, pushing away all of Ultrigo. That's crazy stuff. That's absolutely crazy stuff that we just witnessed from I8. So this game has got to be one of my favorite games so far for this group. This is madness from so many squads. You talked about Furia, talked about IA, even Nigma Galaxy's third party Jukes is something we could really try and highlight on the West. It was a good approach, but it would just
आज फेस गेम बोले थे, उसी की वजह से डिले होगी स्ट्रीम, पता है आपको? आज स्ट्रीम भी आज फर्स्ट मैच स्टार्ट होने के जस्ट बाद आया हूं मैं, लैंड होने के बाद।
Naki MVP here 1000% deserved. I mean, that angle pretty much won them the game. But I mean, prior to this one, they were in 6th place with 126 points. Nigma Galaxy
MVP नॉकी 4 एलिमिनेशन, डैमेज अच्छा होगा। यस, डैमेज अच्छा दिया था नॉकी ने, लॉन्ग रेंज से काफी ज्यादा डैमेज। एंगल अच्छा बनाया था नॉकी ने, डैमेज ऑब्वियसली अच्छा है। मेरे को दिखाओ यार भाई ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स।
I have to say,
Jason, pause करना है।
I can't wait to see what memes by Knat's meme is going to be about this game. You know they're preparing something.
एक बार डिस्कॉर्ड प्रेडिक्शन वाला वापस चालू कर दो, सीन क्या बोलते हो?
100%.
डिस्कॉर्ड प्रेडिक्शन, गाइस लेट मी पॉज। TJB 163, देखो TJB काफी हद तक मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि वो क्वालिफाई कर चुके हैं। ऑलमोस्ट 2 मैचेस हो गए, 151 ऑलमोस्ट, क्योंकि यार 4 मैचेस बचे, ऐसा तो है नहीं कि कुछ ना कुछ पॉइंट लेके नहीं जाएंगे। जो गेम प्ले, जिस स्ट्रेटेजी में वो खेल रहे हैं, कुछ ना कुछ कंसिस्टेंट पॉइंट लेके जा रहे हैं। तो TJB लगता है कहीं ना कहीं कि आप समझ लो कि हो गई है। बट TJB के लिए एक चीज वो है कि जो टीम #1 रहती है वो आज तक PMGC जीते नहीं है। सो वो देखने वाला चीज रहेगा, PMGC जीतते हैं या नहीं जीतते हैं। ठीक है। सेकेंडली I8 बहुत अच्छा कमबैक, CD निकाला, बहुत बड़ा मैच था, 20+ पॉइंट लिए, 151। अब यहाँ पे कंसिस्टेंसी मैटर करती है। I8 को मिनिमम 3 मैचेस अच्छे पॉइंट निकालने हैं। एक CD निकाल दिए, अब एक CD भी निकाल दिया ना, और बाकी के 3 मैचेस में कंसिस्टेंट 5-6 पॉइंट ले लिया, I8 क्वालिफाई हो गई। ठीक है। नावी, NGX, NRX काफी क्लोज है। इवन फैल्कन को भी मैं ले सकता हूँ क्योंकि 4 मैचेस बचे। 4 मैचेस में फैल्कन अगर 10+, 15+ मैचेस निकाल लेती है, 10+, 15+, तो वो भी ओवरऑल मैच कर देगी और वो टॉप 3 आ सकती है। तो काफी क्लोज है, टफ नहीं है। बाकी देखते हैं क्या होता है। बॉटम अभी काफी ज्यादा देखने को एक्साइटमेंट रह रही है, बॉटम में क्या चल रहा है।
stage, right? Just shut us all up, not in the top 3. I mean,
right. See a chicken dinner in this next game.
बॉटम भाई आईएचसी के लिए तो टफ है यार, काफी टफ है. उनको हर एक मैच पे बहुत अच्छे पॉइंट लेके जाने हैं, बहुत ज्यादा अच्छे पॉइंट. वीपी फ्यूरिया अल्टर ईगो लाइमैक्स के लिए भी काफी टफ है. नहीं हो रहा, वर्क नहीं कर रहा. प्लेयर चेंज करना मिड उस पे, तो ये साफ चीजें दर्शाता है कि इसे नहीं हो रही चीजें. होप सो आगे आने वाले मैचेस में कुछ मोमेंटम आए उनका. मेन प्लेयर नहीं खेल रहा. टीक्यू फेस यहाँ भी काफी क्लोज कंपटीशन है. कट ऑफ 100 प्लस जा चुकी है नीचे भी. टॉप 11 भाई, टॉप का छोड़ दो, मतलब बॉटम पे कट ऑफ जा रहा है भाई अभी.
and it must be getting to some of these players.
Yeah, and you know the reason why I say that is because not just because some people are going to be like, "What do you mean, dude? There's still like plenty of matches left to go." The problem is that this is the last day, folks, right? And on the last game, I'm telling you, it's going to be a smorgasbord of just teams sending it on each other because you're going to need some squads that have 20 eliminations, so they're going to start pushing everybody. I mean, we're going to see half the lobby like wiped out by the time Circle 4 comes around.
बता दिया मैंने आपको प्रोबेबिलिटी एक 10 प्लस पॉइंटर मैच हो जाए, 10-15 प्लस, और बाकी 3 मैच 5-7 पॉइंट तो क्वालीफाई है.
4 matches left to go. But you got to put some points on the boards here and now because, I mean, even a team like I8, they just proved that, hey, if we get a good position, right, we're going to get into top 3, and the same's going to go for so many other squads.
We kept talking about it for so long, Droogs, too. We're looking at I8, right, with this chicken dinner. They overtook not 1, not 2, but 3 teams with that game alone. They overtook IW. No, actually, wait, No, they overtook 4 teams, right? They were behind Falcons, IWNRX, Enigma Galaxy, and Na'Vi. They overtook 4 teams with that 1 win, and we keep mentioning how close it is between all of those squads fighting for top 3. One big game like that, if you're in the bottom, like 5 or 6 position in the rankings, could push you in the grand finals in the very last game. I'm telling you, that last game on Miramar is going to be
IHC has 16 deaths set, 125 top 3 कट ऑफ, 119 फुट टॉप 3 11, एक जैसा गन पावर राइट के पास क्या है
in that final game.
Yeah.
Zoel भी IPL जाने वाला है. आयुब के हाईएस्ट किल पॉइंट सो फार, यू नो, फलक फुनसीन सुनने में तो ब्रो आया है, बट और भी मेरे को 1-2 अभी बताया किसी ने चैट के अंदर, तो अभी इसके बारे में बात ना करके हम PMGC के मैचेस के बारे में बात करते. डेट इज टू, वो अच्छा रहेगा ज़्यादा.
But this game going forward, they gotta risk it if they want to continue on here. Otherwise, they're going to be done for the rest of the year, and that is not what we want to see, especially from somebody who's been the champions of the big show not too long ago.
Yeah, I mean, desperate time required desperate measures for some of these squads. Do it, send it all, or just go home at the end of the day. We'll have to see how it goes. But as we get ready for our 3rd match of the day to reach the halfway point of day 4 for Group Red, we'll send it back to John Allen and Blank for our 3rd match of the day.
Things are really heating up here, and we had a demonstration of the volatility at the top of the tables with ASIA blasting their way up into 2nd place, Blank, and things can still all change at the drop of a hat. Our playing path this time will take us from Kameshki down to...
Also guys, if you're new to the stream, let's go. बताओ कहाँ का जोन आपको लग रहा है सिनारियो देख के, ये कहाँ पे जोन आपके अकॉर्डिंग रहेगा जाएगा, कमेंट करके जरूर बताओ. न्यू जोन मेटा कब आएगा हुए पता नहीं करो, ये चीजें मेरे से मत पूछा करो यार, जिसमें मेरे को पता ही नहीं है कब वो चीज होनी है.
Always getting towards Severny has not really been a problem for them during the majority of these matches. ASA probably dropping down towards North military base unless they decide to go for something a little bit interesting, but I don't think that they'll be changing their game plan just yet, honestly. Ultriga out towards Lipovka, who have been consistently shut down.
Match started. अरे मैंने गलती से पॉज दबा दिया, मैं बैट कर लेते हैं. काफी टीम्स को दिक्कत नहीं होने वाली ड्रॉप्स वगैरह के लिए. अल्टर ईगो लाइमैक्स, लिपोवका, फेस, कामिश्की, स्टालबर, I8 मिलिट्री, वर्चस प्रो, NRX फेरी, वर्चस प्रो प्रिमोस की साइड को, NGX पुचिंग की, FLC नोवो, मिल्टा टियनबा मिल्टा, वेन फार्म, रोय रोजॉक, INS School Apartments, TJB 7, IHC close है क्या?
Enigma Galaxy starting over towards Pachinki.
Hospital जाएगा, shelter.
From Enigma Galaxy, honestly, I've enjoyed how they played.
Zone दिखाएगा, 2 मिनट पीछे करो. Zone दिखाया क्या?
Primos.
Okay.
Enigma Galaxy starting over towards Pachinki. I don't mind his position from Big Galaxy, honestly. I've enjoyed how they played.
तीन मैच ही टिपिकल सेम जोन डेली वाला कुछ ना कुछ जोन डेली बेसिस पे बन ही रहे हैं. कल एक बना था वो ऊपर जॉर्जो हिल वाला जो कल के दिन पे चले गया था कंटेनर की साइड पे, साउथ सिटी की साइड पे. आज सेम जॉर्जो जोन बना, वो उल्टी साइड चले गया, आज चले गया नीचे की तरफ को जॉर्जो हिल से.
Maintain that top 3, and they did. They absolutely did. Here it has just been up and down all over the place for all of our teams on that top side. I think from what we've seen from ASIA, it's not even maybe after this next match, but it's not out of the realm of possibility that Tiamba could ladder up to a top 3 at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's an outside chance now, but as they were saying back on the desk, right, you need a pretty big game here, but you're right, it's still
भाई ये सॉन्ग का नेम क्या है when they enter this match? पता नहीं ब्रो, मुझे नहीं पता कि क्या है.
Able to do so, but on 163, TJB still quite far behind the mark set by Team Spirit last week of 225 for that top role, but it doesn't matter. If you qualify with 10 points or 100 points, it is still a qualification, and getting that first place spot is also really, really great news, because it means you are, of course, booking that direct ticket to the grand finals in London, which is fantastic for morale, if nothing else. It means you can actually
bottom 5 में किसी का चिकन आएगा, देखते हैं.
concern yourself with doing your homework for survival stages, and you can start to really develop those strategies and mature them to bring over towards London, not have to bring out anything special in the survival stage, to throw things out there that maybe you were trying to keep back. But either way, it's good stuff coming through from our top teams, because right now, if you consider where we were last week in this sort of same era of matches, in terms of being in towards the last 3 of the last day, we were looking at maybe 4 and maybe 5 teams competing for the top 3 spots. Here we are looking at 6 teams, maybe 7 teams competing, which is a hugely big jump up, right? And it's got to be nerve-wracking.
It's kind of funny as well, because I think for Tongjiba, it's actually really important they get into the top 3. Like they were saying before, and from a lot of the really good coverage we've had from 7 by the stage, Tongjiba just didn't have a lot of time to prepare, right? And I think that is something that's really, really quite... something that we need to hammer home here, is that if they get into a top 3, it gives them a ton of time to watch the other groups. It gives them time to figure out exactly who's going through towards that top 3. Start doing that studying now whilst they have a chance.
But do you think what's wrong with IEC?
For a survival stage, where likely a lot of those teams they prepare for, only a couple of them are going to be going through to the grand final. So much nicer for them now to get in towards that top 3, get the direct invite, and start doing some more targeted study. They know they're going to be going up against in the future. So I think that is something to take into big consideration. That's the advantage of being in the top 3, is that there is way less teams that you need to be watching out for in the future. That means your preparation can be much more targeted.
Open road, and you can give yourself the best platform to play in towards those finals. ASIA going to be looking to leave the military island. No roadblock, as IWNRX have already moved from Ferry Pier. Virtus Pro are still in Primorsk, so no one in their way just yet. They should be able to get across this bridge fairly simply, unless they psych themselves out, decide, ooh, I don't know if I trust that. I wonder if there's something to be said for moving some vehicles into a position that looks like people are holding in the buildings on the far side of the bridge in this scenario, if you're IWNRX. And trying to psych ASIA, slow them down on their approach.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I used to do much unfortunate.
I think there were some
5-6 matches.
Some road spikes set up as well. I'm not sure where exactly they were on the map, but it's definitely curious to see how these teams are causing problems for other squads. I think if the road spikes were already set up by IWNRX and just left there, here they are. Yeah, they were. See Daisy.
Oh no.
Oh.
No, Noki.
Oh no. Oh, it's so hilarious. That is so hilarious. I mean, well played to IWNRX, knowing this would happen. Yes, that they can't hold them out, but what they certainly can do is really deal some damage to the vehicle presence, at least.
Is the other one going to catch them? Felt like on the swivel, trying to dodge them.
Yeah, go left, go left.
It. Guys, I've cleared the right side of the road. Just go on that. Goodness me, that is unfortunate.
That's actually hilarious.
जो भी
I really enjoyed that. Well played,
PMGC
actually.
जीता है, टीम टूट गया है
And
फिर.
in one of the second to last Aaron goals to do it on the day, yeah. That's a way to catch your opponents
क्या
off
पार्क
guard.
करी है भाई?
That vehicle's done for.
Yeah, it's on the rims. No way to get that one back. And it's on the rocks as well.
कि भाई एक्शन टॉप वो कौन से टीम में है? Bro, FLC में, FLC Falcon में.
East side of Rozhok, just southwest of Yasnaya Polyana, of those fields. And playing pretty chill right now. They are certainly not chill on the standings, though. They only managed to, well, they didn't manage to get anything really done last match. And on 90 points, Alter Ego, Furia, Virtus.pro, all breathing down their neck. And 8 points now separates 11th to 12th. This is the biggest this bubble has been, I think, for all of this group stage so far. That's probably the biggest we've seen that bubble jump be. 8 points.
इनका भी पिंग हाई होता है क्या ब्रो? सब हम ये भी इंसान ही है, ये भी 100 पे खेल रहे हैं, दिक्कतें होती है भाई, ऐसा थोड़ी ना PMGC खेल रहे तो दिक्कत नहीं होती, दिक्कतें सबको फेस करनी पड़ती है.
Alongside with Vengeance at 98 points too. But we'll see how this circle pans out, as it is fairly central right now over towards Rozhok way, but knowing how Group Red has gone, it's likely going to be a Northern shift, that it is. I didn't even get time to say it before the circle threw it in there. But yeah, up towards that Northern side. Dongjibao, once again, haha, we have the circle.
Tricked you. We're on the edge. Just kidding. We're in the middle again. How do you like them apples? Goodness me. So pushing up to the north side of the river, going to be high priority for a lot of these teams. ASAA, they're already making their way through. No more spike traps, hopefully, to be laid out in front of them as they pass IWNRX on their left-hand side, trying to make their approach and getting ahead of that one. But a lot of teams all condensing over towards the bridges to the east of Rozhok, towards Yasnaya Polyana as well. Only one team right now on the west swing, which is IHC, moving up from their Everest position, and Virtus.pro super late out of Primorsk. All these teams crunching in, and it's causing some fights.
And they all have to move so incredibly quickly over towards that northern side as well. So it's a difficult one. Alter Ego probably with the best path ahead of them over on that northeast edge up towards the compound that sits down towards the south side of Stalba. But yeah, it's a difficult crossing. See, Falcons can't really go for that same play they made before, which was to set up underneath the bridge on north side of Rozhok.
नीचे वाला स्क्वाड हाउस लेगी 2-1-1 स्प्लिट खेलेगी. ISC TJB के नीचे वाला स्क्वाड हाउस लेगी 2-1-1 स्प्लिट खेलेगी. Okay.
We got told earlier that even the coach from Dongjibao realizes that, you know what, they have been lucky, but they're not going to let those blessings go to waste and pick up more points off the back of it. But for Dongjibao, I think they're lying. I think that they have a circle magnet they're not telling anyone about, and they're just trying to play it off all cool.
Oh, you know what? That actually makes so much sense. And it's basically truth now, I think.
Yeah.
You said it.
आइको सोलोगी भाई आप कौन सी टीम्स के अगेंस्ट हो?
I mean,
भाई पता नहीं यार.
Unreal on this
one, but
still not out of the woods just yet. With the number of teams descending on this location, Getso Roya now close by, FaZe over the hill, Alter Ego. As we take a look at a replay, this was the pickup from FaZe to be able to find the first and only point so far in this lobby, 10.5 minutes in against Furia, which is a little bit unfortunate. I'm surprised that this is the only casualty of this crossing. Oh wait, no, Na'Vi lost a player to Tiamba, so there's been 2 casualties in this lobby. But still, I feel like there should be more on a circle like this.
I think so as well. I mean, I think a lot of teams are just realizing that, you know what, for the guys around this circle, we can figure out where exactly these players are coming from. They've had 3 days of play now in terms of figuring out these rotates, analyzing those rotates as well. So they're all making these interesting decisions. Virtus.pro even on a nice western rotate. You can see them here on your screens heading over towards shooting range. It's a smart decision, smart choice. One that was born of necessity as well, considering they are in 15th place. But they know they need a strong match. And if they can make a gamble, a bit of a risk, they're not going to have a lot of scouting done, but they do get in towards that western side of shooting range. And now they need to backstab over towards IWNRX, which I imagine IWNRX are not going to be happy about because they're desperate for some big points on this game. But for Virtus.pro, it's way more important for them to stay in the tournament.
Absolutely. Virtus.pro moving in on that west side. IWNRX are actually moving up north to deal with Alter Ego's approach from that side of the map, which of course does need to be handled, but that might allow Virtus.pro to get in and ahead of them. Falcons as well, moving up the bank of the river from that west edge. as Virtus.pro move closer to the IHC compound, or the position that they hold that overlooks that south side. Is difficult to play, though, if a team like IWNRX starts taking shots down towards IHC.
Let's take a look at the map here in terms of positioning. Weird circle, though, dude, because we're heading down towards that south side again, and Rozhok is still in. Nigma Galaxy is praying that the circle continues to move down towards the south, because they have a strong spot over towards the warehouses on high in Rozhok, giving them a bit of that high ground advantage, allowing more scouting to come through later on. Falcons also managed with this southern shift on the circle to set themselves over towards that western side. I think that was very, very lucky for them that this happened, but they made a quick decision to route themselves into a better spot. These wide wraps are now killing off Tiamba, though, sadly. They tried to wide wrap all the way to the northern side, only for circle to come back down again, and now they are flowing in through shooting range behind Virtus.pro, behind IWNRX. I imagine the northwest side of the map is about to get very hot very soon.
There is a lot of teams moving in who set up to that north side, and a little squonky south shift has caused
squonky?
a bit of, I know, it's a good word, isn't it? Down towards that south side has caused a little bit of panic, potentially. Well, not panic, but disarray, certainly, over on this north side. Tiamba at the back of the queue here, and starting to suffer to the blue. Stage 3, not pleasant to sit in. It's doable, but not ideal. However, we did see their proclivity for staying out in the blue zone back in San
को फिर से अच्छा जगह मिला.
Warm bath, but unfortunately, it's a little bit too hot for the health bars, and you do need to get out of it sooner rather than later.
I think stage 4
I think in finals also they should be having something like top 11 will get some slot. क्या बात करो मुझे नहीं पता अभी कुछ.
For Tiamba, they love these wide ramps. They love making their way into circle from unconventional areas, but most of the times they just have no info of where they're going into, and that's what's really hurting them. I don't think they mind too much as long as they're able to put up consistent points, but it feels less to me now that Tiamba's making a break for top 3 and now just accepting the fact that they're likely going to be going to through to survival stage and just looking for consistent points on the games.
Woo. TJB, that's what I'm looking at right now, and I think most teams will be as well. That top spot looking to be a little bit more squared away time and time again with these shifts. Tiamba, they're moving into these bridges. And now, this is something that we saw yesterday, was these bridges on circles like this are actually really, really impactful. The position allows you quite a lot of cover from high ground shots. And you have so much influence on teams trying to look to navigate the crossings. In general, it can be quite profitable. Not necessarily a game-winning position, but certainly a point-earning one.
I mean, only 2 players, though, means that it's more of a survival spot for Tiamba going forward. You know, I think that Tiamba turned off the magnet for a second to throw us off the scent, let it go down towards the south side, then dragged it back up towards the north.
भाई एक चीज है इस PMGC ना और स्पेशल इस ग्रुप के अंदर ये जो ट्रिपल स्टोरी है ना, इसको गोल्डन ट्रिपल स्टोरी बना दो. कितने जोन खत्म होंगे यहाँ पे रेंगल के भाई.
Never to be seen again.
कितने जोन.
That's crazy.
Control all delete.
Rosie बन जाता है.
Pull the task manager. End task on vengeance.
Oh, that's pretty cruel.
Yeah.
Over. Okay, Zarbai, thank you so much.
Well, I mean, that is still good stuff for Getso Roy. Again, I think haven't been our craziest team in the lobby, but certainly a team that has worked their socks off to stay in this tournament. I'll tell you that now.
Absolutely. I mean, it's, as I said, like right towards the start, it's Incilio and Getso Roy, these 2 teams that they're not having massive games, but they are just survivors in these circles. They're making some solid rotates. Getso Roy sent into this position very, very quickly, Blank, the one that they've just been able to hold off successfully. And rightly, they've managed to weather the storm here, but they have lost a player, which is unfortunate. It's unlikely that they go fully down, and I'm expecting them to place into, I would say, a top 7 from this position. I feel like that's fairly likely, as Furia losing their last player. Team Queso able to pick that one up. And actually, remember Team Queso, 12th place right now, only 4 points now behind the bubble.
Okay, so again, we were talking about them earlier in terms of their energy being quite low today, but they need to bring that energy up. And with Vengeance going down, you're right, there is now an opening to be had. And Cilio going against Team Queso, though, as they make this crash and these crashes, I think there's only one that's worked out for them, and it is versus Alter Ego previously on day 2 on Angle itself. But since then, the aggressive crashes coming through from Team Queso, I hate them. I hate them so much. I think that they're ill-informed. There's no smokes been thrown down to cover off windows. There's no preemptive nades. There's no backstop in play either. So I think for Team Queso, these crashes need to be reworked. However, it's day 4. There's no time to be discussing this type of thing.
IWNRX currently suffering a crash from Virtus Pro. They got it in ahead a little bit, but there is danger afoot, and there's only one player for IWNRX. You could see in that picture-in-picture, bottom right of your screens, that Virtus Pro are in control of this fight. They've managed to take all but one down, and in comes a third party from it as well, with Alter Ego crashing into the far side of the compound. Now it's all on IWNRX to just keep their head down. Alter Ego moving forward, it might handle Virtus Pro for them. Goodness me, it's all topsy-turvy. Alter Ego saving the day. IWNRX fall, and now it's an all-out pitch battle on that north side. In the picture-in-picture, ASI8 in the meantime on the main part of your screens, holding out on the south, but the blue zone will push them in.
ASI8 looking to keep themselves alive in this scenario. Virtus Pro, though, taking a lot of damage to Alter Ego. Both these teams desperate to find value off the back of this fight. With Alter Ego down to 3 players, only Malloy left. He's a strong player up front and close and personal, but a nice jump shot there from Alva will keep the dreams of Alter Ego alive. But you're right, FaZe hear this fight off the back of it. They have 4 players alive. Arna in 10th place. They'd love to pick up some more points and down their competition.
There's that IHC as well, flexing out to try and third party. This is, I mean, I really like it from demo, but won't be able to find too much. The fight has already concluded there. FaZe back off as well. They sent out to try and third party. They left Mormon back over on the northeast side. ASI8, their big crossing has to happen now. Na'Vi over to their east side. Enigma Galaxy in the way. Blank, this is a scramble for the top 3. All 3 of our second, third, and fourth place teams are battling out in Rozhok.
Bao, though, suffering to FaZe on the side. I mean, FaZe is taking another fight all at the same time. That's Team Queso out. Ooh, really bad news for them. In 12th place as well. 94 points gained on the match, with Vengeance still above them. But nice nades coming through from the Falcons, who are looking to regain this position. Bao retreat back into their cave there on the northern side.
Alter Ego go for the crash onto TJB. Alva goes down first. It looks like TJB were ready, but a third-party potential from Getso Roy makes this fight dangerous, even if they conclude it now. One knock sent back, and there's that flush coming on through. Alva's too far forward.
But TJB बहुत कर लिया है, point निकाल दिया. Alter Ego को दे दो यार point थोड़े से.
Triple S takes a hit from that nade, doesn't go down, but that is still very, very dangerous. IHC could move over and third-party this as well. Finally, a shot comes through, and that's exactly what they were looking for. Demo moves in and takes a player of Getso Roy down. There are 4 teams fighting in this compound.
It's a strong compound as well to play. Really nice sidelines. The 3-story gives you a huge amount of ability going forward, and the exit does give you those little ridge sides to play off the back of. Bao, though, done a fantastic job to stay in this one with Triple S as well as Longs, but the sidelines are here to play. In the meantime, you can see ASI8 taking a tumble. That's versus Enigma Galaxy, in fact, who have absolutely annihilated them on the southern side.
Got Na'Vi as well, trying to make this crossing. Enigma Galaxy want to get back up towards the top spots here, taking down Na'Vi, taking down ASI8. IWNRX are already out of this one. They have a chance to try and breach towards TJB's position. If TJB go down in this conflict, there is a really big opening. Unfortunately for Enigma Galaxy, they're on 3 players alive, and Tianba are going to hold under the bridge, the trolls they need to move past.
Tianba have not made a sound, not uttered a murmur over on that eastern side. Alter Ego is still desperately trying to finish out this fight versus Bao, but that high ground, the 3-story, gives them so many options, so many angles to play from. Circle keeps them in with that cut. I think for Enigma Galaxy, actually, if I was them, I'd assume there's a bridge camp coming through. They'd love to hold on to vehicles, but I think at this point in time, it might just be the right play to go for a swim. on the north side of Rozhok and just play across that way, you can slightly cut out the angles coming through from Tiamba by playing far over towards the west. But I'm curious to see what their next move is. So many teams that are needing more points down to a few players remaining. It is Incilio and FaZe though, still with a strong amount of players.
एकदम बढ़िया 2 मिनट रुक जाओ और मैं और कुछ काम भी कर रहा था.
Elims, they're looking to see themselves safer. May even overlap Tiamba, who has been sort of our test team over towards 7th place for the longest time now.
Looking to try and lock down a spot in these survival stage teams as well. Enigma Galaxy open up. IHC, they're getting spotted. This is a really great pickup. Enigma Galaxy have actually moved 2 of their players up to the northern shore now, trying to stay covered off from Tiamba over on the bridge. I like this approach from Enigma Galaxy. Falcons are stopping a lot of these teams from moving too far down, but I think that if a team can get into Falcons' position, they're going to have a great time of it. Incilio moving down, I think they've read this too. Over towards that lower ground now, and taking a tumble down the cliffside, taking a lot of damage as well. This is dangerous. Tiamba are there. Westron dropping those smokes. We're going to keep them safe.
And they know what's coming next. And that was a dangerous move from Incilio, but it has worked out. Keeps them alive. XC does find Ralph on the crossing. This is what I sort of expected them to go for, is to drop the smokes. He's a little bit closer to the eastern side as I might have liked, and they did have time with that blue coming in, but IHC, they quickly read the scenario. Enigma Galaxy's a little bit slow on this crossing, but they can stay alive, and Ralph does get back up towards his feet. The big refresh on a lot of the utility and the meds coming through from the wipe over towards ISI-8. Enigma Galaxy should be fine for now. I just hope they brought enough smokes with them.
Enigma Galaxy, 6 elims, those rocks that sit on the riverbank right now, keeping them safe from Tiamba. Obviously, Ralph decided to peek up a little bit and was punished for it on that angle. Coming through from underneath the bridge, and the nades can start to come in from IHC. Teams moving
Why there are
down
no
the
Indian
hill.
teams? Good question, Manjan. अरे FLC qualify नहीं हुई तो सभी ताची को गाली दे सकते हैं क्या? जयदीप भाई better luck next time.
Right now in the circle, this fight needs to conclude. Alter Ego.
भाई जैसे जैसे मैचेस खत्म हो रहे हैं, FLC अगर कर गई तो अलग चीज हो जाएगी. लास्ट के 2 मैचेस में एक मैच में भाई. Still they have the chance, but वो chance कम होता जा रहा है. 147, 146, 128.
Let me in! They just cannot find anything. I feel so sorry for them there. And they don't break out from 12th place.
वही same team phase, TJB, ISC, same है जिस पे ट्रिपल स्टोरी के पास. But ISC के पास एक छोटा सा advantage.
2 players alive, 5.
इस बार जोन थोड़ा सा पीछे की तरफ को बना है, खींचा है, थोड़ा edge है वहाँ पे.
Shot around the side though, when they might not have a choice. Mormon sets them back a pace or 2 as he sends around the corner with a DBS. 5 eliminations for FaZe, and they are making a bid for the survival stages as well. These breakouts from Incilio, from FaZe on this northeast side.
Nice.
They might do enough here to make themselves safe for the next stage.
Yeah, it definitely feels like there are some teams that came into today with a renewed sense of will, and they've been able to get much further forward. Some of our other teams just have felt like
मैं मैसेज नहीं कर पाता जो इंडियन इंटरनेशनल के अच्छे ट्रिक्स की बात करना चाहते हैं जो सीखने लायक है. बट टेस्ट में हम करते हैं. It's time to change white. अरे यार ये
already over for them, which is a sad thing to see. But yeah, for FaZe, Incilio, they have found their
FaZe का comeback. Wow, FaZe के comeback से फर्क पड़ता है यार. Obviously पड़ता है भाई यार. FaZe 98 point पे भाई FaZe comeback मार के बोले guys हम करते हैं entry
Nade over towards Tiamba. Remove that threat from the sidelines of Enigma Galaxy, and you afford them a lot of freedom here. Dangerous potentially to take Tiamba out of the mix this early, but Tiamba have to move. So do Incilio. So the fight therefore has to
Enigma का मेरे को कल भी आता रहा है. Enigma को कल किसने मारा था? TJB ने वाइप किया था ना? Same यहीं पे थे.
When Incilio can open the cannons, a dangerous approach from that southeast side. The riverbank for Enigma Galaxy is still in. IHC hold the ridgeline, and the Falcons' position now getting overwhelmed by FaZe from the northeast.
Cut off 120, 125. For what?
Lose a player, but able to get that knock back up again. Fash looks down, finds Bond. That's 2 players from Incilio looking to put up some more points here. 3 eliminations found for Tiamba and a 6th place position.
कल ब्रिज साइड से निगमा ने एंट्री डाली थी.
A little bit ahead, Pinkers by 5
FLC
points here.
यार मुश्किल है बचना ब्रो.
This game, and Enigma Galaxy have just been living.
मुश्किल है FLC का ब्रो. अब तो लास्ट के 2 मैचेस या अगला मैच इंपॉर्टेंट, उसके बाद 2 मैचेस में कुछ नेक्स्ट लेवल कर दिया FLC ने. निगमा को एक रिज बचाएगी भाई. अगर इमेजिन करो जोन जोन कौन सा चल रहा है 7वां 8वां अब तो जोन खत्म ही हो जाएगा इसके बाद
Enigma Galaxy have weathered the worst of it, but
Enigma को
the team sat ahead of them
advantage
will not make it easy either. FaZe, I think, in the strongest command position over
आइए
this
से एक बार
circle.
मार दो
They've got
comeback
a
यार
ridge line to look down towards the rest of the circle on. They've got those off angles to stay protected from different flanks. It's looking pretty good.
बड़ा ही comeback हो जाएगा IHC का अगर comeback आ गया तो
and keep this gravy train rolling as IHC get pushed on these long slopes, these open grounds, which make it so hard to move.
IHC on their triple stack on this western side, a team that has been down in the dumps for a long time and now looking to crawl out of squalor, potentially pick up some more points into this game. But it's FaZe who is just rocking the boat here, and everyone's feeling seasick down towards the water side. Enigma Galaxy stay alive for a little bit longer, will secure themselves at least a third place, staying out of the way down towards the southern side of the lobby. Now FaZe versus Enigma Galaxy and IHC.
I mean, this is the ridgeline I was talking about. It's so strong. It allows you to isolate peaks to various different angles, and FaZe have been playing off of it, taking it away from the Falcons, who could really utilize it, only playing as two.
Down the ridge. FaZe का चिकन लग रहा है ये. FaZe का चिकन आना चाहिए. FaZe comeback मार दिया यार इससे.
They've got one player further up, that's Yol, who might be able to find some shots.
IHC एक बार मार दो. यार IHC भी मर जाएगी मेरे हिसाब से यार. IHC firstly 3 man है.
Eliminations into the top 3, and remember these guys need some big matches to come on out and break this one through. Mormon
Enigma तो already फंसी पड़ी है.
A little bit exposed to Enigma Galaxy potentially.
Down the ridge. जितना मुझे लगता है Enigma को बचा दिया रिज ने जितना बचा सकती थी. टॉप 3 वो आ गए हैं. अब यहाँ पे FaZe चिकन निकाल के चली जाएगी और FaZe आ जाएगी टॉप 5-6 रैंक पे इस मैच के बाद.
They would need to rely on the circle heading down towards the south side again, but that is not the case as we're heading into zone 9 next, and that's just going to center up over to where Mormon actually cleared out that position earlier. They need to get a couple of knocks. I think the best thing for Enigma Galaxy to do right now is wait for this fight to break out between IHC and FaZe. Then they need to make a quick wrap over towards the eastern side. Now is probably the time to go for it as FaZe pulls the trigger.
Over the top they go. Onsen spray down with a bite.
FaZe का chicken guys. FaZe का chicken. FaZe chicken.
FaZe chicken. To stand for IHC. There's damage done to Ventores and a lot of damage done to Onsen.
Easy. FaZe easy.
For Enigma Galaxy, unfortunately.
FaZe competition और बढ़ा रही है भाई.
They just don't have vehicles blank. They can't go quickly. IHC are not out just yet. They didn't manage to confirm. Rogue is still there and a potential to res Yol. With Ralph going down, FaZe are looking to continue to put pressure onto this lobby with a big elimination game. We'll see if they can convert in the final moments here. Mela tries to light up the sidelines, but Rogue is just slipping through the cracks time and time again. Enigma Galaxy, they're down to 2.
Spoiler nahi prediction.
This is a lifeline of a game for FaZe. Desperately needing this one to keep themselves alive. An adrenaline shot to the heart for the team here. Another goes down. They are picking up every single elimination they can find. Up to a potential of 25 points on this match. They still need to clear out the last 2 players, and that is them down. FaZe
बहुत तगड़ा comeback मार दी FaZe. And guys, 400 लोग watching. If you are new to the stream, like and subscribe to the channel.
Stand up from FaZe. They were third partying. They were playing
अगला मैच बहुत ज़्यादा crucial होने वाला है.
And the heart is pumping for FaZe clan. The lifeblood flowing through them once more, Blank. That is fantastic for them to close it down in such a strong fashion. Let's head back to the desk.
You better be careful, son. Last time we saw you dance do the floss, FaZe Clan drop down the leaderboards, but at least for them, up the leaderboards, the only way they're going to be moving in this last match. And honestly, Hot Jukes Maximum, that could have been the game. That could have been the match that gets them into survival stage guaranteed.
Yep.
That was the game.
That was the game. 100%. Dude, I mean, come on. I mean, FaZe with that many eliminations, these guys, you can see the excitement on their face because they know, like, hey, you know what? We don't got to worry anymore about being passed up because, I mean, IHC couldn't get it done that game, Max. I mean, they needed that win. I said it. Like, they had to win. Unfortunately, they couldn't. So for me, in my books, I think that's nail in the coffin for them.
I think it's going to be pretty much dunzo for some of them, unfortunately, and IHC is going to be one of the squads. I get what they were trying to do. They were playing pretty passive onto the western edge, but because they dropped George Paul, I kind of get the whole idea that, oh, okay, we're not going to be too aggressive this game. We're just going to make it to the late game. But here, relinquishing this high ground spot that you can see in this replay to FaZe was just the nail in the coffin, Hot Jukes. That spot alone gave them such a good like ground to hold on to bully IHC, to bully Nigma Galaxy.
ओवरऑल क्या चल रही है भाई? हर मैच बाद ओवरऑल देखने का मन हो जाता है.
They didn't just get it for free. They had to fight versus Team Kesso super early, clear their backside,
मेरा
eliminate
चैट
TJB,
पढ़ो.
and then
देवी भाई
only
आप
then
इस
they
PMGC
could
में
play
किसको
that high
सपोर्ट
ground
कर
the way
रहे
they
हो?
did. So FaZe, sure, they were confident in the late game,
Alpha
but it all
7?
started in that mid game to make sure they
DRS?
secure that spot in the first place.
Ultrigol MX?
I mean, it didn't become easier for them too, like
TG,
looking
TNBA,
ahead
TT?
in the zones, right? Because they still had TJB, Ultrigo,
और कौन
Falcons
सी
to all
teams है?
deal with, to worry about. And that was
जो
where
मेरे
the
को नजर
clutter
में आ
was.
रही है.
I would think I was saying during the match that
और
if FaZe Clan can come out of this without losing a player,
अभी
I think
बहुत
they're
सारी
gonna
टीमें
win,
जो
and
मेरे
they ended up
दिमाग में
doing
नहीं आ
so.
रही.
But how they're able to get through all those teams so cleanly still blows my mind.
Yeah, it was craziness. The fact they were able to survive, what was it, 1, 2, 3, 4, there were 5 teams over there, man. That's crazy numbers. And, like, we're not going to lose a single player just to prove Jason wrong. It worked out.
I mean, you take out TJB right after their
Last
monster
दो जोन
performance
से
too.
आए
I mean, how
टूरिस्ट.
more-
चलो
I
देखो.
mean, these guys had
But guys,
everything going for them
to
in
be
this game,
honest,
and, who knows what's gonna
गोल्डन
happen. We still have
ट्रिपल
more
स्टोरी
matches
नेम
left
दे
to
देना
go. I
चाहिए
think it's
इसको.
gonna be pretty
गोल्डन
unlikely,
ट्रिपल
but,
स्टोरी
like,
भाई
when you
कितने
get this
जोन्स आ गए
opportunity,
आपकी आंखों के
you have
सामने
to
यहाँ
take
पे.
it, and FaZe
घुमा
just did
फिरा
not
के
hesitate,
इस
and
ट्रिपल
that's what I
स्टोरी
love.
के
I love to
आसपास
see
जो टीम्स होती है वही
clutch
चिकन
plays in
लेती है.
those
कौन कौन सी
championship
टीम होती है ऑडियंस आप बताओ. एक बार मैं ऑडियंस आपका देखना चाहूंगा. हम वॉच पार्टीज कर रहे हैं. इस ट्रिपल स्टोरी के आसपास कितनी टीम्स होती है जो मैं फिर आपको इलैबोरेट करके आगे बता दूंगा. लेट्स सी आपकी कितने ज्यादा नॉलेज है.
For instance, I kind of thought IHC were maybe playing a little bit passive here. Nigma Galaxy as well, playing a little bit passive, just kind of waiting by the water, right, for their time to die, basically, trying to hold on to as many placements as they could.
I say yes. I think that IHC played it wrong, though. I think IHC needed to go for a win. I don't like the fact that they played it passive. I think playing it passive is something you do when you're right there in kind of like where FaZe position was last game, right? Like, hey, you just need to put some points on the board. You know, you're not in the best position. But I think IHC needed to go a little riskier here. And some people be like, well, if you're riskier, you're going to really just destroy
TJB
your chances of
IHC
making it
नहीं
in
मैं
the
बताता हूँ
top.
आपको.
But
इस
if you
ट्रिपल
don't,
स्टोरी के
where they're at on
आसपास
the leaderboard,
TJB सबसे
I
पहले
mean, I don't know. I
देन
get so
फेज
frustrated because I
IHC
wanted to
आती
see
है थोड़ा
IHC
लेट
go for
मूव इन
the push.
करते
If
हुए.
they
जब
went out,
एज रहेगा
it's
ना
okay
प्रॉपर ट्रिपल
because
स्टोरी पे तो
they're
IHC
so
थोड़ा
far
लेट
down
मूव
at
इन
this
करते
point
हुए
that they
आती है.
needed a big
सेम
game
अभी
out.
IHC ने भी
I
शायद
like
इस
how
मैच
they
में
said,
किया
oh,
होगा. मेरे को
they
देखना
should have
पड़ेगा.
gone for the win.
तो
I
ये
think
और
they
एक
were-
रॉय
they
की
were
टीम
trying.
होती है जो आसपास
for
होती है
sure,
नियर बाय द
but, like,
ट्रिपल
the
स्टोरी.
play
और
definitely
इन्हीं
was
टीम्स ने
not
कहीं ना कहीं
showing
इस जोन
them
पे
trying
चिकन
to
निकाला है.
go for
फेस का
those
ये
big
सेकंड
chicken
चिकन
dinners
है.
with a lot of limbs,
एक
at least.
चिकन
For me, it was a
वाला
very
है
passive
जो
approach.
ट्रिपल स्टोरी के
They talked
आगे
about the
वाले
high
जो
ground
ब्लू
already. They
हाउसेस होते हैं
relinquished
उसके
it
साथ
for free
उन्होंने
pretty
पुश
much
करके
to the
मारा
side
था.
of
आई गेस
FaZe, and
निग्मा
then
को
when
मारा
that
था.
high ground was given
एंड
away,
वहीं कहीं
then
आसपास जोन खत्म हुआ था
FaZe
जो.
are gonna use it
हाँ
because
यहाँ
they
ऊपर
have
हिल में तो
3, 4
ट्रिपल स्टोरी के
players
हिल
in
पे खत्म हुआ
position
था.
just ready
IHC
to
का ही
gun
फाइट
down
हुआ था
IHC,
रॉय
to
से.
gun down Nigma
एंड फेज
Galaxy,
ने
to
जब
get
पुश करके
IHC,
मारा था.
especially because of their rotate jukes. They had nobody
यही
between
तीन
their
टीम्स
top
तुमको
spot
आसपास
and that
दिखेगी और इन्हीं
western
तीन
side
टीम
of the
का
circle.
चिकन
There
है
was no
भाई.
one. So the fact that they
IHC,
just are
TJB,
playing so passive on the edge was a little bit surprising to me. I think they could have got involved in
Roy,
the conversation maybe versus
निग्मा.
Roy, TJB,
यही टीम है जो
even
ट्रिपल
FaZe
स्टोरी के
earlier
आसपास
on
होल्डिंग्स है और
Team
इन्हीं
Maybe
टीम्स
they
के
can
अच्छे
get
मैचेस
involved,
हुए
but
इस जोन में.
unfortunately, I feel like they're just trying to get placement points,
ओ
but we know
भाई.
at
और
this
कितने
very
जोन बन गए
moment,
भाई.
placement points alone are not going to cut it. if
तीन
they wanna
मैच
go
भी
to
बन जाए
survival.
भाई. आउट ऑफ कितने मैच हो रहे हैं. मतलब 3 6 3 एकम 3 6 6 9 10 11 12 12 मैचेस में से अगर 3 या 4 मैचेस भी बन रहे हैं भाई. प्रोबेबिलिटी फैक्टर देख रहे हो एक ही घर के पास. एक मैच में तो फेज और टीजेबी का ही फाइट हो गया था. देन आईएचसी थर्ड पार्टी करने आई थी.
They were in
Hasn't
last
changed for a
place,
while.
but I was thinking the math from FaZe, right? Because FaZe was in 11th. They had 98 points. IHC had 72. You're not gonna cross that with only 8 points. You need double-digit eliminations. You need a good performance. And IHC weren't playing for that. They were playing just to put points on the board. So I'm disappointed. I don't know if they realize what they're trying to do here, but maybe they were just trying to do it for this game, and then maybe the next one they're gonna go for it. But if I especially don't see a win from in the next
भाई
game,
आईएचसी पहले इतना एग्रेसिव खेलती थी. अब क्या हो गया भाई पता नहीं यार. वो पूछना पड़ेगा आईएचसी वालों से यार. आईएचसी में पहले एलेक्स भी था यार. मतलब आई गेस एलेक्स का एक्सपीरियंस और जो अभी नया बंदा है वो थोड़ा शायद आई डोंट नो उसकी वजह से चीजें ना गलत हो रही हो, क्योंकि वो एक अलग एक्सपीरियंस कैरी करता था. एलेक्स था जो आईएचसी में रॉ मारता था वो भाई. उसका कॉन्फिडेंस भाई रॉ चढ़ता था बंदों पे. रॉ निकालता था फाइट्स वगैरह. वो मेरे को अभी भी याद है उसका. मे बी द रीजन, बाकी आई डोंट नो. बाकी ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग देख लेते हैं. टीजेबी 169 159. भाई मैं तो लग रहा था टीजेबी कर गई. ये तो टीजेबी को भी पीछे छोड़ते हुए एनजीएक्स आ रही है. ठीक है भाई. आई8 153, नावी 148, एनआरएक्स, फैल्कन, फेज कहाँ से कहाँ पहुंच गई भाई. फर्स्ट डे पे फेस कहाँ पे बॉटम भाई नीचे बैटल कर रही थी टॉप 11 में आने के लिए, आज कहाँ पहुंच गई। हाईएस्ट एलिमिनेशन स्टिल I8, देन किसके हैं, देन आपके हैं टीजीबी के एनजीएक्स। एनआरएक्स ने बहुत चोक नहीं कर दिया, एनआरएक्स काफ़ी अच्छा खेल रही थी कल भाई। इसके जो कोच ने बात करी थी वो बिल्कुल सही निकली कि हम 2 दिन बहुत अच्छा खेलते हैं, मतलब अर्ली डेज पे खेलना और लैंड डे पे खेलना हमारा बीटी रहता है, वही बीटी यहाँ हो गया भाई। वाओ, फैल्कन फेज एंड भाई टीजीबी का कंफर्म नहीं लग रहा भाई अब ओवरऑल देख के कि नावी ने और एनआरएक्स ने चक दिया किसी मैच में, तो टीजीबी एनजीएक्स I8 नावी एनआरएक्स ये चारों अच्छा खेल जाए, टीजीबी ना खेल पाए तो टीजीबी नीचे नहीं आ जाएगी।
But maybe a question for you, Max. FaZe Clan, with that massive victory they just had, could they even be a contender now for top 3?
Well, I think that's a big statement to make. I mean, maybe mathematically speaking, they could. Who knows? That could happen, right? But right now, I think they're just keeping themselves safe from possibly going down in the bottom 5. I think that this game alone
करने का टेकअवे चाइना वाला ने ही ले रखा है क्या?
And one thing I want to highlight about FaZe, and I think me and Blank kind of echoed this point a few times, is that Mela clearly is the star player of
FaZe. top 3 game for TGB. भाई TGB को चाहिए भाई मैचेस कंसिस्टेंट, मतलब 3 मैचेस में उनको 5 पॉइंट 7 पॉइंट 6 पॉइंट लेके जाना पड़ेगा, 6 मतलब 12 15 20 पॉइंट लेके जाने हैं भाई। मेरे को ना ये देख के सबसे ज्यादा वो लग रहा है कि मतलब ठीक है टॉप की हम बात करते हैं बट हम यहाँ पे टॉप 11 की बात कर रहे हैं भाई, क्या कट ऑफ है ब्रो। मेरे को यार एक बार कट ऑफ देखनी है, इससे पहले ग्रुप जो मारा था येलो ग्रुप का कट ऑफ क्या गया था टॉप 11 का, गाइस एक बार चैट में बता देना टॉप 11 का और टॉप 3 का कट ऑफ क्या था इससे पहले येलो ग्रुप का, मेरे को जरा देखना है।
Survival because top 3 for me I'm not really
भाई IHC कर सकती है, IHC अभी भी 4 मैचेस है।
if they play the way they played this match,
फ्यूरिया चुप कर दी आज।
I have high hopes they could maybe go the whole way. Like that was a really solid game.
Yeah, beautifully executed from FaZe and right at the right time too. I mean, yeah, it is still possible, Jason, but then again, it's not.
One top 3 game for TGB. TGB has to play consistent. Yes, TGB को consistent खेलना है। ये मत सोचना कि TGB अभी भी हो गई है, मेरे को लग रहा था हो जाएगी, बट TGB को जिस तरीके से टीम ने परफॉर्म करा है नीचे वाली टीम्स ने, अगर वो कंसिस्टेंट खेल गई तो वो जो गैप है TGB से ऑलरेडी मतलब होने वाला है कम, तो TGB को कंसिस्टेंट 5-6-7 पॉइंट्स निकालने ही पड़ेंगे। Too close bro, too close.
I kind of want to give them a glimpse, man. They got 8 points in the last 2 games. They go 7 eliminations, 1 placement. They got 4 eliminations in the match prior with 6 place. I would have hope for them. I would see Rose make it to the grand finals, but we're gonna have to wait. So we're headed to a short break, get things ready for the last half of our final day of Group Red. We'll see you all in a few.
टिक के ले लो टॉप 3 एंड 119 फुट टॉप 11, ठीक है। वन मोर चिकन फॉर टीजेबी। मुझे याद है जब IHC ने नोवा को वाटर सिटी वाले स्क्वाड हाउस पे घुस के बिना नॉक लिए क्लीन वाइप किया था, तब से मैं फ़ैन हो गया था उनका। वन मोर चिकन फॉर TJB। निर्णय कब तक आएगी ग्लोबल? रॉबिन भाई ये तो शायद आपको ऑफिशियल्स वाले अच्छे से बता पाए। VP की इतनी तारीफ करी थी कास्टर ने और वो लोग परफॉर्म नहीं कर पा रहे, हो जाता है ब्रो ऊपर नीचे कई बार। TN में 1 चिकन 15 किल्स हो सकता है। योगी भाई बेस्ट ईयरफोन्स यार, ये ना मतलब मैं तो ऐसे बोलूँगा कि मैं जो यूज़ करता हूँ, अगर आप चाहो तो MDR यूज़ कर सकते हो सोनी के, बाकी प्लेयर टू प्लेयर भी डिपेंड करता है। आप खेल के देखो, आप एक्सपीरियंस लो कि आपको किसमें कंफर्ट ज़्यादा मिले। सोनी MDR आर बेस्ट। पहले एक्सपीरियंस ले लो, अगर आपका कोई फ्रेंड वगैरह खेलता है उस पर खेल के देखो, अगर आपको अच्छा लग रहा है सो कैन गो फॉर इट। A7 190 पे क्वालिफाई हुई थी #3 पे, ओके। एंड 11 का रैंक क्या था? क्योंकि पॉइंट्स यहाँ पे अच्छे खासे डिस्ट्रीब्यूट हो चुके हैं अदर टीम्स में। वहाँ पे आई गेस जो टीम्स खेल रही थी अच्छा, वो अच्छा ही खेल रही थी। बॉटम पे जो टीम थी वो पॉइंट नहीं निकाल रही थी, जितना मुझे शायद पता है। एक बार मुझे टॉप 11 का कट ऑफ बता दो, या मैं खुद ही देख लूँ।
We are back as we got to hear from Senator coming in from Team Falcons. Not too worried about the hot drops, thinking it as an opportunity to get more points. Okay, interesting stuff. I got Hot Jukes and Jason Statham, or French Jason Statham, going to be joining me here on the desk. I'm not sure if he's actually committed to the bit or if he's committed. So Mr. Statham here, obviously seen a lot of these teams in PUBG Mobile going head to head. What are the teams you're really keeping your eye out on?
I'm looking at the big fragging teams here, Jason.
भाई वो बॉक्स गेमिंग में एक प्लेयर था ना ब्रेक करके वो कौन सी टीम में खेल रहा है ऑडियंस बता दो एक बार शुभम भाई आप बोलो एफएलसी टॉप 3 नहीं आ रही काश डब्ल्यूबीजी होती भाई आप लोगों उसमें भी ऐसी स्टेज पे इंटरव्यू देते देखना है यार तो मेरे को ना सबसे ज्यादा अच्छी चीज इंटरव्यूज लगते हैं और आपको भी देखने चाहिए इवेंट के बीच में ना मतलब चीजें पता लगती है आपको टीम्स की पर्सपेक्टिव से जैसे एनआरएक्स के कोच ने खुद बोला था द वे वी प्ले ऑन फर्स्ट और अर्ली डेज फर्स्ट सेकंड डेज एंड द वे प्ले ऑन लास्ट डेज हम चोक करते हैं और वो चीज हुई फिर से दिख रही है एनआरएक्स ने 2 डे अनमैचेबल खेला है भाई एंडिंग के 2 डेज में नहीं कर पा रही वो आज अभी कर जाए वो अलग चीज है माइंडसेट ब्रो माइंडसेट
Oh, me? Okay. Oh, you better be talking to me or you'd be in danger, Hot Jukes. But the conversation for top 3 is very ominous. I mean, it keeps going all over the place except for TJB.
Guys, like, subscribe करते रहिए मैं ज़्यादा बोल नहीं रहा मैच के बाद ही बोलता हूँ एक बार तो आप कर दिया करें
It's hard to predict, but
guys 415 हो चुके हैं जल्दी से इसको 500 वाले लैंडमार्क पे इसको पहुंचाओ जल्दी से सारे लाइक कर दो and I'm watching your votes TJ will be consistent 49% FLCI it will do a comeback 41% mid bottom teams comeback guys ये तो हो रहा है इसमें votes क्यों नहीं आ रहे ये तो हो रहा है हमारा Navi NJX and NRX ये भी हो रहा है इसमें इतने कम votes है जो चीज हो रहा है गलत चीज guys भाई ये क्या चल रहा है कास्टिंग में
It was intentional.
I didn't know, Mr. Statham, that you were such a comedian. But we are taking a look here at Vengeance up against Alter Ego, our current 11th and 12th place. And we can see, Alter Ego's elimination is definitely going to be on point as we've seen Vengeance in the past, specifically trying to play for these placements. But that top 4 rate is really, I think where Alter Ego is starting to struggle here.
Yeah, they're having a bit of a... Can I come back? Is it my turn?
Yeah.
He had to like go film a scene or something. I don't know. He's busy. Yeah, Alter Ego right now, they need to make it just further into the matches. Sure, they showed some good potential fights every once in a while, like Hans again, Rosemary. They have that fragging potential, but they just, again, the top 4 ratings of 9.5%, just 10%. What? They're just going out so early. I'd love to see their survival time, but it must be insanely low. So they need to step up on that front for sure.
You know what? I got a question, Max. What do you think about at this stage? IHC is what 18 points behind Vengeance, right?
It's not happening.
I know it's not happening, but like, wouldn't they have to go for Vengeance at this point? Right?
Hello. It's not happening. Stop.
Okay.
Mr. Statham, while we have you here, can you tell us about your favorite mobile device that actually all the players here at PMGC are using?
I'm actually really happy you bring it up. It's this device, Jason. It's great. The Infinix GT20 Pro. I recommend it. Me, Jason Statham, love this device. It's fantastic.
There you go. Right from the mouth of the actor himself. I'm so happy to have him on the show. We can see that Mr. Statham, I think he might have to go again and film another scene. He might be used on set or a mission. I don't know. I hope we can get Maxman to take his place here in just a few. But Hodgix, Alter Ego, I feel like they do have a legitimate chance to get back into top 11. Which is why I kind of have them as one of my teams to focus here. But really, the bottom of the table it's so rough right now where, again, one match can lose it for you. One match can almost guarantee it for you.
Yep. Yeah, and Alter Ego, I mean, they're in that stage where, yeah, it's hard because a chicken dinner obviously would be amazing, but they're in that place too where it's like just putting points on the board is a necessity. So I'm not going to be ashamed to see Alter Ego play it a little conservative here, Max. What do you think? I know that you picked them.
I mean, looking back on some of their games, we had one Oracle earlier where they were just completely scared of fighting I8 in the first place. I think that here they're doing something similar to IHG, which is we just want to survive to the late game and hope that it's enough to push us in top 11, which for Alter Ego, that might be enough. But again, we mentioned it many times. Those eliminations are really going to count towards the end of the day. So Alter Ego, sure, placement points good, but
आईसी का सर्वाइवल स्टेज चांस क्या है? परसेंटेज रेशियो तो बहुत कम है ब्रो अभी.
You need to start sweeping the edge in those kind of situations. They haven't done it yet, but 3 matches down, they might start to go for some big
ज़्यादा important match number 4 on your screen.
Oh, I know we did have Seven give us information that Team Queso and Ayogi are really feeling like their confidence is at an all-time low going into these matches, which I can kind of understand. I mean,
guys, by the way, कल हमारे 3 जोन कौन से आए थे? याद करो, कल के दिन पे हमारे 3 जोन कौन से थे? एक जॉर्जिया वाला जोन, जो फिर से बताता हूँ, जॉर्जिया वाला जोन जो पर कंटेनर साइड गया था, साउथ सिटी. एक जोन आया था हमारा सेम ट्रिपल स्टोरी वाला, जो उसको गोल्डन ट्रिपल स्टोरी बता दो. एक आया था हमारा क्वारी वाला जोन, जहाँ पे एफएलसी टीजेबी थी. टीजेबी ने अच्छा एज होल्ड किया था, और हम सीडी आया था और एफएलसी ने वाइप किया था नावी को. आई गेस क्या अभी थर्ड मैच का क्या लग रहा है तुमको सीन? थर्ड मैच पे हमारा क्या कौन सा सर्कल हमारा आ सकता है? जल्दी से कमेंट करके बताओ, क्योंकि मैच होने वाला है स्टार्ट. एंड विच टीम यू आर रूटिंग फॉर? कौन सी टीम तुमको लग रहा है टॉप 3 आएगी, वो भी कमेंट करके बताओ.
Hearing it from their mouth, just saying that, you know what, that they're not feeling it going into this is a big statement to make. All I know is that I would never admit that. You know, I'd be like, hey, we're ready to go. Let's make it happen. You got to cheer your squad up and just kind of reset here because they are one of the best
वैसे
teams in the
मैंने
world.
चीज देखी कि जब से मैं ये देख रहा हूँ, उससे पहले लोग बोल रहे थे कि क्वारी जोन आ रहे हैं, बट ऐसा नहीं है. जब से मैंने देखना किया या मतलब मोस्टली जोन बताऊँ तो वो ट्रिपल स्टोरी या नया रिलेटेड जोन्स हो गए. हमने मिलिट्री जोन भी देखे इतने सारे, मतलब मिक्स्ड ही जोन आए हैं. ऐसा नहीं कि कोई रिलेटेड ही ज्यादा है. कुनाल अगर तू लिख रहा है
how they were playing in SEA was actually quite interesting.
Very crucial match of the day.
Dragging teams in the lobby. They were not just like this big standout squad. They were just consistent. And for me, consistency is pretty important going into a PMGC. A 4-day tournament, consistency is quite relevant. And I thought that would be enough for them to push them at least in survival stage, maybe even competing for top 3. They were kind of an underdog team for me, Jason in particular, and I thought that they could be a bit of a surprise, but they had a little bit of a slow start, so that did unfortunately hurt them for the overall rankings towards the end.
Okay, well, another team here on your screen, IWNRX, need to have a step up here. I mean, again, it's Mirren Sejong to be towards the top of the table for almost every single day, that to go into the last day and not be able to just have that one good game you need to catch back up could be unfortunate for them. But I believe it is time here, gentlemen, to head into our final Erangel of the group. John Allen and Blake,
Let's go boys. कहाँ का ये जोन आएगा नीचे कमेंट करके जरूर बताएं. वेस्टर्न, ईस्टर्न, थोड़ा मिलिट्री वाला जोन, या फिर आपको देखने को मिलेगा एक सेंट्रिक जोन जो लास्ट मैच आया था. क्या लास्ट मैच की तरह ट्रिपल स्टोरी वाला जोन रहेगा? मैं देख के परेशान हो चुका हूँ. या कोरी वाला जोन जो बहुत बार बना है, या जॉर्जिया वाला जोन जो कल भी बना है आज भी बना है. क्या होने वाला है आप बताएं. मेरे को 2 जोन लग रहे हैं. जॉर्जियो मल्टीपल टाइम बन चुका है, ट्रिपल स्टोरी वाला साइड रोजोक सेंट्रिक शूटिंग रेंज टाइप वाला एक जोन. इन दोनों जोन से मेरे को लग रहा है कोई एक बन सकता है. एक मिलिट्री बन जाए भाई मजा आ जाएगा. मैं हमेशा बोलता हूँ मिलिट्री बने. मिलिट्री तो फेवरेट है अपना. बाकी देखते हैं.
That's actually a Jason Statham move if you guys didn't know. That's why it's funny. Yeah.
नोवो मिलिट्री नोवो बन जाए वो भी अच्छा है.
You know, for IWX, not a real one. For them, I think that the difficulty they're running into, they seem scared in a lot of their engagements when they're rolling through. I don't really know how you fix that, honestly, because it's a mentality problem.
वर्चस प्रो को दिक्कत होगी नहीं, एनआरएक्स को दिक्कत होगी नहीं, आई8 को दिक्कत होगी नहीं, एफएलसी को कोई दिक्कत नहीं हो गई. आईएससी पहुंच जाएगी, फेस पहुंच जाएगी, टीजेबी जा रही है. एंड क्या ही मस्त जोन आया है भाई. कोई एक सेंट्रिक सा जोन बन जाए और मजा नहीं आ जाएगा. एनआरएक्स पानी के बीच में कहीं भी जा सकता है. क्या टफनेस रहेगी जोन पे.
But for IWNRX, definitely need a little bit more of that juice coming through from this team.
मैं तो फेवर करता हूँ.
They are known to be quite an aggressive squad. But what we're seeing here is a lot more safe plays. I'd like to see something different come off the back of that here.
Looking for something special on the southwest circle. Leaning on the horn here for TJB. Letting it be known they're here to play. Fantastic stuff. Top of the tables right now. 10 points in the lead. The southwest circle means that from Severny, they will have to rotate quite far from all the way up that north side of the map. It's a non-zero possibility that we end up on Military Island.
query ही खींचेगा zone. देखते हैं. कुणाल बोल रहा है zone query ही खींचेगा. Let's see.
Going on down towards the Military Island, which means we're much more likely to end up in those.
End zone 70% water रहे. क्या ही मजा आएगा.
Yeah, वही तो guys, वही तो बोला मैं. Back down that way.
अगर ऐसा हो जाए तो मजा आएगा.
Aware of that happening, as we have had
some interesting zone है और tough zone भी है.
So that's something teams
zone की करवटों के हिसाब से देखो.
They're aware of going into the future of this game.
समझ लो अगर Military Island को touch हो गया zone तो blessings है military वाली teams के लिए. And दिक्कत है सारी main island की teams के लिए कि कैसे कैसे move करना है, rotate करना है. वो भसड़ रहने वाली है. अगर गलती से zone उधर चले गया ऊपर तब इतना कोई BT शायद ना हो.
We do have a interview coming through from the coach from ASIA, and he's going to go over some of the little different things that have been going through that team's mind to keep them set up towards that top side with 7.
Welcome back to a quick interview with the 7WG, and I'm actually joined by the coach from ASIA, Trenda. Trenda, you guys were able to get a chicken dinner. You're currently in the top 3. We have 3 matches left. What is the team feeling like? What are you guys going to be working on the next 3 matches to make sure you maintain yourself in the top 3?
अच्छा लगेगा कि भाई क्या टफनेस हो रही है, बट टीम्स को खेलने के लिए भी उतना ही ज़्यादा स्ट्रेस रहेगा.
Now or never situation, you can say. Yeah. The team is pretty confident. They like whenever I ask, are you guys taking any pressure or something like that? They say no. We will go more aggressive. This time, more aggressive. So yeah, we have 3 more maps. So right now we are on the 3rd spot. Inshallah, we will do better.
I appreciate you, brother. Thanks so much for your time. Back to you guys.
Fantastic stuff coming on through. I mean, the fact that you're not letting that pressure get to you, that is so important. The mental game is one of the biggest battlegrounds in PUBG Mobile.
Exactly.
The competitive scene is making sure that you can keep your head level when all those around you are losing theirs, and that is how winning is done.
Well, for ASIA, I always enjoy watching this. This is not how you climb, but in PUBG Mobile, it's definitely a way that it works to get it up on high and go for some scouting positions. Also a really nice spot to scout from, just purely because this is one of the positions where you don't have a lot of sight lines looking out this way. You can't stay up here forever, but it's a great spot to know when teams are coming in, especially from the roadside. But going back to ASIA, it's a very interesting one, the way the coach talks about the team and their confidence, because I think that ASIA was one of the few teams that came into Group Red with the best mentality of, we want to get 70-80 points today. That's our goal. And that was on day 1. 70 to 80 points on a day is a ridiculous feat to grab, but like I said, they're shooting for the stars, and if they fall short of the stars, it doesn't matter, because they've still rocketed into outer space, which is what they've been able to do during Group Red. 153 points. It's looking very, very nice for ASIA, and the fact they're able to keep that mentality up and take some of these more aggressive plays, which have sat them up towards the top side of the lobby, allowed them to win from spots like southern side of Everest inside the fields. Yeah, really, really nicely done. And I can only hope it continues, because this is a team that has really impressed me, and some of the greatest talents coming out from Pakistan.
Great stuff, great performances coming on through, and it's just kind of unfortunate that they're facing off against TJB, who've had the most chicken dinners of any team ever in group stages at these international tournaments since we've had this format. And they have just absolutely come up blasting, which is a little bit unfortunate. It means those chicken dinners haven't been going elsewhere, otherwise things may have been a little bit
भाई अब ये जोन इतनी बार बन चुके हैं ना, टीम्स को ऑलरेडी पता भी रहता है कहीं ना कहीं एंट्री पॉइंट्स कहाँ से हम ले सकते हैं, कहाँ पे कौन सी टीम होल्ड कर सकते हैं, कौन सी टीम से कहाँ फाइट होगी. तो वो रीडिंग तो टीम्स को कहीं ना कहीं काफी ज्यादा हाई रहेगी. कल के दिन पे भी सिमिलर काइंड ऑफ एक जोन बना हुआ है.
Getting into these late games,
IHC पूरा जितना मुझे याद आया था पूरा घूम के आ रही थी, पूरा वेस्टर्न साइड से रोटेशंस करते हुए मूव करते हुए आ रही थी.
Still profiting and should likely be in the survival stage, but it's definitely possible that they could slip down as well.
Yeah, if it gets to right, they're a team that was
FLC को दिक्कत पता कब होगी?
right? Keeping the
जब zone
five-finger
फैली की तरफ
grip
को
on the game so far.
काफी गए हैं.
They are now in a little bit of a dangerous scenario in 10th place with Incilio rocking up 118 points, Tiamba 121, and FaZe for the first time in a long time been able to pick up that 7th place. And not too far behind Falcons at the moment. And we had a nice interview there with Senator. Still feels like that mindset is good for them. I actually really appreciate the comment of the, are you expecting hot drops? It's like, yeah, but you got to look on the bright side.
nearby zone बन रहे हैं ना, जैसे थर्ड स्टोरी का बताया मैंने आपको एग्जांपल देके. FaZe 2 बार सीढ़ी निकाल ली.
For Falcons, it was very obvious that they were very much working on their rotates coming through. Ooh, this is big actually. Coming through those first 3 days, but I like that now they're looking further towards their team fight.
कहीं ना कहीं एक्सपेक्टेड भी था क्योंकि TJB अर्ली क्यूब से निकल रही थी. 70 की टीम है, क्यूब से मूव करना ज्यादा वो करती है. फ्यूरिया को वहां पे किल मिला 6-7 का. ठीक है, 2 फिनिशेस लेगी TJB का. भाई TJB 2 भाई ऐसा ना हो जाए TJB तुम क्वालीफाई होते होते रह जाओ. जानबूझ के तो नहीं कर रहे हो कि फर्स्ट नहीं आना है.
Either side of it, ready to slice straight on through that approach, and TJB on 2 gonna divert into the crates here. It's interesting decision to take on this path. I mean, you're using that cover from the west, from the east side, and trying to get around Everest, I suppose, and send all the way out on that west side of Gatka Fields. Maybe a little bit of a change of plans after they lost 2 of their players, but let's see if they can adapt into this one. Flower, Triple S, both fairly solid, well, very solid players for the roster, so not out of it just yet. We'll see how much further they can go. But this is good news for teams looking to take that top spot from them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that when you look over towards some of our squads who are chasing, Tiamba's never quite been able to get Tongjibao's never been quite able to get fully ahead of the squads in 2nd and 3rd place. They have definitely made a good breakout for it, but it's not happened just yet. Another circle that benefits ASA, they can just calmly chill down towards the southeast side. No one's going to want to go towards Military Island because
Winners prediction करना बहुत मुश्किल है bro.
They know the circle's likely not going to end up towards the southeast side. Good shots from IWNRX as well with that scouting position up on high, alerting their teammates to the squad that is coming in fairly quickly, and Zedwolf will once again take up position on that high ground.
He's up on that radar dish and he scanned the galaxy for a point. Fantastic news. And yeah, he's just going to hippity-hoppity his way back up the pole and see if he can keep that presence. I feel like it's going to get very, very dangerous quite quickly, though, and I don't imagine he's going to be able to stay up there for more than maybe a minute at best without going down if he stays.
अगर FLC का chicken अभी तो second zone ही है bro.
The good news is there's a lot of trees that's around it, so in general the sight lines can be covered off, but it's super exposed. That's not going to stop him though. Shots over to Tixie and VirtusPro lose one of their approach.
Yeah, I mean VirtusPro 15th place, they are not massively far away from breaking in to the survival stage. And again, not a lot of our teams down towards the bottom 5 aren't. I mean, IHG's even been able to get up towards 80 points now. It's wild how close this is for those bottom 5. I think this is our most competitive lobby and probably will be even going into Group Green, sorry. We had Group Yellow, which is a group of prediction that has some horribly strong teams over in there, mixed in with some of maybe our weaker squads, but still very strong. For Group Red, on the other hand, I think this is way, way more evenly matched. To the point where
top 3 पे तभी Falcon qualify कर पाएगी.
You wouldn't be unhappy to see any team drop out of survival stage and one of these teams from the bottom 5 jump up. I don't think it would feel like anyone was stealing away a spot towards the survival stage because they all sort of deserve to be there in their own rights.
It'll be interesting to see how many teams from each group make it through the survival stage as well. That's what I'll be looking out for. To see if, because of how closely fought it is, we're going to see some very strong teams from the top of Group Red and even all the way down through the middle of it have a really good go at those survival stages. See if they can get all the way through it as well. Maybe, and it kind of feels this way, right? Where looking at the survival stages, you're taking 9 of our very, very best teams out of there.
Like match काफी important है यार. 2 मैच में भाई पता नहीं यार.
A little bit more of an opportunity.
Close आ रही है PT.
I think you're considering the fact that
important zone.
one of TJB, IWNRX,
मैंने बोला था ना अगर ये zone जल्दी से नीचे आ जाता तो मिल्टी वाली टीम को ब्लेसिंग हाई एट और नावी को, बट ऐसा नहीं है, ब्लेसिंग्स यहाँ पे रही है ऊपर वाली टीम को.
A big shift over on the circle sends it to Ferry Pier, and
Northern
ASIA
side.
currently not leaving from the military island with Navi behind them, actually.
Yeah, Navi was able to make a cool rotate over towards the Eastern Bridge and move down. And I think they sort of expected ASIA to just be quite calmly chilling over on this side. They already find Noki because they have been brazen on their approach here. I didn't expect anyone to come down here. I didn't expect anyone to push out into military either. But Navi with a very interesting rotation looking to take up that position.
अभी भी कर सकते हैं, इससे ज़्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं. तो ये मैच में निकालने पड़ेंगे 10+ points.
It's very indicative of a team currently in 4th place.
भाई क्यों देख रहे हो अभी तक आएगा, कोई भी टीम एलिमिनेट नहीं हुई है ब्रो. थर्ड सर्कल
currently in 3rd place. So this is massive.
Navi के लग गए face top 5.
I mean, they were talking about Sandhawk potentially being a calculated approach to the team in boot camp, moving on in, and I feel like this may be the same sort of play. You're right, it is so pivotal that it's against ASIA, and you know 100% of the time that ASIA are going to be on this military island. So you're pushing behind them, you're moving on through as Na'Vi. This has been a great opportunity for them. They're playing as 3 on ASIA, but one of them's trapped down the cliff face. UZM split off. Falak is completely out in nowhere. And so whilst they are as 3, they're basically 3 solos right now.
It's painful. I mean, from starting out inside this lobby to being a case of, we have such an amazing amount of space to play around with. It's a good counter from UZM, but now this res has to come through incredibly quickly. We're halfway through into stage 4 coming in, where it will be unresable to pick up your teammates.
Down.
Yeah, and he should do as well. Puncher goes out. This is a great comeback coming through from UZM.
UZM
might take one of us, but the rest a little bit hardier. Now they're aware of your presence. They've set up for it. And with the blue zone at the back, Navi are going to be eating the damage first. Puncher very unlikely to get rezzed here. The spray down for Flip, not going to quite connect there. Pushes back. And remember, there is still IQ underneath them on this cliff base. Lemon gets rezzed. UZM repositions. The 2 players from ASIA on the northern side of things will move around this coastland. They can get to the bridge and play in this zone as well, Blank. But it looks like they want to stay out and guard Navi.
Navi क्या कर रही है? Navi कुछ नहीं कर रही bro.
Is a good comeback coming through on the side of ASIA, and again, it's so important on the standings with ASIA and Navi both battling out for that 3rd place position. So any damage ASIA can get done here is really pivotal.
अब Navi क्या करेगी? वाइट क्या करेगी? मुझे ये देखना
है. The problem here, and the best thing they can hope to do, because they should understand that this is ASIA that they're going up against, is that they should just hope to guard them out. That's the best thing they can do. Even if it costs them their lives, what it creates is a situation where they can get a reset on the game. Out goes the bow. Good shots right now from Lemon, looking to finish things off for them.
Maybe just a little step too far there to go for an open rotate.
Navi target.
Navi, we're going to be across the bridge already, but a back step there, and Lemon drops out while the zone doesn't fully close. They've got 20 more seconds to try and find this shot, try and find this shutdown, and he's tagging the damage out into the water for Uzum.
ऐसा तो नहीं लगता मुझे.
He is going to eat the final bullet there.
I8 का एक फाइट भी हुआ था, तो मे बी नावी वालों ने सोचा होगा कि I8 वाले मिलिट्री ब्रिज पे एंगेज रहेंगे, तो हम ट्राई करते इनको लेके कुछ आगे जाने का. ऐसा सोचा उन्होंने. They just busy रहेंगे तो हम कुछ बीटी करें, हमको भी मिल जाएंगे उस पॉइंट पे. क्योंकि किल फीड आई है उसकी उसके रिस्पेक्टिव में उन्होंने सोच के कुछ प्लानिंग करी है. हो सकता है वो चीज भी.
But well done to Navi. I think that is a tough choice to make in the moment, but it is the right decision overall for their game.
It felt like they really had that all under control, but it kind of went pear-shaped though, right towards the end of it. Disengaging us too though. I mean, you're right, that is kind of the best of a bad situation. Tiamba looking to try and get rid of Tunch, but he won't go down that easy. They're launching nades on the inside, but he's already managed to exfiltrate on the building and do a lot of damage. Keep that hold on going. It's interesting, though, because ASIA and Na'Vi both have gone down. This is IWNRX. This is Falcons, both with a big opportunity in big positions as well on this circle, Blank, to make a lot of ground up and get back into such that tight grouping of teams towards the 3rd place bubble.
Yeah, and again, this is the aggression that I wanted to see from IWNRX in this position. They've been handed a game here, which drops over towards where they start their matches for IWNRX. So I want to see a little bit more. Vengeance has clear overview towards Na'Vi's push across. ASIA actually able to get their second player back up again. So 3 elims not going over towards Na'Vi as they left that spot earlier on. So well played to them. And as to... there's a good chance they can get further into this game.
If they can get up into the ridge line that stretches that tree-covered ground, but at the moment, IWNRX really not letting anyone else in because this east side is popping off with Incilio taking heavy casualties and FaZe continue to put pressure on the lobby overall.
नावी मिल्टा पावर जाती है और नावी नो उसे मिलिट्री बैक आती है लिंक है मैफिट का मगर वाइटली अनअवेलेबल दिखा रहा FLC एंड NRX के पास इस मैच में चांस है FLC टॉप 3 इनकमिंग देखते हैं FLC आगे तो बहुत बढ़िया है इग्नोर भाई TN बाय एल रोटेशन एलनावी हक दिया टारगेट करके ऐसा पता नहीं आप बोल नहीं सकते मैंने इतना ध्यान नहीं दिया स्टार्टिंग पे बट मैं अच्छे से देखूंगा तो आपको एक जेन्युइन में बता सकूंगा चीज
dangerous run that he's making but it's the only play that he can make in this moment himself further in. No more first aid kits either. I think he's working with bandies as well as some stims.
Have they?
They must have seen this, surely.
Oh, yeah, they definitely have. They're going to know something's up.
I can see.
Did he just take shots?
Yeah, he went down. He went down.
He's down. He's down. He's down. Crisis averted. Vengeance handle it. Na'Vi are out, and that is a pretty big team to fall at this stage with only 2 elims. They don't make it across the crossing.
They have to essentially now hope that ASIA go down early in the next couple of teams so they don't really get too many more points off the back of them. But yeah, this could have been a really good game for ASIA, and it is scarpered by Na'Vi. Doesn't gain either teams too many points in the future, but it does just get a reset in. And for Na'Vi, considering where they were playing at the beginning of this game, to be honest, I don't think that they had that big of a chance into this circle anyway. So taking your competition out, it's a bold move. There might have been a world where they were able to get in towards one of these positions on the eastern side of the lobby, but who knows? We'll never know. This game would have to be replayed.
Finishes Nikalo.
SIA spotting players from Vengeance, picking up some points there on the south side. Trimming
मुझे क्या मैं तो मेरी टीम के लिए लॉयल हूँ चाहे कैसा भी खेले
This guy is on the warpath today, and I mean you can tell why with the points tables as close as they are. Unlikely to see this flex back out from Vengeance. I think that might be Lily just going down, and IQ continues to surge out and put pressure onto Vengeance with 2 of their players remaining. He gets the flush going.
IQ are actually going crazy right now. ASIA, you can never count them out until they're done. Actually finding 2 extra eliminations as well. Here's IHC coming against Tongji About. Currently down to 2 players. Nice nades over the top, keeping them at bay, keeping them cornered inside of the shack. And IHC on 4 elims on the game.
TJB looked to stop the first approach. Demo does go down. I thought it might have been to a team nade, but it was a step out spray down. IHC moving up to the shack against 2. One of them on a sliver of HP as well. But finally, just down to 1. It's just Flower to contend with. They got cut out earlier, and IHC are fumbling this approach. Flower low, but they're out of there completely. The third party angle. Oh wait, Godless is still there. Okay, now he's down. But so's Flower. What just happened?
Oh, dear me. I mean, to be honest with Godless, you gotta admit, in that moment, the fact that he's able to jump up just as the vehicle explodes and gets the DBS shot through the window is somewhat remarkable. So at least they're able to finish off Tongji About in that moment. Nice nade comes through from Flower as well through the window. Didn't even prime it, just allowed that one to cook on through, and then it explodes at the worst timing there for the boys over on IHC.
भाई I think IHC 86 पे VP भी out हो गई भाई पता नहीं यार IHC 2 मैच में कर लेगी क्या
capability of the top 4
चलो 100 का मार्क तो टच हो गया टॉप 11 के लिए कि कंफर्म्ड होने वाला है
5 eliminations. It's a decent result given what situation they were in, getting those 5 elims, as Jason was saying back on the desk. That's Kaplan, not Statham. It could be enough to see you safe, but towards those top 3, it's probably going to need a little bit more juice. Enigma Galaxy, on that south side with 2. If they can survive for longer, they may be able to secure that second place. Zedwolf finally having to hop down there. But IWNRX, 4 players alive, looking fairly solid in their spot. Falcons, 4 players alive, fairly solid in their spot. FaZe, 4 players alive on this northeast side. We know they're liking a frag out today. Can these pushes towards these top pack come on through on this game as well?
I mean, FaZe are just flying through. They have done this multiple times, though, in the past in terms of getting into tournaments off the back of their final days. Yeah, I mean, for FaZe, 4 eliminations, like you said,
नहीं हो रही ISC directly बाहर ही जाएगी. FLC top निकालो, finishes निकालो. FLC जो important है जहाँ पे दिख रहे open पे kill निकालो.
Big thumbs up to them, the fact they were able to make that happen despite the shaky start that they had, which sits them a little bit further ahead of Na'Vi. IWNRX, though, is the team that I am focusing over towards. They have had a good game so far. 8 teams remaining, 22 players. This is where they need to make their breakout. This is where they need to clear that gap between them and Na'Vi and ASIA, and potentially even Nigma Galaxy on the 2 players they have.
Nigma Galaxy, they have Team Queso to their south side, but IWNRX are making that approach for Team Queso a little bit rough here. Getso Roy trying to rotate into the late game here again, but don't have too much to work with. Only the 1 player, and already Zedwolf knows where you are. A nade, not going to target Car directly, but spots him as he peeks his head up over the parapet, and Zedwolf takes it clean off. That's Getso Roy down.
Yeah, good stuff. Very, very good stuff there. We'll keep IWNRX nice and safe over towards that side of the map. FaZe, though, up against the Falcons. Both teams,
Eastern side,
I honestly don't think anyone expected both these teams to be so closely in contest on the leaderboards, but FaZe is here to play now. Team Queso, though, nice shots over towards Nigma Galaxy, especially for Team Queso now on the chase above Vengeance, who are on 100 points. Team Queso currently on 99.
Remember, of course, those placement points are going to start to rack up for Team Queso, which means that they're likely already over that mark, but they want to be more than that. They want to be further ahead.
Kill still is a part of the
whatever
game.
Placements they got. Maybe try to catch up towards Incilio if they go down soon, because they're on the back of the queue on the east side and they have just fallen. So Team Queso, again, with an opportunity up into that 11th place now. Vengeance slipped down.
Vengeance now in 12th place. Not a good place to be for them. And Team Queso, 4th match of the day. A bit of confidence maybe regained here for them. Just so needed. And we saw them earlier. They looked pretty downtrodden over on the stage. FaZe attempting to get these nades over into the shack, but the smoke cover allowing them to keep the eyes off the ledges and make those angles to line up for FaZe a bit harder. Yes, you can try and throw a bunch of nades in over that way and hope one fits in, but a lot of times in these end circles,
good one.
it's a good...
भाई क्या हो गया जोन बनती है FLC पे नेट को क्या हो गया
to throw those smokes because teams do not want to waste nades at this point in the game. Falcons getting will feel so incredibly bad because this is the game that they have been waiting for so long now, and East already falling right off the bat, John. Ooh, it's not a good feeling for them.
I mean, it's so unfortunate because they're kind of in the saddle of this ridgeline as well between FaZe and IWNRX. The 2 teams around them on the tables as well. It is so devastating. Either side on the tables, either side on the ridgeline. And Falcons need to hold off this push. FaZe try and go on in, but it's being cut down here. East has been flushed away, but they still have 3. And only Venturas now sits on their flank. This is a big pickup.
Kills come FLC के ज़्यादा kills होने चाहिए थे अभी.
FaZe may have just been able to lose out.
NRX आ रही है FLC नहीं FLC का winner chicken dinner नहीं है.
FaZe down to 1 player in quite fast fashion. So for FaZe, who were looking to put about back-to-back the hot juice we talked about earlier, feels like it might be off the cards. Good shots from Venturas, though, finds another from Falcons, but Top is quick to readdress that scenario. But not likely anyone else from his team is going to stay over. So now down to just Top remaining as he tries to slither on through inside this valley.
In case अगर NRX के कितने kill है अभी मैं points table देख रहा था NRX के कितने points थे.
But does find some great shots over towards Furia, who are trying to enter from this eastern side, but the Fury is more over towards the side of Team Queso as they start to light the fire underneath this lobby.
TQ निकाल ले. TQ और आपका Team Queso और NRX लग रहा है मुझे.
Moving out in the open. sitting down, trying to go for these spray challenges, but it is just a last-ditch attempt. Can they get the res? It looks like they should be able to. IWNRX, 4 players alive. A 3rd place guarantee for Falcons. I think they got 7 eliminations on this game. A big game for IWNRX as well. They've been waiting for this all throughout. FaZe, the team that fell by the Wade side on this match. They still got a decent result, but the teams ahead of them will accelerate away. The top pack also slowed down, caught up in the fighting on the south side, and it has not been a successful story for them this match. And it is, again, a front-page scramble for 3 spots. There's 7 contenders.
It's more than likely, like Jason said, going to come down to the final match of this tournament. It's time and time again, we get those sprint outs in the front line. That should be Falcon. Whoa,
how did that not catch him?
Okay, Falcon. I mean, Top just survives that one.
Just built different.
Nade protection. Yeah. Wild.
Just built different there. Either way, still in a pretty dire scenario, all things considered, with IWNRX pushing up to the ridgeline. Team Queso wanting to secure themselves further and further up these tables. Trying to do the Americas proud. It's IWNRX moving on over, trying to stop that story. Turkey are behind them too. All 4 of their players, they've got 14 smokes to play with. That is a lot of utility on side for IWNRX.
Yeah, they're ready to take this game home, and they really do want to. Falcons, like you said, 7 elims on the match. Top doing a good job here. They should know of this location from Top, considering they got the nades.
Definitely do. 2 nades in the pocket.
Ooh, they are lining up towards his left-hand side. That's unfortunate on the timing at which he readdresses the approach on the buggy, and maybe just trying to bait something out. Good shots to start off things with, a Melodious almost goes down, but this might be the trigger pulled now for IWNRX as they hear that breakout. The damage has been done. They don't push the issue.
I mean, Team Queso are on the back foot here, right? The circle closest to the center, and IWNRX know they have these angles under control. They have a lot of smokes to play with. They're redistributing all of their ammunition. They're playing this one on the smart game, not the aggressive style that we have seen from some of our teams so far. With 9 eliminations, with 4 more, they could add up to 13 eliminations. A 23-point game would, I believe, see them towards the top spots here. This is such a crucial moment, not only for IWNRX, but for Team Queso as well. The best case scenario for making the tables as interesting as possible, in my mind, is Team Queso get 3 of these elims and then lose to a full 4 elim from IWNRX. That would shake things up the most.
अरे ये लास्ट में बोरिंग हो जाता है यार बहुत टीम धीरे zone to zone
Team Queso
रिकॉर्ड करने का कोई ऑफ एंगल पकड़ जाए
how do they want to play this now, because we are in stage 9 now. IWNRX playing off the back of this ridge side. They would like the players from Team Queso to rotate into them. They have good control a little bit further over into the middle side of this lobby, but it is a full 4v4. But with Zedwolf picking up the first elimination onto Melosa, that's their big off angle, and IWNRX look like they're taking this one home already, John.
Melodious goes down, and Nade to follow it up from Kane. No damage to be seen in response. 2 players at the back line, and they're already eating damage from the shrapnel. Frozen launching that Molotov forward. Zedwolf as well, cooking one up, making these rotate so hard. Papi Patro and Kolgo trying to make the spray down, and a bold push out on the buggy. 2 of them almost go down as just Kolego now left standing, the last player in the mix for Team Queso, and Frozen rolls forwards, but it's the buggy to connect first, and that is how you shut down a game. A 13-point chicken dinner in the closing moments for IWNRX. We're going right down to the wire again.
And look, the big thing is IWNRX get themselves a chicken dinner, the first one of the tournament. This is the changing point. 2 more matches to go, but they picked up that chicken dinner, and maybe now's the time for IWNRX to get themselves back up into the top 3. No more sad faces, only smiles, because they can only go up from here.
They done it!
Yes!
It's possible! Let's go! Oh,
भाई कास्टर्स को क्या हो गया? कमबैक भाई, कमबैक हर मैच कमबैक मार रहा है कोई ना कोई.
has been earned, Max.
Just a chicken dinner. Jason Statham would be proud.
Guys, if you're new to the stream, guys, make sure to hit the like and subscribe to the channel and like कर दो सारे के सारे.
Not happy at
Guys,
all.
हमारे कितने likes हो गए? अभी 482 ही like है हमारे, 500 like नहीं हो guys. क्या कर रहे हो? 323 लोग देख रहे हो like, जल्दी से like कर दो. मुझे लग रहा है ये जो चीज है ना, ये change होने वाले हैं. TJB will be consistent. पता नहीं भाई, 2 matches बच्चे, अगर 2 matches में TJB imagine करो कि point ही ना निकाल पाए, मतलब ऐसा ना हो, but अगर ऐसा हो जाए और कोई और टीम ऊपर आ जाए भाई, कुछ भी हो सकता है इस lobby में. लास्ट 2 मैच मजा आएगा भाई, बहुत ज्यादा मजा आएगा. लास्ट 2 मैचेस मत मिस करना. ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग देख लेते हैं एक बार, कितना गैप बचा है.
To really get some information while not taking too big a risk in this game, playing that ridge south of Longwood was the big play to make. But unfortunately, when you're dealing with IW and RX that sure are low on ammo, but they have the best weapon in the game, which is a buggy, you're going to be in a world of hurt. But Z-Wolf, these are crazy What? 9 elims, 1.5k damage in one game.
Yo, I was talking to you at the top of the show, and I was like, "Can you imagine a world where Z-Wolf doesn't make it into the grand finals with how he played so far?" And he said he must have heard something. You know, his ears were twitching, and was like, "This is not going to happen under my."
He's talking smack.
That's right, dude. 9 eliminations, dude. Z-Wolf on fire in the final moments. This is literally a movie.
I mean, if it starts back at the beginning of the match. Luckily, the spectators caught it for us, the observers. We saw Z-Wolf go up the tower with some sweet little hops, and he stayed on top of that tower, and I believe he got 4 eliminations from that tower. Then eventually he did have to come down from this one, and then he picks up another 5 eliminations on top of that. Like Z-Wolf almost single-handedly carrying his team through to the grand finals here. A phenomenal performance out of the guy who's the MVP after day 1 and 2, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you could do it again today. I mean, can you imagine if you're a player, okay, you're just going through Longwood, you're rotating, you're playing your typical PMGC lobby, and you start getting shot from somewhere, and you're looking at the tree like, where the hell, where am I getting shot from?
Last 2 matches, मजा आएगा. Yes, I hope FLC will win. #1 in playoff. Z-Wolf lit tower पे बैठा था.
And actually,
guys,
really give you so much cover while you're up there. It's not just the like tree chunks. You have the actual leaves, the foliage up there that helps him so much stay hidden while still gathering information, because no one in their right mind would go check in the trees. But he's up there. Well, he's hidden.
It makes sense, dude. I mean, come on. You see Z-Wolf doing his best Sanji impression, right? Just jumping all the way to the top to that tower.
Skywalking.
Exactly. And then who's going to expect a wolf
मुझे ना गाइस 172 लोग देख रहे हो, अभी टाइम है थोड़ा ओवरऑल आने को.
9 eliminations.
कौन सी 3 टीम्स को ना आप क्वालिफाई होते हुए देखना चाहते हो? प्लीज लेट मी नो इन द कमेंट सेक्शन चैट को.
Right, this guy.
And genuinely बताना which 3 team you want to see for top 3. अभी जो रैंकिंग चल रही है उसके अकॉर्डिंगली अभी टॉप पे TJB,
it's kind of a sequel to the
I8, Navi,
I don't know, man, how
NGX, NRX, ये टीम्स बैटल कर रही है. So according to you, which 3 teams you think कि हाँ ये टीम तो जाएगी ही जाएगी? कमेंट करके जरूर बताओ.
But we have to talk about 2 other teams here, gentlemen. I8 and
pressure,
Navi,
bro, pressure.
Navi like feinting that they were going to go through the eastern bridge to go rotate in towards one of these zones. Instead, they go through the western bridge, which are the western side, I should say, and they clash against I8, except Navi are going to be the first ones to go out, and I8 still get some points. This is rough times for those teams who are just trying to hold on to top 3.
Yeah, so trying to hold on to top 3 for those 2 squads, and it didn't quite go the way they wanted. I mean, good for I8. I think it's fair to say, Jason, they still get 5 points, so they're still able to remain around in a position that's somewhat able to compete for top 3. But still, the whole clash is just unnecessary. We did talk about it, right? And I think Jason,
okay, so guys, we have our teams. जो मैंने आपसे पूछा था, top 3 teams / discuss TJB, Falcons.
Committing to that, just like 4MB would do back in CSA. It is not a bad idea. I think actually in this game, that would give them an easy access to Longwood. So maybe Navi should have maybe thought of that and actually committed to that play a little bit earlier.
Second thoughts, dude. Second thoughts. Literally before going into this match, my teams to watch were Navi, IWNRX, and Falcons.
TJB, Falcons, NRX, good. TJB, Falcons, I8, TJB, Navi, NRX. NRX को चाहते काफी लोग यार कि NRX क्वालिफाई हो. NRX, Navi, TJB, no EMEA, I8, TJB, I8 Falcon, TJB Falcon, I8, TJB, I8 NRX, TJB, NGX Falcons. इताची मारेगा, चीटिंग कर रहा. यो हेलो बानू भाई, कहाँ मिस कर दिया तूने?
5 points away from ASI8. At that point, you can get in your own head. You could be like, ooh, all we need is 5. We just need to put something on the board. Ooh, going down this other bridge is too risky. Let's just stay here. And it punished them, and that's a problem again. And especially it being the last Terragale. You're going into Miramar now, a whole new map with only 2 left to go. And the last game's going to be crazy. It's going to be that much more difficult for Navi for sure.
Oh, for sure. It's going to be so complicated at the end, by the way. Again, GGZ Wolf, while we surprised his MVP, no. It's pretty much what you expect with these kind of stats. Crazy, crazy numbers. But I do want to highlight one team here that has been really silent, and their spot in the survival stage might not be assured anymore, and that's going to be Getzo Roy. They've had a bad day, to put it simply. They've had a really, really bad day, and currently they've been slipping. I mean, we'll see on the leaderboards how far they are, but they could be overtaken. But here we go, leaderboards, and IWNRX still not back up there. They're tied.
No, yeah, exactly, tied. But because they have only one chicken dinner, I has 2. They're not able to surpass it. If we ended right now, that would have been the worst case for IWNRX. But to still see, like,
चलो guys, let's discuss. 173, 163, 10 पॉइंट का गैप, 2 मैच बचे हुए हैं, 158, 63 जाने में टाइम नहीं लगता भाई। मैं जस्ट ये सोच रहा था कि टीजेबी चल 2 मैच में अगर निकाल दिया ना एक भी बड़ा मैच तो टीजेबी क्वालिफाई है। अगर टीजेबी 2 मैच में नहीं कर पाती है तो एनजीएक्स अगर अच्छा करेगी, एनजीएक्स आई8 अच्छा करेगी तो ये दोनों ऊपर चले जाएंगे। टीजेबी नीचे आती है तो एनआरएक्स नावी में से कोई ऊपर क्वालिफाई कर सकता है। इवन फैल्कन का अगर एक अच्छा मैच चले गया, दे कैन डू इट, स्टिल हैव अ चांस। ये मैच काफी हद तक चीजें अच्छी आपको बता देगा। टीजेबी ने इस मैच पॉइंट निकाल ले तो क्लियर हो जाएगा, टीजेबी जा रही है, अभी भी टीजेबी का कंफर्म नहीं है।
7th and down, we're probably calling out unless we see a big win out of one of those teams. But Falcons, Navi, IWNRX still in the running here for top 3, whereas TJB, I mean, as long as they just don't go out 16th place in the next 2 matches, I think they're going to be through.
Even then, I think they're through.
They're fine. TJB's good.
Yeah, but IWNRX, Jukes, they need to do it again. We need another one. If you want to make sure you can at least win that tiebreaker, we need a second win on the Miramar. So it needs to go down at some point.
Dude, you got all of Pakistan right now biting their nails. This is so close, dude. I mean, it's coming down to the last match here. I mean, even Enigma Galaxy aren't even feeling too happy with this one. Anything could happen here. Looking at the second page, though, oh my goodness. Getzo Roy on that cusp now. Furia are still in the mix. They need a big game here. After watching IHC go out early, bang, bang, bang. That's the nail in the coffin. These guys are going home.
I'm so surprised by Getzo Roy. They were in 8th position and they just kept slipping the entire day. They're 5 points ahead of Vengeance. Also, Vengeance slipped out. What the hell's happening over here, man?
Well, so Team Queso, they were 13th place and they moved up to 10th after that last match, which is why I was kind of surprised why they were so upset or didn't look happy about that last game. Obviously, they wanted to win, but they still were able to jump up massively in the leaderboards.
Yeah, it was a really good game for them, but I think that the way they were upset, Jason, is because
नहीं TJB हो जाएगी top 6 anything is possible. 15 का advantage है 2 मैच में. चल देखते हैं.
Would 4 more points make them that more comfortable?
Yes,
I think it would.
Yes. Yeah. Especially when you got
IHC तो मोस्टली लग रहा है कि बाहर ही हो गई है.
You feel like you could have won.
This comeback here, top 8 में जो she has बढ़िया था. This is PMGC. The intensity to finish in top 3 and top 11. No team is eliminated. Yes, Furia का comeback. Yes. Imagine आपके almost सारे मैचेस खत्म हो गए. Last के 2 मैचेस बचे हुए. फिर भी अभी कंफर्म नहीं है कि top 3 कौन जाएगा, top 11 कौन जाएगा.
A target team here for some of the bottom squads that need to make a final dash into top 11.
Well, let's talk about it, right? Let's theory craft a little bit, Max, right? Because, I mean, we're the last 2 matches of the day. Hot drops become a necessity. And the last match, again, I can't repeat enough of just how crazy it's going to be. You need those points right here, right now. So in your opinion, looking at the leaderboards, which teams do you think need a hot drop who? And then I'll go after.
I'm not really going to focus too much on the grand final team right now because I think that might happen in the last game, not this early. You don't want to give your game plan away, but really at the bottom squads, I think you're looking at Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro have to do something here because Virtus Pro are currently, what is that? They're going to be 17 points away, right? I think from their spot. So they're around that point. I'm not good at math. But they are technically in reach, right? But they need to also beat the competition above them because otherwise that's a moving goalpost and it makes your entire day for these last 2 matches
साथ में देख सकते हैं कैसे देखना है बता या डिस्कॉर्ड पे लॉगिन करना पड़ेगा और लॉगिन का मेरे को पासवर्ड याद नहीं है कैसे देख सकते हैं बता
get some big point games on the board.
I agree with you 100%.
कैसे देखना जल्दी बता.
Pro and IHC need to hot drop Getzo Roy or even Vengeance, right? One of those 2 teams. I would prefer probably Getzo Roy because right now.
और लोग बोल रहे हैं TJ will win PMGC for sure. और लोग बोल रहे थे group of death है. When IHC can survive with 1 chicken
nail in the coffin, they've given up. They're laying down in the coffin, right?
अरे thank you so much Anurag bhai for the 200 Google Pay. If you are watching the stream, thank you so much once again.
But Yeah, even
आपने कुछ मैसेज भी लिखा है, हम पढ़ लेते हैं।
Falcons with 13
स्ट्रीम देख रहा हूँ
on I8.
काम के
I would say so
साथ,
too.
बाकी
Yeah,
मेरे
if you're Falcons, hot
पॉडकास्ट
drop. Why not?
का
'Cause, I
क्या
mean, you got
हुआ?
no choice at this point. Last 2 matches of the day, you gotta do it. What do you think?
होगा ब्रो, करेंगे पॉडकास्ट वाला सीन भी करेंगे, एक बार जल्दी करते हैं पॉडकास्ट। तो क्या एक अपन सेशंस रखेंगे यार लाइव चैट्स पे एंड ऑल, करते उसको एग्जीक्यूट।
Well, we can sit here and discuss hot drops all we want, but instead, we're just going to jump
I18
straight
top 3,
into
ISC
our
top 11 would be good
of Group Red
for
here. It's our first
Central
time on
South
Miramar.
Asia
We'll
mid
see
पे।
all the teams that are in the
मैच स्टार्ट हो गया, इसके बाद करते हैं, लास्ट मैच पे साथ देखते, ठीक है।
Let's see how things are going to wind down here.
ट्विटर स्पेस वॉच अलोंग भी कर सकते।
The last 2 games are upon us, and we're going back to the desert, of course, to heat things up. 23 out of 24.
FLC
almost
भी
that
CSA
full
से
one
है।
for action as we head on in with a plane path from Partona up towards Ruins on the northwest side, cutting out areas like Torre Hamada and Tierra Bronca on the northeast.
Yeah, we're pushing far off towards the west here, which
Bhanu
is always an
supporting
interesting
Central
way
South
to
Asia
start
teams.
off a Miramar, the first
Guys,
one of the
which
day
region
and
you are rooting for?
penultimate match of Group Red. We will be finishing on the next match there. And like the
Top
boys
3
were
would
saying on the
be
desk, it
tough
is a
for
tiebreaker
FLC.
right now.
No
due
doubt,
to those
yes.
chicken dinners.
But इस PT में यार
in
पता नहीं क्यों लगता है कि
top side of the
toughness
tables with IW and Eric's definitely catching up.
तो है, but teams कर
with
सकती
that
है।
valiant performance they made in that last game to put up 5 eliminations despite being harried by Na'Vi on that south side, still in contest for that top 3.
IWNRX breaking out down to the southwest, probably going to head out towards Vallademar, play on that west side. I'm expecting to see Na'Vi on the north coast as well, back up in
बेस कैम करो यार, कर रहा था ब्रो आज ट्राई,
so potentially
उसी के चक्कर में लेट हो गया।
split apart there for 2 of our top teams, but Chumasara for TJB, that means that they are going
अभी भी लगा ये फेस कैम बट ऑन नहीं है।
around that IWNRX
ओके ब्रो, ये तो
position.
हील वाले जोन आ गए ब्रो, हील वाले जोन।
Locked horns once again. Enigma Galaxy as well over towards El Pozo.
क्या ये हिल पे खत्म होंगे जोन या हिल छोड़ेंगे?
Na'Vi happy with this circle. It keeps like
फेस कैम कहाँ गया तेरा? फेस कैम है ब्रो कि भाई शादी हो जाए क्या?
Na'Vi orientated Miramar we've seen all Group Red. They've mentioned before how they really haven't had much luck on the circles at all in terms of Miramar so far. So again, this is now time to put your money where your mouth is. They get the circle. This should be a position where they can play from. So I'm excited to see what they can get done here in this match in particular. For Na'Vi currently in 5th place, but only 8 points behind right now. FaZe starting to lag behind a little bit. Again, I don't think anyone had many thoughts that FaZe would be challenging out for a top 3. The fact that I even have to say, oh, they're not quite there yet is funny to me, but they have certainly got themselves nice and safe now, which is good to see. On the bottom end of things though, John, Team Queso with that last match get themselves up to 109
ISC winner है ना PMGC केस पर ISC, but इसमें चेंजेस भी हुए, let me know। ऐसा मत बोलना, ISC में चेंजेस हुए। एलेक्स का मेजर चेंज था, एलेक्स का रोल था रॉ असॉल्टिंग करता था, घुसता था और मतलब नॉक्स निकालता था टीम पे। तो उसके जाने के बाद से आई गेस इश्यूज हुए, मतलब मैंने इतना देखा नहीं है सेंट्रल साउथ एशिया, बट
with the 7WG, I'm actually joined by IWNRX coach Bluffs. You guys were finally able to get that win. I know in the past we were talking about how the win wasn't that important. Now with everything at stake, how important is that win for your team?
As I said, if we keep getting more points, high points, it's not necessary. The win is not necessary. We get the high points in the first 2 days, but last 2 days it was so bad. We couldn't get that high points and win was necessary for us. And finally we get the win. We are so happy because it was too nervous. We were too nervous, and finally we got that relief. So finally we get the win, and finally we get close to top 3 again. I hope we can qualify.
I think so. With that performance, it's definitely going to push you guys a little bit higher. You're mentioning that you guys are happier. I saw the players; they're definitely a lot more confident. Thank you so much for your time. Back to you guys.
भाई मुझे ना पता नहीं कि बार-बार ना एक साइकोलॉजिकल माइंड होता है ना आपके सामने बार-बार एनआरएक्स ज्यादा नहीं हो रहा कुछ। आप भी एनआरएक्स कर रहे हो टॉप 3 पे और एनआरएक्स कास्टर्स भी कर रहे हैं, स्ट्रीम पे भी एनआरएक्स के कोच को दिखाया जा रहा है बार-बार।
And it's where they need to take that momentum and push it forward, right? And I think it's
डेस्टिनी चाहती है कि एनआरएक्स टॉप 3 आए
for the guys on IWX to pick themselves up a big win, and I'm happy to see it come through for them. I would just like to see IWX
obviously इतना बढ़िया stage है भाई,
because they
competition देख लो, कोई भी अभी तक कोई भी eliminate नहीं हुआ है
into
even top 11 से.
like this is really, really good to see. So I'm very, very happy for them. Hopefully that can be the change that they need. Also starting over in El Azhar.
Falcon comeback aa raha. Let's see, finger crossed
for IWX, so they can move forward over towards that northwest side of the map. And I think they've had a fair few turns where they've had this worrying performance where, do we crunch into the eastern side? And then they've allowed loads of teams around them, and it has been awkward. I think actually IWX is probably grateful for a little bit of freedom on rotate. Six finding one of the players there coming through from Vengeance early on.
This is a long flex out from Six from the rest of his roster as well. Currently, the rest of them still up in La Cabrera, so does need to be careful, which is why he didn't fully step out, look for that commit. You saw him looking down to the south, to that counterposing hillside. I think actually Enigma Galaxy have made their way up there, so he's very worried that if he goes down, he's basically done for. So nice and cautious for Na'Vi until they regroup and put two players up there. If that's what they decide to do, you do need to be making those cautious plays. Ralph, though, get a little bit bold with these peaks down towards Vengeance. He's a lot more happy to take that risk.
Yeah, they know they need these points to stay up on top right now. Still taking some shots over towards, I believe that is Na'Vi on the other side.
Imagine PMGC without FLC.
Yeah, certainly an interesting
one
at the moment.
बड़ी उस पे लीग पे जा चुके हो.
I think when you look at this
FLC
map
नहीं
in
भी होती तो
particular,
still they have chance, last chance in survival stage.
Grounds that currently you do have Na'Vi holding.
बस वो चीज होता है, कोई टीम अच्छी खेलती तो आदत हो जाती है उसको अच्छा खेलते हुए देखने के. अल्फा 7 अच्छा खेल रहे इतने टाइम से भी चैंपियन बनी, अगर नहीं क्वालीफाई होती हो पाती टॉप 3 से तो लगता आपको कि क्या हो गया. जब कोई टीम अच्छा खेलती है, एक्सपेक्टेशंस रहती है उससे, वो नहीं कर पाती है ना. मतलब ऐसा नहीं कि बाहर ही हो गए, ऐसा नहीं वो अच्छा नहीं खेल रहे. दे आर डूइंग गुड, दे आर इन 6th रैंक ओवरऑल. अगर आप देखते हो टॉप 3 में कितना ही डिफरेंस, ज़्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं है.
It
doesn't mean that they are not playing good, but yes, जो आपको जो बोल सकते हो कि जो आपको देखना पसंद है फैल्कन को, उस वे पे वो अप्रोच नहीं दिख रहा आपको. अगर मैं सही वर्ड यूज करूँ तो एक अप्रोच एफएलसी जिस अप्रोच में खेलती है वो नहीं दिख पा रहा आपको. They are doing good, bro.
Had some really disastrous games today, just not finding that late game position that they have done previously. However, against FaZe, they may be able to not only allow themselves a little bit of safety, but also ruin FaZe's chances of getting back in that conversation again for our final map.
लॉबी बहुत टफ है ब्रो, बहुत टफ लॉबी है.
Which you do not want to see.
भैया आपने बताओ ऐसा कौन सा कंपटीशन देखा होगा जहाँ पे आपको लास्ट मैच तक पता ही नहीं है भाई कौन बाहर हो रहा है, मतलब पता ही नहीं है. मतलब इतना कंपटीशन है.
100%.
पहले होता था कि हाँ भाई बॉटम वाली टीम भी कमबैक मार रही है, वो भी सीडी ले रही है, वो भी कंसिस्टेंट खेल रही है एक पॉइंट पे.
ASA8 or even IWNRX, this point in time, you want a massive chicken dinner. You want to see yourself safe towards that top side where things don't change all that much into the future. Nice bumper tap there to stop both vehicles short, but opts to grab back into that.
FS इतना गंदा खेली है, still #6.
That's a really nice use of conservation momentum there to similarly massive objects.
Liquipedia पे जाके ना FLC का वो देखना stat. वो ना हर एक मैच से consistent point निकाल के गए. That's why they are on
#6. Not so good for the whiplash though. Difficult to get that one to work with the spine. Triple S, you can't park there, mate. You got to move that, buddy.
एक बात, जब तक #2 कर्स है फैल्कन के ऊपर तब तक प्रे करो.
Get out of the way. No reason to keep that around because it needs to get maneuvered into a spot where it's not going to get taken out. And especially on a map like this, you need those vehicles with all the high ground in play here.
तो काफी टीम्स को होने वाली है बीटी.
A better position
और ये जोन ऊपर ही चले गया. ओ भाई NRX.
Big north shift. Ow. Pops all the way up to La Cabrera. Gives Na'Vi a lot of that ground.
NRX अच्छा जा रही है rotation wise.
Where teams taking up that wide split on the north side is that they just get cut off. Teams move in between them and slowly they get shredded away. So for Na'Vi, they need to make sure that that doesn't happen to them. The question is, how do they go for that? Do they move the players down towards the south, back up towards the north side? I feel like that high ground is going to get severely diminished in value fairly quickly, so I think that might be the play.
Vehicle runover is in lobby में. Prakash भाई, इस lobby पे यार close range fight बहुत कम देखने को मिलेगी आपको.
It's a case of it's a hard decision to make. It's like, where do you want to play around here? For
Advantage
them,
वाली fights लेना यहाँ पे ज़्यादा prefer किया जाता है. Mid range fights ज़्यादा लेना prefer किया जाता है.
A little bit, allow teams
as
to flow
compared
in
to
around
close range fight.
La Cobreria currently been picked up by Enigma Galaxy at the moment, but they are split off between one another, and it has to be an instantaneous rotate. Redox was the closest nearby, so he's going to hold down the fort for the time being.
गलत ही comeback किया है.
IWNRX currently
FaZe अच्छा खेल रही है, बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है. FaZe ने यार थोड़ा choke कर दिया first day पे. Even TJB ने भी first day पे choke किया था. काफी teams ने first day पे choke करके comebacks मारे.
And that breaks them into the top 3.
FaZe का momentum तो FLC ने दिया ना. FLC स्टेज पे नहीं होती, पता है. Shanok का फर्स्ट ही मैच में FLC ने थोड़ा सा चोक कर दिया, थोड़ा क्या बहुत चोक कर दिया. वो मेरे को पता नहीं कॉम्स का क्या या क्या सीन नहीं था. आना चाहिए था बैकअप टाइम से. आईसी ने काफी होल्ड किया, पहले इनको दे दी होगी, पता भी होगा बंदे आएंगे. आईसी ने नॉक भी दिया. मैंने मिनी फिट नहीं देखा उसके बाद एक बार जो ऊपर आता है कि उनके बंदे चल पड़े थे, क्या था क्या नहीं था वो मेरे को आइडिया नहीं है. बस शैनॉक मैच देखना, वहाँ पे 4 फिनिशेस फेस के तो मिल ही गए थे उनको, 3 नॉक दे दिया था.
Gathering a couple of points. If they go down early in both games, it's definitely possible. Would need a perfect storm to make it happen, but TJB can't rest easy just yet.
Yeah, again, 173 points.
And guys, if you're new to the stream, yeah, make sure to hit the like and subscribe to the channel. अगर आप channel पे नए हैं, like, subscribe ज़रूर करिए.
Grab in terms of points, and that happened in one game. Albeit being like a 17 limmer, so it was a chunky match. Tongjiabao certainly not safe by any stretch of the word for themselves. Enigma Galaxy losing one player, that's the tough thing here for them. They need to play a safe game. They need to play a consistent game. The best way they can keep themselves up here, because yep, you do have ASI8, Na'Vi, all banging on the doors right now. Enigma Galaxy currently cowering on the couch, closing all the blinds, turning off all the lights. I don't want anyone taking this position away from them. That's me, by the way, on November 5th.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Just turn all the lights off, making sure.
Yeah, I should. No more fireworks, please.
I'm not home. Why are you saying fireworks off? What's going on?
ऊपर जोन गया तो
Very scary. That's for anyone who doesn't know.
BT.
November 5th, the day that everyone in England sets off fireworks.
TGB entries कैसे कर रही है भाई यहाँ से?
Yeah, that's pretty awful. That's the worst part of fireworks.
IHC good.
The fireworks are pretty pretty,
building में घुसा देगी.
Yeah. I just have. I am a big fan of fireworks, though, to be fair. I enjoy people enjoying themselves.
To be honest, अगर इस स्टेज से IHC,
don't like it, but that's all
Virtus Pro, Furia, Alter Ego IMAX या Ven जैसी टीम ना, यहाँ से मैं सच बता रहा हूँ, अगर क्वालिफाई होती है, टॉप 11 आती है, bro,
that would be so adorable.
वो बहुत एक बड़ी बात रहेगी मेरे को देखते हुए, क्योंकि IHC को हमने देखा है भाई, #16 छोड़ा ही नहीं है टीम ने. कल एक सिटी आया 17 पॉइंट का जो पहला सिटी था.
Yeah, there's a plan.
2 मैच बचे हैं अभी, और अभी भी कुछ मुश्किल नहीं है. और TJB पता नहीं यार, पानो बोल रहा है कि TJB कर जाएगी तो मान लेते TJB कर जाएगी. मैं तो मैच के शुरू से बोल रहा हूँ कि मुझे इस लॉबी में बहुत डाउट हो रहा है कि कुछ भी हो सकता है. TJB अगर गलती से 0 पॉइंटर निकाल दिया,
haven't quite found that success yet, and the fact they didn't find it in match 2 or 3 means their life just becomes hellish now towards the end game. They know that time is slipping away. With Na'Vi finding the first limb over towards them, likely going to find another here if they can get the shots off.
Not quite able to fully connect there. Maybe a res is possible, but it's only one player now left standing for Furia across the way. Silence trying to get Arthur's back into the mix here, but the bullets just keep on raining down. Na'Vi did manage to successfully regroup here, and if Furia fall, it's all on what the teams around that bubble can do this game as well.
ये match decider हो सकता है. It will be a battle Falcon in trouble for zone.
For those 11th,
Falcon,
10th,
TJB,
maybe
they all are trouble in zone, bro.
Place spot, but still. 2 of those placements definitely going to be up for grabs. The question is who's
zone
going to
ऊपर जाएंगे तो नीचे की टीम को एंट्रीज के लिए बीटी होंगी.
Yeah, because we are limiting it now, and you're right, because before it was sort of like 4 positions were available to be jumped over the top of. Now we have cut that down to just the 2 in Team Queso as well as Getso Roy. I'm not sure who I want to go through. I want to see Alter Ego pull up those point scoring. I want to see Rosemary head over towards the PMGC. I think Jason completely is on that same train as well, but right now they haven't played
okay.
to a survival stage standard, honestly.
Yeah, मेरा दिल तो Alter Ego Lamex ने भी तोड़ा है
4 to 5 eliminations. They haven't really fielded one of those games where you're wowed by it yet. I think that's the worrying thing for me about Alter Ego. And I think you do need a wow factor game to get you into a position where you're safe. And that is displayed perfectly by FaZe just today.
Yeah, they had that massive breakout game to put them safe, at least to the survival stage, if not going a little bit further than that. They've lost a player. The circle shifts up north. This gives Tianba a very central compound here, Blank. You've also got Enigma Galaxy. I think that is very, very central, looking to defend their second place spot. And it's a great time for them. However, they have already lost a player, and getting across this road may be a little bit too tall an order should it come down to it.
Yeah, for Enigma Galaxy, it didn't start off well. I mean, they made the right choice, which was to send Redox forward as an anchor, but they were so disparate in terms of their positioning that by the time they made that rotate in, they were getting caught off from a lot of sides. So Enigma Galaxy, again, they are just keeping it held down. They're not in a horrible spot for themselves, central. Down towards that southeast side, though, Falcons and Tong Jiabao. Now, how is this going to work out? Because they do have ASIA in the wings too. And this could be a dreadful fight for our
fourth and ये zone बस ऊपर ही जाता रहेगा. वही isolated shifts बोलते हैं हम इसको.
Quite get the full knock, but a little bit of damage tickles through. Unfortunately, there's that opener that Alter Ego were looking for, and Mela has to retreat up the stairs. Venturas as well, holding that stairwell. Alter Ego not going to fully blast straight on through this engagement, but Mormon getting rezzed means that FaZe can stay up as 4. Falcons are starting to move up from the south side as well onto this engagement, and Alter Ego with 3 on the outside here may be in trouble for it. It's going to linearize their approach and make it all the tougher to move through those breach points with Falcons on the oversight.
Falcons be able to look over towards this.
Survival stage में support करने.
Icy's already on the way up. You can see them off in the distance there. Action making his way through. Alter Ego, they need this fight, but with Hanzu already down, Tanch needs to find something big, but they are falling like flies as the shots nail them from the side coming through from the Falcons.
Tanch looking for the res now, but down go FaZe. Onzen, maybe. No, he's getting picked up there on the off angle. Onzen cannot quite get to Mela just yet, making sure that that smoke cover is there, and maybe Alter Ego can get back into this one now. They are in their own little room here, and the reses can come through. Boysil back to his feet, and Alter Ego can stabilize. Falcons on into this fight as well, maybe, on that western edge.
We praised Onzen earlier, but did he have to really nade Mela to make sure he gets the most eliminations in this game? That might have just killed their chances here because they had the upper hand, but it allowed them time to get back into this fight. And now Alter Ego making this real difficult, and Falcons likely going to be cutting FaZe out later on. They do finally clear things up, but with Onzen's as well as Mormon down, and it's impossible to get them back up into this fight at stage 4. These two players just have to send out. Dude, what a throw. What a throw there from Onzen's, honestly.
TJB के कितने kills है?
Quite literally. The nade. Just,
yeah.
TJB गई बापे, TJB गई.
TJB, they've lost 2 of their players. They're trying to move past Na'Vi.
TJB 2-man.
They're trying to make their break towards the top. Falcons as well behind Na'Vi. This is a big test for them. All of these teams chasing for top spots. TJB looking to defend their first place. Going down here for TJB would give them a little shiver down the spine. It might not be enough to fully ice bath them into the survival stage, but for now, it's got to feel a little bit cold. Longs and 676 trying to move over the ridgeline. Find Falcons rotating, but they hop out. They're ready for the hold and ready for the fight. TJB having to drop Longs back into the blue zone, but they push forwards. 2 players on into the 1v2, but there's the crash in with the buggy to save the day against TJB, trying to take down the top team, and it will be successful. Falcons go in for the fight and take the victory. Na'Vi sweep out. FaZe are behind them as well, and Lemon looks to find the final shutdown. Action the last to go for the Falcons.
I'm going to respect this from Na'Vi massively. I mean, they've made a big breakout inside the lobby. This is all the way from that central side, and they hear the fighting. But I think this is a team that understands better than anyone else that they need eliminations. They cannot have these 2 games be quiet here. They were desperate for the circles earlier on in the tournament. Now it's been given to them.
Zone क्या है? Zone देखना है. Zone
back of it. Venturas almost
NRX city में थी. IHC भी ऊपर से rotation मारी थी.
And should be able to get the reset here, especially with the circle starting to push on in. They cannot afford to take a knock now.
FLC
action in the meantime.
still alive.
Did manage to mount up and skedaddle on into the middle of the circle, but he's under a lot of pressure, just hiding behind these ridge lines, and Team Koso know that he's there. Team Koso with 3 players, Vengeance down to the southwest with 4 of their players up as well. Everybody's going to be aware of this.
यार ऑल्टर ईगल एमएक्स स्पेस को मार देते भाई वहाँ पे
back down south.
क्या
Gives them a
भाई
little bit of breathing
एक
room
फाइट
here,
नहीं निकाली
but
ऑल्टर
it's
ईगल
not so
एमएक्स
easy
ने
on the
बढ़िया से
southeast.
Nade over the top. Team Queso
the
still
caster
rocking
भी
with
शांत
3
हो
of
गए
their players.
ऑडियंस
Look over
शांत हो
towards
गई क्या
action.
चल रहा है ये
He's the final player now from Falcons, able to put up 4 eliminations. You can
नावी
see
भी पिटेगी
all
किससे
of our
पिटेगी
teams
नावी
for
क्या
5th,
बोल रहे हो
6th, 7th. They
मुझे नहीं
understand they're
लगता
not
नावी
safe yet.
पिटेगी
They're
भाई
still putting up those numbers, which is
भाई क्या
great
पता
to
नावी
see.
मेरे को
Faye
लग रहा है
still
यहाँ से
with
सीढ़ी
Taurus
निकाल
left
ले
remaining. Great shot from Na'Vi though. Should
बाकी
take down
पता नहीं भाई
Kogo.
आगे देखते हैं
But I think he just about gets them to cover there. Papi Potro might be able to pick him up. If I was Na'Vi, I'd be looking to crash this bad boy soon.
I mean, it is potentially an opening, but the question is, do they know that there's only 3 players in there? You're really worried about that open range in front of you, and you don't need to go for it right now. Maybe try and work it a little bit more. They haven't pulled the trigger, and they can't go for it now. The res is very likely to have come through, and they'll be back up in an action to hold off that approach very quickly. And remember that Getso Roy are on that north side
NRX
as well.
में फंस जाएगी यार एक पॉइंट को जोन पे डिपेंड करता है सारी चीजें
I mean, sure, you
नावी का पिटना
you don't need to go for it just yet.
या NRX का पिटना अगला जोन क्या बनता है
So Roy underneath and on the bubble, 11th place, 1 elimination found for them so far in this game, but playing really quite safe now.
तो यही बोल रहा है ना कि नावी अपना जोन खींच जाएगा उनसे फिर वो आगे जोन नहीं ले पाएंगे और टीम उनको पीटी करेगी जोन में आने के लिए उस पर्सपेक्टिव में बोल रहा है ना
Tiamba on that north side, they know that they're slipping down the tables a little bit. They're still fairly safe, and I think that even if they just get a few points here on this game from that central position on the northern edge, they could see themselves happily into that survival stage. But 42 players and 14 teams at stage 6 is somewhat surprising. I think that that is a symptom of the circle being cut off in the middle by this mound, essentially, this big hilltop, which is allowing a lot of teams to stay outside of each other's sight lines for quite a while. And we do send a backup over towards it. Action has found that approach in towards the middle, so could survive for a little while longer here for the Falcons.
This circle is big for both IWNRX and for Na'Vi, not in terms of the ease of approach, but in terms of what they need to achieve in it. IWNRX need to push in from the western side, defend their 3rd place spot. Na'Vi from the southeast and try and push up towards that 3rd place spot. Both of them with a chance to prove themselves here, but unfortunately for IWNRX, they've already had a knock over to Frozen, the forward position on their approach towards IHC, who are holding out with 4.
Action dead center
up top as well, which does slow everything down. I mean, for IWNRX, this is really rough to move on into, and I don't expect them to be able to get too much further, to be honest.
NRX गई.
I think for IWNRX, they're getting cut out big
time. Go on, NRX, go on, bro.
Like you say, it's a rough push for them over towards IHC. It would require an opening knock to allow them to find a bit of an avenue inwards, but without high ground up top, like without vehicles
Zedwolf
to make that push, might be difficult. But Zedwolf, he's potentially taking fate of IWNRX into his own hands. This is a crazy push out from him.
He's just scouted all the way up towards Vengeance, underneath IHC. That may give them time to get the res, but he's into the fight. He's just 1v4ing. He has the backup coming in, though, fairly soon. The nades don't quite find their way in through the window. He's not down just yet. IHC playing up on the top floor, and the nades still bouncing off. IWNRX need to be landing these. That's 2 now wasted nades that could have found an opener, but Zjol is into the fight as well, on the ground floor, looking for Zedwolf. But it's just him and him alone that they're dealing with, and seemingly they don't know how to do it. IWNRX now finally getting all 4 of their players in. One is cut out on the back.
गई है लेफ्ट से जा सकते राइट से IHC मारेगी.
Look for these reses. IHC just not stopping them.
It's just hilarious, really, that Zedwolf was able to get over towards this building, and it has caused so much pandemonium for IHG that IWNRX basically were able to just walk up. Crazy Molotovs coming through from Zol, though. Only Swain left remaining here. Can heal back up, but I think that will confirm onto at least one. There is another nade sent back down the stairs, and though IHG was struggling from the get-go, considering Zedwolf just said, what's up, hey, hello, I'm in the building now, and he still is. Yeah, that really confused him in that moment, but he is waiting, biding his time. They should have seen him now, right up onto the counter, but has to go for this one before. It's not possible. It's a shooting gallery over towards
173,
him.
163, 115, 9.
Still trying to make something happen. They are technically ahead of ASI8,
close.
but depends when ASI8 are going to go down, because I think that
Boy,
at the
Navi ka
moment,
zone
their
le liya
position
hai.
sat over towards that northern side. It looks fairly safe for now.
And in the meantime, Na'Vi have passed their test. They're into this circle. They're up to 6 elim.
Na'Vi
They're
ne kya
2
pyara
points
zone
behind
liya hai,
ASI8,
bhai.
3 points behind IWNRX. If they can push ASI8 out of their location by the roadside, that would be huge. You've also got Tianba, who are going to be looking towards ASI8. So a difficult hold for ASI8 to come on through. And the circle will choose its location soon as well. Action has survived through it all for the Falcons. Enigma Galaxy, dead central. Keeps the north side of the road.
Navi city hai ye.
Navi,
Falcon ke chances ban rahe hai. IHC 15 pe aa gayi, damn.
Yeah, not a bad position to be in. But again, 11 teams at stage 6. This is... you can tell just how much all of these squads wanted to stay here and remain within PMGC. IHC still trying to get it done from that western side after they cleaned up that fight between them and IWNRX. It's Team Queso right on the money right now. Ghetto Roy as well. Vengeance moved their way in. Team Queso versus Vengeance. Right now it's going very well for them with only Yamak left remaining. Extremely low, but Na'Vi moves up.
Okay, they still want more out of
मुझे
this
ऐसे क्यों लग रहा है इस मैच में Na'Vi top 3 तो नहीं आने वाली है भाई.
Found. They're up to the ridge line and controlling from the east side. A nice stretch out for them. They're not getting over aggressive, but maybe if they spot a weakness in Team Queso,
IHC को #16 ना आए उसके लिए खेलना चाहिए.
It's just going to have to leave these buildings. Leave 6 there. He can cut them out on that approach to the wall as they try and make their way further north. They are aware of 6's position, however, and that might make it tough. Na'Vi split 2 and 2.
And they have to go for something bold here if they want to try and control on towards this fight. You see IHC making a move for themselves.
The Galaxy on towards as well. On that western edge, and they've lost one, but still trying to hold on against Incilio, against IHC. Tianba, in the meantime, Virtus Pro, they've been on the northern side of this road for a long, long time together, and now finally they will bring their feud to conclusion. The question is, which way is it going to go? Nades in from all 3 of Virtus Pro through the door frame. A nice bouncer, and Shan is found. One in the back door as well as Icy steps in with the spray down. They're hopping on through. A step out and a break wide comes through from Tianba to get a little bit of an answer back, and it's 2v2. Healing not coming through for either team just yet, but Bond wants to make sure he's healthy for this fight. Across the road, you've got ASI8 and Getso Roy both looking out this way, which makes it so hard for Virtus Pro to find an opening. The healing wasn't there, and Malloy nails the nade. Just one player left standing, and another cook is on towards the back, looks for the flush onto Shan, will find it nearly the full wipe on towards Tianba as well as Malloy and Icy up into the fight. The Molotov to slow them down on the corner, gets the flush, steps up onto the bed and will not get burnt away just yet. Malloy with the cook, they know he's close, but the blue zone's closer. A bouncer on the nade and Q's just away from that angle. Pushed back off there.
IHC #16 to #13 to 12.
Now needs to get some healing, but so to Virtus Pro. They want to find it because the road crossing is next.
Drops the smoke, thin cover in this situation, but the QZ, he needs to have an unbelievable pop-off scenario here versus Virtus Pro, and Virtus Pro desperate for more points on this game. Potentially opening up a last final chance here, moment for them, but QZ is wrecking them right now. Moves forward, knows Icy's low. It's just one bit of damage required.
Icy steps out for the challenge, and they're down. Virtus Pro are out. Tianba looking to try and cross the road with one. I don't think they're going to be able to get too much further, but in the meantime, Blank look in 3rd place. Na'Vi, 11 eliminations. All 4 of their players alive, and they are looking to make a bid, not just for 3rd place, but for the top spots
161.
themselves.
अगर सीढ़ी आता है 171.
This is what we're talking about. They've not had the circles just yet, but this one
अभी कौन था जो बोल रहा था TJV का confirm है नहीं होगा.
Incredible 2-2 they played single-handedly between 6 and Lemon. They've taken out the entirety of Team Queso on that south side whilst handling Getso Roy at the same time. ASI8, their competitors still inside this lobby on that north side with 2. Na'Vi wants to shut them down in 4th place, giving them the least amount of placement points coming into this one. But Flip is wary.
SA8 may be able to jump up as well.
क्या चल रहा है ये?
Only time will tell. Falcons there as well in the middle. Action speed surviving for such a long time. Remember the engagement with Na'Vi and ASA8 spotted. 1-for-1 trade though as IQ out towards the blue zone. Leaves Na'Vi now on 3 active. Reduce one sideline for the res, and that might give IHC an opening. IQ though low and ASA8 are out. Their main competitors on the tables. And Na'Vi looks to push even further. 12 elims found as I think one of those got pinched away by IHC. And can IHC take the time to navigate this ridge side now? But the spray downs now.
नावी क्या जोन ली है भाई वहाँ पे जहाँ से कुणाल तो बोल रहा था कि नहीं बनेगा नावी का चिकन डिनर क्या नावी पिटेगी
certain that fight went terribly for Na'Vi. But you know they have the high ground. You know they were taking shots downwards. You just took shots and saw elimination away.
थोड़ा सा हल्का सा लेफ्ट में फिल के आगे का पूरा एरिया इन्फो लेके दो स्प्लिट में आगे बढ़ के उन्होंने आगे अपने आउटर लाइंस एरियाज क्लियर करी और फाइट जहाँ पे देखी जहाँ हो रही थी जहाँ पे किल निकल रहे थे वहाँ पे फैल के किल निकाले पूरा एज क्लियर किया उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा खेला ब्रिलियंट खेला नावी
for their chance in this tournament of Group Green, but unreal shots coming through from 6.
And Na'Vi make their bid in towards
Guys,
the top
don't miss the last match and overall standing इस मैच के बाद क्या है मेरे को तो देखनी है लेगी नावी ले जा नावी तो एडवांटेज स्टेज में ले जाएगी नावी ले जाएगी ले जा
2 more yet to be racked up here as Godless moves on into the smoke. 15 eliminations, let's put a 16th up there, and EMEA looks to make their statement here in Group Red. What a close down elation for Na'Vi. They've just been able to breathe a sigh of relief for the first time in a while.
Massive game, 26 pointer, I believe, on that one with the chicken dinner on side.
So guys, if you're new to the stream, firstly make sure to hit the like and subscribe to the channel and kahin mat jaiye. Last match tak bahut maza aane wala hai. Overall standing abhi aayegi.
We're getting a chicken dinner, and that's
bahut galat scene with TJB pressure mein khelne wali hai last match.
Oh man, Na'Vi. We keep thinking no one's gonna be able to put up big numbers the rest of the day, like we saw IWNRX do, and now Na'Vi are able to chime in, showing we can do it too. That should, I mean, I don't want to call it, gentlemen, but that should almost be solidifying them a top 3, right? That should almost be guaranteed a PMGC grand final slot.
क्या क्लोज हो गाइस अगर आप नए हो स्ट्रीम के अंदर एंड PMGC फर्स्ट टाइम देख रहे हो तो मैं ऐसे स्ट्रीम करते रहते हो जल्दी से सारे लोग लाइक कर दो 500 लोग देख रहे हो 1000 लाइक कंप्लीट करो क्या लग रहा है TJB भी कंसिस्टेंट रहेगी हमें वोट देके जरूर बताना सारे लाइक कर दो गाइस एक साथ लाइक दबा दो 400 लोग 416 लोग एक साथ लाइक दबाओ सारे एक साथ वेटिंग फॉर ओवर स्टैंडिंग्स गाइस
whichever team gets it for Group Green is like wait why's my desk broken?
What happened?
Waiting for overall standing, guys. Waiting for overall standing. आजा जल्दी आजा. नावी तो हो गई शायद अब ऐसा लग रहा है क्योंकि उनके 150 पहले थे 164, 165, 167. नावी हो गई. What a comeback by Navi, guys.
Utility, grenades, Molotov, smokes. And then make the
overall standing दिखाओ यार जल्दी नहीं चाहिए हमको ये सब कुछ into 2 कर रहा हूँ
just obliterating teams from that high ground spot in the dips and look at the play stats 989 damage 829 709
नहीं जानना
from every single player. That is a great ratio for every player on Na'Vi. That's mental.
I'm sorry, Axer. I don't think you're getting a spot.
अबे लिक्विपीडिया में देखो ना लिक्विपीडिया में क्यों देखें हम यहीं पे देखेंगे bro.
Be the way they are. And what a pickup Lemon has been for Na'Vi as well, Max. We got to
ESPORTS amaze we need you. Na'Vi on top 176, TJB 174.
Picked up by a better team and the success he's had here, Hotjukes, has been ridiculous.
यार रुको यार उसी में देख लेते हैं PUBG वाली यही है ना गाइस सॉरी इसमें देख लेते हैं लिक्विपीडिया पे ये अपडेट हो गया होगा ओके गाइस हियर इज द ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग लास्ट मैच से पहले TJB
At this point, it's just about holding on.
Bhai, nothing is fixed. This is the overall standing. Last match की बची है. कुछ भी fix नहीं है. Na'Vi 176 पे 174 पे TJB. In case समझ लो TJB ने मतलब 0 पॉइंटर ले लिया या 1 पॉइंटर ले लिया 175 worst case. ठीक है? नीचे से अगर NRX कर सकती कमबैक 70 80 70 कर सकती क्यों नहीं कर सकती 15 एक CD ले लिया NRX ऊपर आ जाएगी. Even I8 के पास चांस है FLC एक बड़ा मैच निकाल दे मेरे को ISC को देखना है ओए ISC 12 पे आ गई सिर्फ 3 पॉइंट का गैप है मैं पोल डाल रहा हूँ गाइस रुको मैं पोल डाल रहा हूँ आपने बताना है ठीक है मैं 2 पोल डालूंगा अरे आ जाना खुल जा एंड कैसे करते हैं इसको गाइस मैं पोल डाल रहा हूँ
eastern edge of the circle, and you can even see the dips they were playing, Jukes, were so strong because it kept them safe from other teams taking shots, but they were just taking shots pretty much the entire game, and the only reason why they could
क्या
shoot as
लगता है
long as they
आपको
did is
IHC
because they were
top
looting the crates
11
of everyone they obliterated on the pathway to that chicken
एंड
dinner.
क्या अभी टॉप इसमें कौन कौन है भाई? टॉप 3 बहुत टफ है यार, प्रिडिक्ट करना कोई भी जा सकता है। TJB क्या कर रहे हो? नहीं आना था #1 क्या भाई, देखना कहीं पूरा निकल ही जाए।
We don't need to talk too much about it, but obviously that was a fight that probably Virtus Pro should have won and should have won earlier, as you were
ड्रॉप
saying.
क्लैश क्या पता, ड्रॉप क्लैश का भी देखते हैं सीन।
One
NGX
thing I do want to mention about holding on, Hotchukes, IHC,
and
they're kind of holding on here.
I don't know if you heard me earlier, right? I said knock knock.
NGX.
Right? I said that the nail was
I8,
already in the coffin, and now
NRX,
IHC decides to do something in the
top
final
3.
hour. This is gonna be tough. I mean, yeah, 18 points. That is solid. They gotta be stoked. It's gonna go into the last
Guys,
match.
poll.
It really
Let's
is.
go.
I can't wait to see the overalls because I want to see just how far they jumped. They were in obviously last place. Get to Roy was at that cutoff with in 11th with 105 points. This will definitely put
Guys,
them
vote,
in
vote,
that.
vote,
The
vote.
reason why I counted them out is because you know you hear about everybody's
Last
mental
match
game
bacha
at the bottom. Just seeing them play every single game before this, just so safe, right? Playing it like that, I was like, there's no way they're gonna get enough points to do it. Then all of a sudden,
Falcon का चांस बन रहा है, डिस्कॉर्ड है, आ जाया करो भी भाई।
You look at it right now, IA's
एक भाई नावी टीम को टीम दे रहा है, दोनों ही बेकार ऑप्शन है।
Top 3, guess what? Once again, it's going to be all over the place, except for TJB because they're just always in first place, it seems. But really, it's going to be changed. I think we're going to have Navi pushing up there. Falcons were able to survive into the top 3 thanks to action, which I think they could have gone further, but losing players early is kind of been a recurring issue for Falcons this tournament, it seems like, in the league stage, so kind of a troublesome.
क्या लग रहा है ये अच्छी कर जाएगी क्वालीफाई? पता नहीं यार भाई।
Furia have not been able to maintain that momentum, man, and here this 0-pointer that is really hurting them and maybe putting an end to their hopes of making it to survival stage.
Yeah, I think we almost have to call it as over for them, unfortunately. And Max, are you sure TJB are still going to be holding on to #1?
I mean, they should be. I was just said that because they had such a big gap, but maybe.
Well, I can kind of tell you from my quick maths, looking at our overall rankings from last time, that we might have a new
Mark
#1
my word,
team. We'll
FLC
see when we
chicken.
get there.
Okay.
See Lemon going to be the MVP, and our overalls and Navi.
Oh,
will
no
surpass
way!
TJB by 2 points because they got 26
भाई
and TJB got 1 in that last game.
लास्ट मैच में अगर आपने कुछ ऊपर नीचे कर दिया और NGX और I8 या NRX अच्छा खेल गई तो TJB भी नीचे आ सकती है भाई।
But okay, so Navi, I mean, a game like that is definitely going to jump you up the leaderboards quite significantly, going up to first place, overtaking TJB after an insane day they had yesterday, getting 2 chicken dinners and a podium finish. Absolute madness here, and going into this game, this point sponge is going to be a real issue for the bottom squads. Like, all the points are going towards your top team, Navi in particular. I don't know, man. This is great. It is very competitive, this group, and IHC on 12. There's no way they qualify in the last 2 games. No way.
I hope Hotchukes does not work at a funeral home because he
क्या
won't
होने
know
वाला है
those
इस
boys are
मैच
dead
में?
or alive. Counting out IHC before, man. 3 points
NRX हो जाएगी
away, bro.
क्वालीफाई भाई, मैं बोल रहा हूँ
It is
कुछ भी
very
हो सकता
possible
है।
for IHC to come off the bottom of the leaderboard and make it through the survival stage. I don't even know what to say if this happens, honestly.
They're doing the PMWC,
You know what?
Jason. They're doing it.
I'm gonna ask you, Jason, what did you say earlier at the top of the show? 5 points a game, right? Let me ask you this: if IHC gets 5 points this next game, do you think they make it?
It depends if Getzeroy goes out early.
I mean, obviously, right? But just saying, like, but if you really think so, do you think 5's gonna cut it?
I mean, I think it can for sure. It just depends
20
on how
would cut
Getzeroy
it.
plays.
Yeah,
I think they definitely could.
Dinner will cut it for sure.
And Getzeroy have been, I mean, like Max said before, right? They've slipped from like 5th or 8th place down to potentially not even qualifying. Like Getzeroy has had absolutely no results these last 2 days.
They've done absolutely nothing.
एक बार IHC कर पाएगा, फिंगर क्रॉस भाई। देखो IHC पे जब जोन रह रहा है, वो जो अपने स्टैट पे टीम खेल रही है, समझ लो उनके एंट्री पॉइंट्स है जोन के अकॉर्डिंगली, और जोन ने उनको फेवर कर दिया है, तो IHC वहाँ पे तो कर रही है, अभी करा है उसने मिरामार में भी। जहाँ पे जोन नहीं है उन पे वहाँ बीटी है। अगर इस मैच में भी जोन का एक अच्छा फेवर रहा तो क्या पता IHC निकाल दे, नहीं रहा तो में भी ना निकाले।
Very specifically, but I'm telling you, how do you feel when you
Chalo
have
guys,
such a big
here
game
we
that is
go.
literally
The last
keeping your
ride,
dream
the
alive to
last
continue
map
your
of
PMGC
PMGC 2024.
Do you go
Red
for Hail
Group.
Mary play? We mentioned
To
a
be
few
honest,
times, Hodges.
ऐसा
Do you
group
play
नहीं देखा
passive to
था.
maybe get those 5-6 points
इतना
mentioning?
close कि पता
I
ही
don't
नहीं
know,
है कि
but you have
eliminate
so
कौन
many
होगा
thoughts going
last
through their
match
minds
तक.
right now. I'm telling
Top
you,
11 क्या
they
होगा,
are
top 3
lost
क्या
right now
होगा,
as to
कितने
what
ही
they're gonna do, but
comebacks
they
आ
need to
गए,
make a
कितने ही
decision
down
and
phase आ
fully
गए.
commit to it.
Yeah, I mean, well, they're going to
This will be the match, guys.
Period, right? So I think you have to play it safe if you are IHC, you know. But the sad part is, you know, playing it safe is what got them here, all the way at the bottom, you know. So it's one of those 50-50s. And the crazy part was looking at the top of the leaderboards. I mean, just watching Navi go, what was it, from 5th place all the way to 1st. That's going to make things so much more intense for that top 3 moving on. And I hate to say it, but IWNRX with only 1 point in that last game, man, dude, they got to do something special here if they want to go to the finals.
And you know what? The thing is, we talked about it already, but the fact they only got 1 chicken dinner, if it goes to a tiebreaker like it was before this game, they could lose a spot to grand finals because they only got 1 chicken dinner. Which is crazy thing to say, but that literally could be the case. But again, you got storylines. Who's going to qualify to top 11 for the survival stage? Who's going to make a final dash into the top 3? Literally, we could have 2 different teams in the top 3 after this game. That is how close it actually is right now, Jason. So try to predict this. It's impossible. No clue who's going to make it, but it's going to be a close call.
Not only could we have new teams in the top 3, we could have like 3 new teams in the top 11 as well. It could be everything changing up here in the final match of Group Red. It has been a bloodbath the entire way through, and that bloodbath has to come to an end. It's going to be on Miramar, and it's going to be brought to you by John Allen and Blink.
One last trip, and what a way to go
guys,
into
मैंने
this
last
one.
आ जाओ guys सारे नीचे कमेंट करके बताओ लास्ट जोन आपको क्या लगता है कहां पे मीरामार का रहेगा and what are your top teams predictions. Let's go.
We are ready and raring to jump straight on into the melting pot. Let's get underway.
There are several teams vying for a top 3 here to make their way on through to the grand finals over in London in match 24 of final of Group Red. Na'Vi just picked themselves up a massive game that sits them in 1st place, but IHC pulling the old classic. Is it the last match that they're going to make their way into survival stage off the back of, or will this be the game where their dreams die?
They have got one more opportunity, and they're out of the plane already, kicking things
Chalo
off.
bhai, let's go.
See what they can do. On the south side, Alter Ego, Virtus Pro, TJB dropping over towards Chumasera. That will be where they remain. Seeing where everybody else goes. Those teams in crucial positions. Navi
टारगेट होना चाहिए.
dropping out over towards
देखो यार क्या होता है क्या नहीं होता है. TJB के लिए तो बहुत important मैच है ब्रो ये वाला.
Last time, of course, and throughout the course of this tournament, they've had their ups and downs, but they'll go for it yet again. Everybody around that
TJB हक मत देना कुछ यार, बहुत ज़्यादा शॉक लगेगा.
Approach to the tables for the circle for our final time on Miramar.
TJB IHC please, अच्छा कमबैक किया है. उसको कंटिन्यू रखो, लास्ट मैच बचा है. Petrigal IMAX, you can do it. आपके 98 पॉइंट है, मैं आपको भी सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ. एक अच्छा मैचअप मारोगे और निकाल दोगे.
Slightly worrying about this, but to be honest with you, in 1st place, I think they'll be okay. It should be a confirmation.
कितनी टीम्स क्वालीफाई होंगी एक ग्रुप से? अंश भारद्वाज भाई टॉप 3 तो डायरेक्टली फाइनल्स में जाएंगी. 4th रैंक टू 11th रैंक आ जाएगी लास्ट स्टेज सर्वाइवल स्टेज राउंड के लिए. 12 से 16 टीम एलिमिनेट हो जाएगी रैंक पे. तो अभी आप पॉइंट्स टेबल देख रहे हो, आपकी राइट साइड पे लाइव आ रहा है, तो आप बता ही नहीं सकते टॉप 3 कौन जाएगा और टॉप 11 कौन होगा. ऐसा कभी देखा है इवेंट जहाँ पता ही नहीं है एंड तक कि क्या होने वाला है.
And that is exactly what you don't want coming into your final day. This is where you want to save your strats for. This is when you save all of that final bit of energy to make that last sprint to go through.
Teams will start to fall by the wayside as we unfold.
Chalo bhai.
Goings on of this game is all to play for. Team Queso looking to defend
finger crossed guys, finger crossed
spot. And Encilio not out of the woods just yet. I mean, it would be pretty dramatic for them or Tianba to drop out of this one, but still possible. However, unlikely.
FLC 154 points. Zone का damage ले रहे हैं
so hotly contested across all of it. Group Red has definitely
154,
been one for the history books.
159,
breaking records with the most chicken dinners found in a group stage
174, 176.
But they're still not in that top spot because Na'Vi took it back from them in the final moments.
On back of a fantastic game as well. They start in La Cabrera up towards that northern side, see if they get any more points done and try and beat out the scoreline coming through from Team Spirit in Group Yellow.
166, 166, 154.
But honestly, I'd just be happy to see two PMSL EMEA teams taking first place over Group Yellow and Group Red. But we know Tongjiabao is a fearsome team. They can strike anytime, anywhere. So if you're Na'Vi, you're certainly wanting to keep yourself in. And I think we haven't really talked too much about third place, though, because Enigma Galaxy 166, ASI8 163, and IWRX just slightly lower down with 159. Right now, Enigma Galaxy, this is their last chance to make a decent run for this one, as they have been just scraping by, I would say. And for a team that was so dominant over towards the first couple of days, it would be a shame to see them knocked out here in the final match.
Last year तेरी watching 1K to 145 रहती थी, अभी 245
है. Absolutely not. They've had some real.
I bet on Falcon for finals. Hate का मुश्किल लग रहा है. Group of death.
Over the last few
bro, the real group of death, bro.
Chicken dinner where they got shift after shift after shift today, but after that
it's
been a little bit disappearing.
वैसे उसमें क्या होगा आपका green group में?
I'm not.
वो भी एक से खलीफाई group है, वो भी एक भी.
Enigma Galaxy, ASA8, IWNRX, all of these teams could surpass their scoreline here, and if two of them do so, they're out of the top three. This is a pretty crazy dynamic to happen in the lobby. I'm a little bit more confident in Na'Vi's ability to stay towards the top, given that they're coming off a strong chicken dinner, a massive adrenaline high, but they need to keep that under control because it can go both ways, right? You can get that performance boost from that elated feeling that you have for finding a massive 26-pointer, but then you need to make sure that you keep that under control. You don't get jittery. You need to stay cool whilst channeling that energy forwards.
FLC need a 20-pointer. अभी तक किस टीम का कंफर्म नहीं है क्वालिफिकेशन? आपको किसका कंफर्म लग रहा है? किसने क्वेश्चन पूछा है? आयुष आपको किसका कंफर्म लग रहा है? आप बता दो. मुझे तो किसी का कंफर्म नहीं लग रहा अभी तक. देखो IHC अगर अर्ली यहाँ पे कुछ BT होता है या कुछ GG होता है, अगर उनको मैन लॉस एडवांटेज मतलब कुछ भी होता है तो वो अच्छा नहीं खेल पाते, ठीक है? तो वो अलग सीन है. और किस का सेम BT है? इवन NRX लास्ट डेज पे उनको भी थोड़ा सा BT रहता है. NRX वालों को उन्होंने खुद बोला है. देखते हैं कैसे उन्होंने वर्क कर रहा है इस चीज के ऊपर.
Vengeance losing their first player.
को बीट ही रहा है. अब देखो यार, मैच मूव ऑन करो, मैच देखो, बस एंजॉय करो द लास्ट
performance for Vengeance as well.
नावी का कंफर्म है. नावी को छोड़ के इसका कंफर्म है. TJB कंफर्म नहीं है ब्रो. नहीं, TJB कंफर्म बिल्कुल भी नहीं मानता मैं.
It's not quite a death sentence just yet.
कैसे कंफर्म बोल सकते हो? 8 पॉइंट है. अगर NGX कुछ 8 पॉइंट ऊपर ले गई, 8 पॉइंट है ऊपर लेने NGX और I8 को.
I mean, everybody has got to be so nervous. I think probably the team that is the calmest right now.
अगर NGX और I8 जल्दी फिनिश ऑफ हो गए तब चांस है TJB का, बट NGX और I8 कैसा खेलती है उस पे डिपेंड करेगा. तो कंफर्म थोड़ी ना है कि TJB जा ही रही है.
Interested to see what they do with this match because everybody else needs to defend or attack on these tables. And with Vengeance losing that player early, the 101 starting to look terminal at their scoreline.
भाई अगला ग्रुप जो होने वाला है उसकी ये मैचेस देख के राउंड का तो पक्का फटी तो होगी थोड़ी बहुत. क्या कंपटीशन रहा है इसमें.
They feel out of sorts right now in 16th place.
यार अल्ट्रा को MX यार दिल तोड़ दिया तुमने. एक मैच अच्छा नहीं खेला, एक फाइट अच्छी नहीं निकाली.
Has a chance.
It's so close.
To ladder up. Even 16th place has a chance to get into survival stage, but I just don't think the energy's there for Virtus Pro right now. I think that's the difficulty. Everything they've tried to do has gone wrong over the last 5 matches. They've been able to put up points here and there, but again, when it comes down to those final moments where it really is a do or die situation, they've died.
No doing.
No doing.
And it has been their undoing so far. So hopefully they can tie up this tournament with a little bit of a stronger performance, even if it's not enough to get towards those top 11, right? You have to feel like it's maybe, if nothing else, a good morale booster to be moving forwards into the next season as players, as a team, to be able to show that you can. No, you do have talent. It's just that this lobby was really bloody hard, and it absolutely has been. And that is indicated by the fact that literally any of those bottom 8 teams could be changed around, and it would be a reasonable result to see at the end of this match. Ooh. The circle shifts down to Picardo, Blank.
Southeast shift on this one as well is really uncomfortable for a lot of our teams. Sitters, you can see here, so many of them are on that northwest side right now. It's not an easy spot to be playing in. IHC on that western edge, the team that everyone is holding their breaths about. Can they make it through, as they've got Tongjiabao ahead of them? Further down towards that southeast side,
there's TJB Falcon confirm मेरे हिसाब से. Falcon कैसे confirm बोल सकते हो अभी? कर सकती है, मना नहीं कर रहा.
TJB have Godless on a lock-in. All 4 of their players surround with a DBS at his side. That's all he's got that stands between him and an elimination here. And the first blow to be struck against IHC. But in comes the backup. A drop down, and Flower goes down first. That Triple S can't quite handle it. The rest of the team are coming on in as well. And quick succession, but Godless does go down to a spray from Longs. IHC committing to this, their last chance to make the tables, and against the table toppers themselves who got dethroned in the last match. Can they take them all the way down here? Going down early for TJB would be disaster, but another of IHC fall. A massive fight for the impact on the overall standings here. Blank and TJB need to hold on, but he goes down to Rogue. IHC extracting value, point after point from TJB's side, and it is disaster as they lose 1. Both teams going down to 3. Demo needs the res. He's across the road, and Rogue is in with the nade. Looks for the cook over towards 676, and he finds it. Big. TJB now again on the ropes as the crash comes back in from Ziol. Rogue and Ziol looking to take on the 2 from TJB themselves. It is so down to the wire, and in the first fight, everything could be decided.
IHC making their breakout versus the second place team. Team Queso with the most chicken dinners. Team Queso on the side as well, taking shots. Oh my days, Rogue is down. 1 player left alive. It is IHC in a 1v1. Rogue gets flushed out, and IHC's dreams might just be shattered in these moments. They go for the res, but so does the enemy team. A long-range nade though, heads across, doesn't quite do the damage, and TJB is still alive here, but IHC right on the brink. Gets so Roy down a player.
Every point matters though, Blank. Both teams come away losing 2, but gaining 2 points. That is huge. TJB are back in first for now, and Na'Vi need to make a bid back for it. If TJB fall here, if they get cut out now, it is a big opportunity for multiple teams to get past them here. And that could be a massive upset given the lead that they had coming into today, the strength that they showed at the start of the day as well.
Roj tried best,
big change. But on that southwest side, they're going to be left alone for a moment longer.
Roj tried his best.
Tongjiabao feeling like a king on an island towards the second half of this group. Now, finally, the boats are arriving. This island is now occupied and honestly looking to dethrone Tongjiabao and exile them from the top 3. They are not that far ahead, and it's likely that ISIA as well as IWNRX could ladder up over the top of them.
Navi to qualify कर ही रही है bro. Navi कर ही रही है. Navi को नहीं रोक सकता qualify होने से.
Make that happen here. And Tongjiabao's just got to live. They're still on that southwest side, out of the way, out of the action. Team Queso has oversight. Enigma Galaxy's wrapping round on that western edge as well.
The power grid, the center of the universe for right now for these teams. It's all that matters. The high ground in the middle of the circle. FaZe and Getso Roy both trying to take control of it. As Furia looks to move up the mountain towards it. Virtus Pro try and stop them in their tracks. 2 teams towards the bottom of the tables.
यार इवन पता है आपको स्टार्टिंग में गॉडलेस ने जब एक गॉडलेस ने एक नॉक दिया था ना, उसके बाद इसने शॉटगन भी चिपकाई. वो उसकी किस्मत थी. वो 20-10 to 15 एचपी बचा. अगर वहीं पे टीजेबी का नॉक हो जाता, निकल गया था फाइट विदाउट कैजुअलिटी. आईएचसी की किस्मत नहीं है ब्रो, अगर नहीं होती क्वालीफाई तो.
Like I said, the energy wasn't quite there, and they have to lift
मैं फाइट में याद आ रहा है, एक शॉटगन दिया उसने, वो कवर पे गया और 10-15 एचपी बचा उसके बाद, या 20 एचपी बचा है उस शॉट के बाद. अगर वहीं पे नॉक हो जाता बंदा.
Finding the off angle, that's 2 down, and Virtus Pro might be our first team to be leaving a tournament here.
Kills निकालो बाबे, kills निकालने चाहिए सारे चिंगड़ी तुम्हारे भाई निकालो.
Well, you're going down, we can go down faster. Let's see who could do it first. As the Falcons may be the main beneficiary of this strategy coming on through. Look at where they are on the tables, Blank. Falcons on 154. They are 12 points behind the bubble. Picking up 4, 5, 6 points off this engagement would be huge for the Falcons and their chances into this one.
A spot onto Icy. Both knocks not quite gone through yet. There has been a regroup and a reassess on the res attempt. Smokes go down to try and allow this one to get up. They get all 4 players back up on their feet, so a good recovery from Virtus Pro. They know how much it means to them. Furia in a difficult position, careening on the outside edge. Shots go through some more, and Top is just lighting up these vehicles, both down to around about half health.
Furia slip away, slinking off into the distance. Top sending them off with a parting gift of a spray down from an M4, but doesn't quite connect enough to get a point here. TJB, they're making their move. Blank, that's to IHC. They're losing another player potentially. If the bleed out comes in, the blue zone is here. It's not going to be looking super resable. And IHC maybe not confirming now, but the blue zone should just crash in and make it unresable. I think that might be it. TJB are in stage 4. I don't think you can get this one back up. Flower should just be a goner here, and Longs is committing. In the meantime, Na'Vi are in a fight with Furia. Lemon, he's on his own. He's taken 2 down, but that might be a little bit too much for him to chew, even if he is Lemon himself. Na'Vi towards the top of the tables. DJB losing players to Renox coming on in. You deny the point to IHC. You get the revive, I imagine. But in comes the crash. The rest of Na'Vi are here to play 2 pivotal fights on this fight. Furia from the bottom of the tables could have a massive impact, but there's only 1 player left standing against Na'Vi. Six and Puncher trying to break out wide. They've already lost Lemon, and they don't want to lose anymore.
Nade goes through, denies that res attempt. Another nade from Arthursin. Furia, 1 player left remaining. Na'Vi somewhat isolated on this engagement between the 2 of them, but they need to be quick as the Reds start to pile on in.
Oh no, IHC down. IHC are out, Blank. That's it, they haven't been able to make it. That denied point doesn't put them in the tiebreaker with Getzo Roy, denies them any other opportunity, and TJB with the res deny the access for the reigning champions. If anybody's game now, the throne is empty.
Defending champions.
IHC out is such a big deal.
From
a
PMGC
lot of re-aggressors here coming through from Na'Vi onto Furia. Furia currently in 15th place, had a chance. Nice nade, doesn't quite do the damage.
But still, FLC have a good zone.
Silence on that top
Falcon
side,
के पास सभी क्या मौका हो सकता है. अच्छे kill निकाले तो they can still qualify Falcons.
So much smoke cover in play right now for Furia.
Falcons के बाद बहुत अच्छा zone है.
Struggling to find these knocks. This could be good from Flip.
Koyovsky trapped in a corner now, and the nade was there. The first nade on the stairs pushes him back off. He knows there's an aggression from the window. Puts him back. The Molotov keeps him penned in, and it is perfect utility usage from Na'Vi to seal the deal without going for the peak. A nice assault onto the ground floor, though. There's still 3 players to go. They're letting this one drag on.
TJB ने game खराब कर दिया. Game खराब तो क्या बोले बस.
Wanting to push TJB aside, who have managed to make their way on through for the time being, but still 3 up and 3 down on the southwest side of San Martin. It is still all to play for. 6 nade in, spray down through the window, but Silence stays alive.
Massive damage. This might be time to toss a quick nade up the stairs here. Great shot from the sidelines, though. There's the nade in towards the top. Still doesn't find too much of it, but it is now a 2v3. Flip is holding his own on the outside, but nice shots from the S12K will blast back Flip.
Pushes him back to that roadside now, but Arthursin goes down next, and it's still pair fires maneuver here for Na'Vi, making sure that they can pick up these points, chasing down TJB, and they get the wipe against Furia. The second team to be confirmed out of Group Red and out of PMGC. TJB now in second place once more.
Furia bites down the lemon at the start of that fight, but leaves a bitter taste in their mouth as they will exit from Group Red. Na'Vi just about holding onto their first place currently. Like you say, with Tongji about down into second. Enigma Galaxy not out yet with 3 players, and it looks like Tongji about has been found on the outskirts.
Virtus Pro in a fight against Tianba. Tianba in the middle of the tables, looking safer than Virtus Pro are. But right now, Virtus Pro seem to be a little bit in the lead on this fight. The backup from Tianba is slow. It's sluggish.
Na'Vi confirm.
With those nades under the crag, it's so dangerous for Virtus Pro to lead. That next nade could seal the deal, but a big one up on high. Launched straight back into his face there. And Virtus Pro trying to stay on in with it. The nade dropped at his feet, and there's the light up from the off angle. 2 players down from Virtus Pro, and it's only IC and Koa cowering
Falcons
under
kill
Pride
उठाओ,
Rock.
तुम्हारी probability
The
बढ़ेगी top
shelter
3
from the
आने
top
की.
rope, and it's the Falcons above them, perched on
Nice,
high.
nice,
Who could change
nice.
everything.
One Mongolian team goes down and another steps up here for Falcons. And they start to cross open ground versus Tiamba. 2 eliminations found, but
तुम्हारे के लिए easy. Zone 15 second, 14 second. निकालो. Nade molly फेंको ना, suppress करो उनको.
Not quite finding
जगह
Virtus
नहीं
Pro.
होगी.
In the
Nade
meantime, it's
बढ़िया.
Vengeance up against Nigma Galaxy. Doing damage going both ways at the moment on that northwest side.
Such an important time for Nigma Galaxy as well. Falcons are making their big strike towards the top, but Nigma Galaxy looking to try and hold on to those spots. They are in 3rd place right now, Blank. Going down here would be disastrous. IWNRX and ASI8 are clashing on the south. There is so much popping off here that means so much to so many. And IQ, first blood drawn towards him in that engagement. Falcons finally take down Virtus Pro, a 4th team to go down. It's only Alter Ego who can change our survival stage now, but it's the top of the tables that draws the focus now.
IQ falling short, IWNRX. This is such an important fight for them to ladder up above ASI8 into 4th place and challenge for
Nigma के पास
a top 3.
Nigma कितने पॉइंट है Nigma के 166 168
the drums of war in the ears of IWNRX. What a shot from Noki, threads the needle.
And nearly gets a second. Kane has to retreat here off the angle, and the wall is his to control, but Noki with the hop shot gets taken down. The off angle now as IWNRX making a bid for the top 3. It's traded off, but ASI8 falls short just at the final hurdle. They are scratched away time and time again, and the blood beneath their feet will be the lifeblood of IWNRX as they try and make their push towards it. But Nigma Galaxy are still holding on. TJB are in the distance.
I say cut out, unfortunately, will not make that top 3 of push for themselves. Alter Ego, 3 players alive. Last chance saloon for them. Getso Roy holding on weakly to that 11th place position. Down towards the south, they control a lot of the compound there, and that might just be the position that keeps them safe going forward. Insane shots coming through from IWNRX over towards Incilio. There is a little bit of a clap back, and it's over towards Swain there, but 6 eliminations found already. 165 points, lagging slightly behind from Nigma Galaxy.
Alter Ego versus Getso Roy on the south side. The only fight that can matter in terms of the survival stages. Alter Ego on the back foot with 3, Getso Roy with 4 in the buildings. They have the stronghold. They have the strength to hold out the south side. But Getso Roy have not been performing today. Now is when it matters most, though. Against Alter Ego, the team that can push them out of the way.
Consistent खेली है पूरा टूर्नामेंट को, but अभी अलग ही सीन चल रहा है bro. TJB भी नहीं अभी alive है. TJB भी alive है, sorry.
And again, he is the team that's in their way. If they can get over TJB, they've basically sealed their ticket in the top 3 as well.
Longs somehow surviving into this match. Alter Ego takes themselves a knock on the south side and Getso Roy lays down the riot shields at the rioters protesting at their position inside of this leaderboard in 14th place. Only 2 eliminations. They need 8 more points. Not to mention the placement points or any eliminations that Getso Roy might find in this game. And it's looking less likely by the minute. Nigma Galaxy out on this western edge. It's Tongji about in front of them. Just Longs remaining. If Nigma Galaxy can secure this one, it will be Na'Vi holding on to that first place position for now.
Nigma Galaxy could take it from them. So could IWNRX, so could the Falcons. It is still all to play for. 6th place to first is a strikeable distance to make. And that, in the final match of our 24-game set, is crazy. The scorelines here are so close. And Team Queso look to move in ahead of Getso Roy. Team Queso in 10th place. If Getso Roy and Alter Ego jump up ahead of them, they could fall down as well. But they got that Orm in the hands as well. A high nade goes on in towards Longs. I don't think they know where he is. Because that's definitely not where he's sat right now.
Yes, Navi is in finals now. Navi the final pe confirm hai. Navi final pe confirm hai guys. Navi hai confirm.
Snowix on the outside. Could be caught on the broadside by Longs in the bush. There's a vehicle right next to him. That should give the game away.
Longs in the fight of a lifetime right now. Hidden inside the bushes. I'm having flashbacks to Luxie.
Who we've seen, he steps up, spray down, and it is going to be Enigma Galaxy taking down TJB. They draw their match to a close, their tournament finishes here. They're in the top 3, but for how much longer? Alter Ego clashing with IWNRX, who are looking to sweep on through on the south side, and it's a good opener for IWNRX, but there is casualties both ways. Swain down by the vehicle, Boyce looks for the spray, as so does Alva on the off angle, but they're being handled time and time again. IWNRX looking to take Alter Ego out of the tournament here, as the reses need to come through. Swain and Zed Wolf down on the outside, and Frozen's the next to fall.
No.
IWNRX still hold on, and Kane is the last to go. But can Getso Roy fall into line? Can East take IWNRX out of this one? 9 eliminations, and IWNRX are down to 2.
Last chance there for the survival stage with Alter Ego now out. Boysil had an unbelievable chance there to potentially push Alter Ego further into that match. A 1v1 it came down to. And luckily, IWNRX is able to win that one in the end. Team Queso, nothing really left to play for both them and Getso Roy. They'll be in their own fist fight here as Team Queso does fall, but will make their way into the survival stages. It took a while. They did not have the confidence today, but they limped in towards
पोजीशन के बेसिस पे रैंकिंग के बेस पे पीपी होती है तो जीरो है उसको ओवरटेक कर सकती है कुछ अच्छा पीपी मिल जाएगा ओ भाई एफएलसी नहीं हो रही भाई एफएलसी हो रही है शायद भाई अगर सीडी निकाल दिया 10 16 60 70 एफएलसी हो सकती है क्यों नहीं हो सकती है अभी भी बताओ क्यों नहीं हो सकती है एफएलसी भाई किल्स मिलेंगे उनको
every single team with something to play for. Getso Roy, they've already done the job they need to.
होगा मोस्टली अभी उनमें से कोई एक निकल के आएगा और ये किल लेने चाहिए एफएलसी को यार
but they definitely have a chance to take it home here.
भाई सोचो अगर एफएलसी क्वालीफाई कर जाए यहां से
blank, they only have 2 of their players alive, and with the Falcons
तुम एडवांटेज क्यों नहीं देख रहे भाई
the Phalanx together on the
देखो एनजीएक्स और फेज को छोड़ दो वहां पे वो इंपॉर्टेंट है कि फेज एनजीएक्स को देखो सच बताऊं लग रहा है फेज निकाल लेगी
claim a northern spot on this circle, but with the Falcons, honestly, they can just control the majority of the central of this circle.
मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि फेज निकाल देगी.
Galaxy on the outside need to push on through versus FaZe, who have had themselves a nice day today, but with Mela going down first, a bit of a star player for the squad, and getting rid of him will definitely dim the prospects of FaZe going forward. Only 2 eliminations
जो भी नीचे southern side की teams उसको FLC already देख रही है.
On this one with Getso Roy stopping their route out, but Mormon tags a nade onto Redox just before he repositions. That slows Nigma Galaxy down. That allows Getso Roy to actually move on in, and FaZe want to use this as a go signal. Victorious goes down though to Stoics on a step up spray down. Redox, is he getting rest in the meantime? No, they have to just hold the ridge, and Nigma Galaxy could fall down here, give IWNRX the mark to shoot for, but with 6 teams remaining, the placements add up, and they're quite a way ahead already. The question is, what can Nigma Galaxy do to stop this one? Because FaZe will bear down upon them.
निकाल लिया FaZe ने भाई जब मैं बोलता हूँ सुना करो.
Take Nigma Galaxy out, and IWNRX have the door flung open, and so do the
Positional point भी
Falcons.
मिलेंगे अभी.
I think with the top 5 as well, IWNRX might just be able to get in off the back of this one. For Tongji about, I think Falcons need roughly 17 more points, so chicken dinner and 14 elims on the game. It's going to be rough for the Falcons here. They can certainly excel over third place quite
Position point
easily.
कितने मिलेंगे #5 के 10 6 5 4
I'm
3
so curious to see what happens going forward. But I think for the Falcons, they have a real good shot at that top 3 right in those final moments, John.
Oh, it's all down to the wire. The numbers gonna get crunched fairly soon, but right now we need to crunch these teams out of this lobby because there are only 5 remaining for our final match here in
Is this last game? Yes, मेरी जान last game है.
The Falcons seem to be in the driving seat. What a way to take this one back. You said it earlier.
#5 NRX किधर?
Champions go down and back in. Another rises. Getso Roy looking to make their way on out, but they have been curtailed, stopped on their route
भाई
away.
ईस्ट ना मानने भाई 6 किल सोलो ले गया बंदा 6 7 गाइस कैलकुलेटर खोल लो सारे कैलकुलेटर खोल लो
6 eliminations on this game leading
भाई
their
निकाल
team
सकते हैं
through
एफएलसी का
north
चिकन मुझे लग रहा है भाई पता नहीं क्यों एडवांटेज पे लग रही है मुझे एफएलसी
here. They just back it off. They know all these squads towards that western side. They're in awkward terrain right now, and they have to come out. Na'Vi, though, Puncher, as well as 6. This dynamic duo. We talk a lot about Flip as well as Lemon, but 6
Na'Vi
and Puncher together
NRX
in these final moments as clutch maestros on the team. They've certainly done a lot for them. Falcons want to extract more value. They don't want to leave this up to chance. They want to secure a big win here.
भाई कुछ पॉइंट्स आने रख से यार भाई टीजेबी अगर होगी भी पॉइंट पे क्वालीफाई होगी इतना अच्छा खेलने के बावजूद भी आज पूरा चूक किया टीजेबी ने
with those placements, but we'll see if the Falcons can spread their wings and get towards the top, because top just goes down there to Porsche. Gets a Roy on their breakout from Power Grid, looking for more as well to move past the rest of the Falcons. Their backline now is the only thing stopping them, but FaZe look to chime into this fight. Look to try and seal themselves in the middle of the tables. They are in the survivals, but how high in that bracket can they go? Na'Vi looking
action
their
zone
way,
से
and now
action
it's
पता नहीं कैसे मर रहा है पता नहीं कभी ऑफ एंगल में मर जाता है कभी जोन से मर जाता है फैल्कन कल ऑफ एंगल में मर गया था वो फेरी वाली फाइट पे वो छोड़ दो अभी वो अभी हाँ देखो ध्यान दो अभी सामने बिल्कुल कैलकुलेटर खोल के रखो 8 फिनिशेस हो चुके गाइस मुझको आपने बताना है कैलकुलेट करके 8 फिनिशेस हो चुके ठीक है
of losing.
Let's go. 10 finishes आज निकलेंगे. 10, 11, 12 निकालो तुम.
Out of the lobby. I mean, FaZe has done a wonderful job to stay within the conversation. Mormon steps up once again, finds another off the back lines of Getso Roy. Na'Vi, Falcons, as well as FaZe. 2v2v2. What a way to end this one out.
Will the Falcons be able to do enough to push their way back into the top three? I think with this game, we may have a second EMEA top table blank. That first place for Team Spirit over in Group Yellow, and Na'Vi defending the title over here in Group Red.
But भाई क्या लीग था स्टेज था भाई मजा आया.
They can do. But the Falcons still want to try and push them out of the way. I think it might just be too distant for them now with the top 3 confirmed for Na'Vi. And the duo have done enough. It's 2 players on either of these 3 squads.
Falcons, though, a lot rests on this game for them.
फैल्कन को चिकन चाहिए किल भी चाहिए चिकन और किल दोनों चाहिए चिकन तो चाहिए बट किल्स भी चाहिए भाई
want that chicken dinner. East and Icy still up and alive.
चलो यार भाई ठीक है मान लिया निकालो Falcons.
Engagement between Falcons and FaZe. Quick step up, but you can see the pressure is certainly mounting now for the Falcons.
Kills चाहिए जाओ kills के लिए बढ़िया किसको मिला
in this game.
Punches so low and Na'Vi out. FaZe 2v2 against the Falcons. Looking to move up from the low ground here. Ventores up on the knoll.
It's a 2v2 fight. FaZe को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता यार प्राइस पूल का फर्क पड़ता है क्यों नहीं पड़ता
quite quickly they can handle him and move on to the next, but the spray downs are difficult to make work. Mormon behind the tree, the roll, the wrap around with the buggy and the jump out wide. It's FaZe to take the chicken dinner, but have the Falcons been able to find enough, beating the chest?
क्या हुआ ये?
What will the final table say? The top 3 are in flux here as FaZe clan take down the Falcons.
हक दी फैल्कन
so down to the
एक्शन क्यों जोन से नॉक ले रहा है यार वहां पे भाई कितना क्लोज कर दिया था
towards the top side of the lobby, but for the Falcons that must be sweat beading on their forehead right now. You can see them, they're not sure whether they've made it or not.
Oh, it is
so close. That's right. That's right. It is.
It's just unbelievably down to the wire.
Nigma कर गई qualify guys.
The Falcons force Phoenix is rising
Nigma,
up.
TJB and
will they be left
Na'Vi
in ashes and forced to go to the survival stage? They don't think they've done it. Let's see over on the desk who's going through.
I wouldn't want to be Maxman right now. I could hear the sweat beating to head as you're just wondering, did Falcons
भाई
do
क्या
enough to
यार
qualify?
कैच भी बचा यार
run this
किस्मत
back
ले गया
though.
था क्या पंचर इसको
IHC
नॉक फिनिश फ्री सोलो से होना
Caught out almost for the roster, but I just couldn't hold on long enough and went out their hopes of making it through into the next stage, even just survival go out the window.
So the rotation makes sense for IHG early on, right? It makes so much sense to go for it, but unfortunately the timing's a little bit off in the sense that they rotate at the exact
भाई मेरे को ये देखना है कितने पॉइंट से रहे अगर 2 पॉइंट से रहे ना भाई फक भाई 2-3 पॉइंट से रहे होंगे ना FLC
just try to send it to get that play back up to win the fight versus TJB. But as we saw, Hodrix, they got almost over involved in that fight, lost 2 players, and after that tried to survive, but maybe just trying to leave that 1 player to go out and survive as 3 would have been the better option for IHC.
Oh man, dude, it's the worst case scenario for IHC. Not only was it that rotation, just their luck, right? Couldn't have been worse, right? If you're gonna go and play aggressive in the final game and just kind of try to take out a squad early, you gotta go against TJB, right? Out of all the teams, they didn't get one finish. They had no idea who they were going against, and I mean,
नो एमओ ठीक है भाई, नो एमओ भाई बहुत एंड तक क्लोज कर दिया था भाई, इतना क्लोज कर सकता है कोई.
Aggression switch on way too late. I said you don't want to wait until the last
standing
match,
का है यार.
We saw circle 5, circle 6, half the lobby was gone already, right? And you know, Falcons, they did an amazing game right here towards the end, but those eliminations were getting just taken away from them time after time again. I don't know what's going to happen on the leaderboards, but man, one thing we know for sure, IHC just couldn't do it.
Well, there's one thing you can say to just wrap up the conversation.
6 points से रह गए हैं. Let me check. मैं वही check कर रहा था.
Being officially out of the race for the grand finals for the trophy, that means that 100% we will be having a new champion here.
Navi, TJB and Nigma qualified.
It could be one of the teams from this group, as we've seen every, well, I'm not gonna say every team, but majority of the teams really showing that they are definitely viable, being the ones to secure that trophy when we get to that stage. But honestly, looking towards the top again, like IWNRX, have they done enough to get into this one? I would imagine not, though, with a crazy back-to-back fight. They fought up against I8. They kept getting shut up against Falcons thereafter. They could
also, guys, yes, if you are new to the stream, आप overall standing का wait कर रहा है, I know. So I don't know कितने लोग देख रहे हैं, जितने भी देख रहे हैं, like कर दो जल्दी से, 1000 like कर दो, 400 लोग देख रहे हो. बाकी overall standing देख ही रहा हूँ मैं साथ साथ.
Hey, yo, shout out to FaZe though, right? We got to give FaZe some flowers here.
Refresh कर रहा हूँ. 170 नहीं हुआ, upload नहीं हुआ. अमेज ने दे दिया मेरे को overall ranking. मैं खोलूँगा वैसे
आज stream पे. It wasn't close enough to get them
आने वाली overall
not enough movement.
They definitely played better towards the end of this tournament, so you know what?
168. अबे यार 4 points से रह गई Falcon यार.
Of this group red, so we'll have to see 22 points on the board. But yeah,
168 है Falcon के और NGX 172 पे qualify हुए. NRX 1 point से रह गई.
Nigma Galaxy, they made it far into the game. They got a few eliminations here and there, which yeah, the 14 is just not going to cut it, I think.
Yep, I don't think so either. Yeah, and it's so unfortunate. You saw it on their faces, right? I mean, I think that said everything right there. You just see the hands, the palms deep into their cheeks. That's gotta hurt, dude. I really hope
that they
can bounce back in the survival stage. I mean, I'm gonna say it already, but we don't know, of course, until we see those leaderboards. But man, this is, if they don't do it, it's gonna be the second time we see them not make it automatically to the finals. And it's so unfortunate because I think all of us, right, we're predicting that we're going to see Falcons in the top 3 before this group even started, right, Max?
Well, it's not over, okay? They can still make it through survival stage, but I think that this was one of the teams that we were all looking at to make it hopefully through the top 3.
तुमने शैनॉक महंगा पड़ गया. शैनॉक यार 4 पॉइंट, उसके बाद आप कन्वर्जन निकालते, आपका मैच होता. भाई बहुत शैनॉक फर्स्ट मैच बहुत बड़ा ब्लंडर कर दिया FLC ने.
Really happy with their performance. But looking at the leaderboards before we
move away
from that on the match rankings,
cost कर गया शैनॉक.
Went out pretty damn early this game. They were in contention for top 3, so
भाई this is the point table, I guess historic lobby of PMGC. भाई साहब क्या कंपटीशन था भाई. नावी कंसिस्टेंट निकाल गई. TJB आज 1 पॉइंट पे हो गया था कि बाहर ही हो जाएगी. Falcon 168 पॉइंट भाई. 168, 172 3 पे क्वालिफिकेशन था. NRX 171 भाई. एंटी भाई फाइट टिल एंड बोलूंगा मैं, बट हो सकता था भाई. इतना क्लोज. I8 स्टिल I8 इज द टीम जिसके हाईएस्ट फिनिशेस है लॉबी के अंदर. NRX सेकंड मोस्ट हाईएस्ट टीम. आज बहुत अच्छा खेला. डे 3 चोक कर दिया ना NRX ने, वो इनको भारी पड़ गया. एक दिन अच्छा ना खेलना भारी पड़ गया. 3 दिन अच्छा खेल के. गुड वन I8, NRX, TJB. बट भाई NRX ने CD भी कम निकाले हैं. बट भाई ये क्या भाई फैल्कन्स यार, एक्शन भाई क्यों वो जोन का नॉक मेरे को समझ नहीं आया. मे बी इंटरनली कुछ चीजें अलग हो, क्या पता मैन एडवांटेज रहता, अच्छे एंगल्स पकड़ते भाई, कुछ तो होता. बेस्ट 2 किल्स कम पड़ गए भाई. 4 पॉइंट. एंटी टू ऑल द टीम्स गाइस, एंटी टू ऑल द टीम भाई। कंपटीशन देखने का जो मजा आया है, एंटी 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 गाइस। कंग्रेचुलेशंस टू नावी टीजीबी एनजीएक्स एट एंटी टू एनआरएक्स फैल्कन आई8 फेज टाइटन टीएनबा सॉरी। भाई आप लोग जो बोलते हो ना, दिस इज द परफेक्ट एग्जांपल कि आए है इसने हील बैटल लगा लिया, इसने कैम्प करके मार दिया, इसने वैसा कर दिया। ब्रो एट लास्ट पॉइंट्स मैटर्स, कहाँ से आपके पॉइंट आते हैं। एनआरएक्स के बाद हीलिंग्स होती, अगर वो थोड़ा और वहाँ पे सरवाइव करने का ट्राई करता, मे बी हो सकता था। क्या नहीं, शायद नहीं हो सकता। तो उस टाइम से 4 टीमें बची थी, मैंने ध्यान नहीं दिया। आई गेस वो 5वें पे एलिमिनेट हुए थे, क्या पता हो सकता था शायद 1 पॉइंट वहाँ आ जाता तो एनआरएक्स के फिनिशेस भी ज़्यादा थे, क्या पता वो एनआरएक्स ऊपर होती। एक एक पॉइंट की कीमत भाई, एक एक पॉइंट की कीमत। बॉटम पे देखने दो भाई। आईएनएस 0 टीक्यू आईएचसी भाई, लास्ट डे पे इंटेंट तो दिखाया है टीम ने, बट यार कॉस्ट कर गया भाई, कॉस्ट कर गया। गाइस बाय द वे, आईएचसी डिफेंडिंग चैंपियंस आउट हो चुके हैं पीएमजीसी 2024 से। वैन आउट हो चुकी है जापान से। अल्ट्रिगो लाइमैक्स मेरी फेवरेट टीम, वो भी एलिमिनेट। दिखाई नहीं कुछ कि अल्ट्रिगो लाइमैक्स खेल रही है। रोज मेरी आउट ऑफ फॉर्म, उसने बोल दिया मेरे को खेलना नहीं है। लग ही गया था कि चीज़ें ऊपर नीचे चल रही है एंड रिजल्ट नहीं आए। स्टिल 101 पॉइंट, ठीक है। फ्यूरिया एंड वर्चस प्रो, एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया था वर्चस प्रो से ये चीज़। डैम ब्रो डैम। लास्ट मैच में गलत टीम से फाइट ले ली। आईएचसी ने अप्रोच चेंज नहीं किया ना, माइंडसेट अप्रोच चेंज नहीं किया उन्होंने। यार वो एक शॉटगन लग जाती, 2 नॉक आ जाते, पीछे से बैकअप आ गया था, चीजें निकल जाती, बट ठीक है।
To make sure they and Fiora tackle the survival stage in the best way possible.
And look at the MVP, of course, it's got to be Z-Wolf, right, Jason?
I mean, the man in the tower, right? It completely carried his team in that final Erangel that we did see. I mean, he's been MVP when it's come to EMEA so many times, and very deserving when it comes to this group as well.
You would say, Wolf, this guy had.
Notice if you haven't even picked up the game, well, now you know. You get experience.
NRX no doubt है, बहुत बढ़िया खेली यार, बहुत बढ़िया.
Black Symbiote clusters in Erangel, Sandhawk, Miramar, and Livik to obtain the Black Symbiote arm and encounter Black Symbiote Warhorses. And you can equip the Black Symbiote arm to move rapidly by aiming at PUBG mode.
MVP कौन रहा है?
Oh boy.
And there you
I'll
go.
tell you one thing.
MVP,
you know what?
of the week.
Z-Wolf MVP.
Guys, GG Wolf के लिए एक बार Z Wolf के लिए
survival stage.
प्लीज हॉट स्पैम कर दीजिए एंड GG कर दो.
Kind of matchups. I mean, you have the likes of Stalwart, who have been a massive surprise this year. You've got 4MV there as
सर्वाइवल
well.
स्टेज के लिए मैंने बता ही दिया ऑलमोस्ट जो टीम क्वालीफाई हुई है गाइस. ये टीम्स है एनआरएक्स फैल्कन आई8 फेज टाइटन आईएनएस 0 एंड टीक्यू.
Considering how strong South Korea has been so far in PMGC.
Yeah, especially excited to see Osal, Favian, especially playing those two guys that have been just take. You know, South Korea's here to play. So many regions are here to play, and then to make it. To
and guys, अगर आपने अभी तक सब्सक्राइब नहीं करा है, make sure to hit the like.
I gotta say, Group Red was not my group of death. It was the group of entertainment, and now I have even higher expectations for Group Green to deliver in that aspect also.
Is there any upset you'd say in your eyes, Hot Jukes, of a team who didn't make it top 3 that you kind of feel like deserved it?
As far as top 3 goes, I mean, it's got to be IWNRX, without a doubt. I mean, these guys, I mean, Z-Wolf tried to put this team on his back. I mean, it was a clutch day for them, too. They got that.
I'm impressed by NRX, by the way.
So desperately. They were playing so consistent. And I think it just came down to that. They weren't able to put another chicken dinner on the board.
Also,
I think that's what made them come up short. But, man, like, this team is
the approach, the intent,
impressive.
जो उन्होंने डे 1 से दिखाया था हाईएस्ट फिनिश इसका वो हिट के पास ही है. सेकंड पे एनआरएक्स की उन्हीं के पास है. डे 3 ब्रो, एक दिन चौक होने से.
But you know what, the survival stage is coming around, and honestly these guys got to get to work, because I said it before, I'll say it again, right? That survival stage is going to be absolutely brutal.
What about you, Max? Any team in particular?
I have to echo the sentiment of IWNRX, but if I had to go for another team, I think that Falcons, Jason, still has to be the highlight of teams we wanted to see make it directly to the grand finals. I think that some people might disagree with me, but for me, the Falcons we've seen this tournament so far it's still not the Falcons of old. We still need to see a bit more. I'm happy though, Jason. I'm happy to see that East actually had some really good performances. That does give me more hope. But we're still losing some players relatively early.
Next group TTS बम फटेगा.
तो
guys अगर अभी तक आपने हमारे चैनल को लाइक नहीं करा है, सब्सक्राइब नहीं करा है तो सब कुछ करिए एंड बहुत ज्यादा आगे को मजा आने वाला है हम सभी लोगों को. तो थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कमिंग टू द स्ट्रीम गाइस. अभी शायद इंटरव्यू सुनते हैं. आपने सुनना है तो बताओ. थोड़ी बातचीत कर लेते हैं देन विल ऑफ द स्ट्रीम. मजा आ गया आज. मैंने सोचा नहीं था आज मैं स्ट्रीम करूंगा बट मैंने किया और मुझे वर्थ इट लगा.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have our 3 teams that are going to be going to the London's Grand Finals from Group Red. It's going to be none other than Navi, TJB, and Enigma Galaxy. And I have Raouf right here with me. What does it feel like to finally go back to the Grand Finals?
It feels unbelievable, man. I thought at the end, like when we died, we were out of top 3. But thanks to God, we were in top 3 still. And I'm really happy. It was the hardest 4 days of my career, probably. This group was a really tough challenge for us. I didn't expect it to be this hard, but it was really hard playing the game. And thank God we're in the finals now.
Lobby बन गई भाई. Lifetime hardest.
Inshallah. And for Peko, if you can actually go in the mic real quick. Peko, this is going to be your first PMGC Grand Finals. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, man. I'm actually feeling great. I mean, 3 months before, me and Raouf had to make a new team and everything, and look at us now. We're just standing, going to London, and yeah, just like nothing. I can't really describe my feelings right now. It's just insane.
I'm happy to hear that. If you can give the mic back to Raouf, because you guys are proving your haters wrong. And that's something that I've finally been wanting you guys to be able to say. Now, going into London, right, let's move away from that emotion that you currently have. What are your expectations going into London? I know you mentioned you want to be able to win it. How would you achieve that?
My expectations for London, I feel like we will compete for the championship for sure. I've been waiting 2 years for this, man. Like since 2 years, been trying to qualify and go back and have another shot at it since we got top 3 last time. And yeah, I'm gonna do my best, whatever it takes to win this next global championship.
And I have to ask this, Raouf. What do you think is gonna be your toughest challenge in regards to teams when you get to the Grand Finals? I know that there's currently only 4, but just give us an idea of who the toughest teams will be.
The top teams, I don't know, whoever makes it to London is going to be a tough challenge because it's so hard, man. Like to qualify from this group stage from 48 teams and make it in the top 16 itself. So yeah, I expect every team to be like a really good challenge for us and to compete with.
Shukran, Habibi. Hopefully you guys get to the top because it's going to be amazing. With that said, though, as I
Raouf there, it took him 2 years to get back to this point. And who would have thought the key to that success was 2 Frenchmen and a Romanian on his roster?
That's what I'm telling you. But no, such
okay guys, bye bye, take care to all of you यार. I think हो चुका है. Bye bye, bye bye, bye bye. मिलते हैं फिर. बाद में मिलेंगे अभी. Hope make sure to hit the like, subscribe to the channel. अभी के लिए end करते stream को. Bye bye. Take care to all of you.
Right, Peko said it. 3 months to make this team, and now you're making it to the biggest event of the year, to the PMGC 2020.